The story kicks off with a phone call where a voice checks if Now is on the line. Now checks in with his sister from the supermarket about their milk supply. She casually remembers draining the last of it a couple of days ago, leaving Now to confirm he will pick up a fresh carton before heading home. His quiet walk back gets interrupted when something unexpectedly catches his attention. A cheerful girl enthusiastically greets him and playfully calls him her little brother. Now processes her sudden appearance without a single ounce of excitement. He matches her high energy with an incredibly flat and unamused deadpan reaction. She cheerfully catches up, mentioning it has been a while and offering to buy him a sweet treat. When Now flatly points out his sister is not home yet, she casually reveals they already texted about it. Unbothered, Now simply turns his back and unlocks the front door, leaving her to playfully note that he completely ignored her. Now firmly declares that he is not letting her inside the house under any circumstances. Surprisingly, she takes the rejection in stride and cheerfully agrees to just wait right there by the door. Now just freezes and stares at her in absolute disbelief. She playfully teases him for being so stiff while insisting she is totally serious about waiting outside. Now quickly shuts that idea down, bluntly stating he would rather not have some weirdo camping out in front of his house. Changing the subject, she studies his face and asks if he is feeling sick or coming down with something. Now simply glances back at her in pure confusion. She immediately jumps to her own conclusions, teasingly asking if it is just puberty since he looks way grumpier than usual. Now sighs and brushes her off, insisting it is absolutely nothing to worry about. Ignoring his deflections, she steps closer and reaches out to check his forehead for a fever. Now quickly intercepts her wrist mid-air and firmly tells her to stop touching him. Suddenly, she completely loses her footing and violently stumbles forward while Now tries to warn her to back off. She lets out a quick gasp of surprise as gravity takes over and she begins to pitch forward. Her eyes widen in pure shock as the sudden panic of falling quickly sets in. Before she can hit the ground, Now swiftly wraps an arm around her and catches her mid-fall, completely saving her from a nasty wipeout. He successfully catches her in a swift move, bringing them to an abrupt and surprisingly close halt. She braces for impact, letting the sudden adrenaline of the near fall wash over her as time seems to briefly stop. A beat of total silence passes as they both process the save, locked in an unexpected moment of absolute stillness. She quickly shatters the tension by cheerfully complimenting his quick reflexes, playfully tossing around her favorite little brother nickname again. Now immediately ruins the mood by bluntly comparing her clumsiness to an old geezer, prompting a swift, annoyed demand for him to repeat himself. She quickly regains her composure, letting the awkwardness of the near fall fade away into a quiet pause. Now remains completely silent, simply observing her sudden shift in demeanor without uttering a single word. Before Now can finish his sentence, she gets a text update and cheerfully announces that his older sister is almost home. Stubborn to the end, she happily doubles down on her plan to just wait outside for her friend. She dramatically apologizes for missing out on a cozy private tea time together and playfully tells him not to be too disappointed. Now instantly fires back, aggressively questioning who on earth ever said he wanted to have tea with her in the first place. As Now finally turns to head inside, she casually changes the subject, pointing out that he has noticeably grown taller since their last meeting. Letting out a warm chuckle, she fondly labels him a cheeky brat, completely unbothered and amused by his consistently grumpy attitude. Now stays completely silent, processing her teasing words with a highly serious and mildly annoyed expression. Without a second thought, Now physically shoves her right out the front door. She immediately protests, demanding to know if this is how he treats his elders, but he simply fires back that she should try acting respectable before telling her to get out. She loudly demands to know if he completely forgot how much she used to dote on him back in the day. Unfazed, Now delivers a brutally flat response, claiming he has absolutely no memory of it whatsoever. She pouts at him for a brief second, before locking eyes through the narrowing gap in the doorway, softly calling out his nickname one more time. Leaning playfully against the doorframe, she boldly suggests that they should have tea together soon, making sure to specifically emphasize that it should just be the two of them. Now completely freezes, his eye widening in subtle surprise as her highly unexpected invitation catches him off guard. Following up on her bold request, she shoots him an incredibly warm and genuine smile while patiently waiting for his confirmation. Instead of giving her a proper answer, now ruthlessly slides the heavy front door completely shut right in her face. From the other side of the door, she loudly complains about his terrible manners and yells at him for being a rude brat, leaving a heavily flustered now to groan in pure frustration in the hallway. Left entirely alone with his racing thoughts, Now's mind instantly flashes back to the heart-stopping catch from earlier, replaying just how dangerously close their lips had been. He quietly tries to compose himself, utterly silenced by the lingering embarrassment of the moment. Stranded outside the house, she lets out a heavy sigh of mild exasperation over his stubbornness. As she turns on her heel, she sighs out loud, having genuinely hoped that entering high school might have finally changed his prickly attitude. Meanwhile, safely inside, Now bitterly grumbles to himself about her constantly calling him a little brother. Walking away, she internally laments that he is still just as unlovable as he always was. On the other side of the door, Now angrily tells his own racing thoughts to shut up while silently cursing her out as an idiot. The story shifts into the past, opening with a surprised voice asking about a little brother. In a flashback, his older sister introduces a very young Now to her friend, explaining their 5-year age gap. Taking in the sight of the tiny second grader, Sina immediately melts and coos over how incredibly cute he is. Beaming with bright youthful energy, she eagerly introduces herself and tells him it is nice to meet him. Young Now simply stares back at her, completely unresponsive to her friendly and highly energetic greeting. Her welcoming smile quickly falters as she awkwardly questions his blatantly cold demeanor, establishing that their rocky dynamic started off as the absolute worst. Now reflects on his childhood, explaining that his older sister had always been his primary caretaker. Back then, when a cheerful Sina boldly declared he was not cute at all, young Now immediately branded her as a hostile threat who was trying to steal his beloved sister away from him. Despite his obvious hostility, Sina completely ignored his cold shoulder and constantly barged into his personal space. Whether he was busy studying or just trying to game in peace, she persistently inserted herself into his daily life, casually demanding thanks for bringing him snacks and acting way too familiar for his liking. Eventually, Now admits he simply gave up trying to push her away. No matter how many times he bluntly called her annoying and ordered her to leave, she would stubbornly stick around, even casually interrupting his peace to ask for help with her basic math homework. He internally concedes that she is still incredibly annoying to deal with, but his expression softens as a lingering thought trails off, hinting at a slight change of heart over the years. Seeing how genuinely happy his sister always looked when hanging out with Sina, Now reasoned that he could tolerate her presence. However, the moment Sina playfully smacked him on the head with a heavy-handed pat, he immediately doubled down on his initial verdict, reminding himself that she was still absolutely incredibly annoying. The flashback fades as Now quietly snaps back to the present, his eyes tiredly opening as he rests his head against his desk. He is immediately greeted by Sina's beaming, cheerful face as she softly wishes him a good morning right in his personal space. Now glares up from his desk in complete silence, deeply unamused by her sudden home invasion. He dryly threatens to report her for just casually barging into his house, but she playfully defends her unannounced entry by claiming his sister actually gave her a spare key. Now mentally pieces together that his sister must have run out to the supermarket to grab some forgotten groceries, leaving him alone with the intruder. Meanwhile, Sina happily invades his study session, peeking at his high school homework, and immediately declaring it completely incomprehensible, leaving Now to stare at her blankly while questioning his current reality. As she brightly smiles and loudly questions his coursework, Now internally roasts her entire existence. He bluntly concludes that she is a carefree absolute idiot, both personally and academically, deeply frustrated by how she acts way too familiar with him and operates with a completely broken sense of personal space. Now continues his internal grumbling, mentally adding that she is also incredibly dense. When Sina notices his mood and asks what is on his mind, Now plays it off as nothing. However, he cannot help but tell her that she should wipe her stupid grin off her face, prompting her to ask if he would literally die if he stopped talking trash to her. Sina shifts gears to reveal the real reason she dropped by presenting several containers of side dishes she made with extra vegetables from her part-time job. But when Nao reacts coldly, she begins to second-guess herself and offers to take them back since he has a small appetite, which quickly forces him to change his tune. Nao immediately stops her from taking the food back, declaring that he will eat it because he actually likes her cooking. His sudden honest confession completely catches her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Nao holds onto her firmly to make sure she does not take the containers away, showing just how much he actually wants to keep the food she brought. Sina immediately brightens up, happily noting that even if he cannot finish all of it, his sister has a massive appetite and will easily polish off the rest, which Nao can only dryly agree with. Their conversation is suddenly cut short when her phone begins to buzz loudly on the table, instantly drawing their attention. Sina reaches for her vibrating phone to check the incoming message while Nao looks on and asks who could be contacting her. Nao quietly watches her, resting his chin in his hand with a slightly bored expression as she silently reads her screen. Sina finishes checking her phone and announces that she has to head out soon for her work shift, making sure to tell Nao to pass along her greetings to his sister before she leaves. Nao internally groans at the little brother title before Sina interrupts his thoughts to ask if he prefers kinpira or vinegar burdock root. Caught slightly off guard, he awkwardly admits he prefers kinpira. Sina enthusiastically confirms his choice. She cheerfully promises to make a fresh batch just for him and bring it over next time. Bidding him a quick goodbye, she slips out the door, leaving Nao completely alone to finish his studying. Later, at a fast food joint, Nao listens to a friend gossip about a rumored English pop quiz coming up next week. Nao quickly points out the glaring flaw in that logic, dryly questioning how it can possibly be a surprise if the teacher is already blabbing about it. Brushing off the logic, his friend completely pivots the conversation to mention that he caught Nao receiving yet another love confession earlier that day. Nao nonchalantly confirms it, prompting his friend to lose his mind over just how many times this has happened in a single month. Overcome with dramatic envy, his friend loudly cries about his unfair reality, revealing that the girl who confessed is actually a model and that other classmates were desperately trying to dig up info on her. Unfazed as always, Nao simply gives a flat and completely indifferent acknowledgement. Nao's friend casually asks him if he has a crush on anyone. Caught completely off guard, Nao tells him to drop the subject and questions where that sudden question even came from. His friend gets totally flustered, reminding Nao that his own crush is actually Nao's older sister. Nao points out that his friend was the one who brought up the topic in the first place, leaving the friend to awkwardly stammer in agreement. Amid the light-hearted teasing, Nao finds his thoughts briefly drifting to a warm, smiling memory of Sina. Brushing off his embarrassment, Nao's friend kindly offers to listen if Nao ever needs to talk about anything. Seeing how supportive and genuine his friend is being, Nao internally acknowledges that he is truly a good guy. As they quietly enjoy their snacks, Nao's attention is suddenly drawn to the window. Sensing the sudden shift in the mood, his friend looks up in confusion. They spot Sina outside with a mature-looking man, prompting Nao's friend to question if that is indeed her. Nao watches the scene unfold outside, his focus completely locked onto the pair. Seeing the two together, Nao's friend wonders if the guy is her boyfriend and sighs that women must really prefer reliable older men. Meanwhile, Nao stays silent as he processes the sight. Nao's gaze sharpens further as he continues to intensely observe the interaction. Outside, the atmosphere suddenly shifts as Sina turns to the man, appearing to speak to him with an annoyed, argumentative expression. Seeing the tension, Nao's friend worries if the two are having a fight and wonders if they will be all right. As the pair walk away, Nao abruptly decides to leave, brushing it off as nothing serious and urging his friend to head out already. She internally questions the whole concept of having a crush, deciding that if this frustrating heavy emotion is what love actually feels like, she would rather just get rid of it completely. Reflecting on their messy dynamic, she quietly admits to herself that dealing with straightforward hatred would be so much easier to handle than whatever this new complicated feeling is. She ultimately writes off the confusing emotions swirling around in her head, bluntly concluding that the whole situation is just incredibly annoying and completely hopeless. Later on at school, a classmate calls out her name and snaps her right out of her deep, brooding thoughts. Her friend notices something off and checks in to see what happened, but she quickly deflects the concern, casually playing it off as just a minor accident. Desperate to drop the topic, she immediately forces her usual bright attitude and loudly pivots the conversation to their planned cooking lesson for making some delicious meat and potato stew. Sometime later now, silently walks past her in the hallway, leaving an incredibly tense, wordless void between them as they completely fail to acknowledge each other. The awkward silence simply stretches out as the day quietly moves along. Now coldly tells Sina to stop making his older sister worry over absolutely nothing. Sina freezes in place, completely caught off guard by his sudden and brutally serious reprimand. As she questions his sudden shift in tone, now bluntly threatens to force her away from his sister if she keeps causing stress, firmly ordering her to finally break up with her terrible boyfriend. Hearing his harsh but protective words, Sina realizes he was actually genuinely worried about her this whole time and silently apologizes. Flashing a bright, reassuring smile, she happily tells him that she already dumped the scumbag and genuinely thanks him for caring. Now, instantly and aggressively denies being worried, but Sina easily brushes off his classic defensive attitude. She smoothly pivots the conversation, revealing that the breakup unfortunately sparked a wave of nasty rumors about her. Wanting to get it all off her chest, she casually asks if her favorite little brother has some free time to head to the park and listen to her vent. The scene shifts as the two of them head out to find a quiet place to talk. Settling down on a park bench, Sina drops the heavy truth about the messy breakup. She explains that her ex tried to force himself on her, so she punched him in the face and dumped him right then and there. However, since the guy was a master at playing the nice guy, he immediately retaliated out of pure spite, spreading toxic rumors and calling her horrific names to completely ruin her reputation. She bitterly recounts how everyone at school completely fell for his victim act, instantly turning their backs on her and treating her like she was the absolute villain of the story. With a soft, lingering sadness, she admits that Nao's older sister is the only true friend she has left standing, as the sole person who completely ignored the toxic rumors and stayed right by her side like nothing ever happened. Nao remains completely silent, quietly processing the heavy reality of the betrayal and isolation she has been forced to endure all by herself. Sina somberly admits that while the rumors are just background noise for now, she is terrified of dragging his sister into the mess. She seriously considers distancing herself for a while, a drastic idea that Nao bluntly agrees with. His quick agreement instantly shatters her calm demeanor as she whirls around in tears, completely spiraling over the heartbreaking thought that his sister might just move on and forget about her. Totally unfazed by her emotional meltdown, Nao dryly points out that he has absolutely no way of predicting the future. Dropping his usual snark, Nao firmly reassures her that his sister is way too loyal to ever pull a stunt like that, immediately stopping her panic in its tracks. The solid reassurance finally gets through to her as she wipes away her tears with a massive sigh of relief, leaving Nao to awkwardly look away while muttering a quiet acknowledgement. A heavy, unspoken tension completely dissipates as she softly thanks him for giving her the exact peace of mind she desperately needed. Bouncing right back to her teasing habits, she apologizes for dumping such heavy emotional baggage onto a simple elementary schooler. Nao stews in annoyed silence for a moment before firmly demanding that she stop treating him like a little kid. Her playful attitude completely vanishes as she takes in his sudden shift in tone, fully processing the unexpected maturity coming from him. A gentle breeze rustles through the nearby trees, settling into a peaceful and quiet pause between them. Shattering the comfortable silence, Nao stares straight ahead and abruptly drops an incredibly bold suggestion to completely change their dynamic. With an unwavering and intensely serious demeanor, he bluntly demands that she fall in love with him instead. Sina advises him to find a good girl and fall properly in love. Playing the wise older sister role, she warns him to watch out for bad women since his good looks could easily get him into trouble. When Nao bluntly asks for an example, she stalls for a second. She playfully points the finger at herself, jokingly suggesting that a bad woman to avoid would be someone exactly like her. Nao stares at her in absolute silence, completely caught off guard by the unexpected self-deprecating comment. He immediately snaps his head away with a brutal deadpan reaction, prompting her to loudly complain about his cold attitude, before doubling down and insisting she is actually being completely serious. Now remains quiet, intently listening as her usual playful energy shifts into something much more genuine. She openly admits to being way too irresponsible, warning him that getting involved with her would only cause him a whole lot of trouble. A heavy, unspoken silence settles between them as her surprisingly honest self-reflection lingers in the air. Now keeps his gaze lowered, quietly processing her words without offering a single counterargument. As he watches her walk away, Now reflects on how much he originally hated her for being so loud and monopolizing his sister's time, leaving him to deeply question why his feelings are suddenly starting to change. Now quietly hums to himself, clearly deep in thought, as he processes the situation. Wandering through the supermarket, Sina asks Now whether they should have oyakodon or butadon for dinner, only to receive a totally indifferent answer as he flatly tells her either is fine. She quickly pivots and suggests splurging on gyudon instead, which instantly wins Now over as he immediately agrees to the dinner upgrade. Their grocery planning abruptly halts when a tiny girl silently wanders over and latches tightly onto Nao's leg. Looking up with bright, innocent eyes, the little girl cheerfully calls out his name to get his attention. Now calmly acknowledges the little girl as Hina, leaving Sina to watch the unexpected interaction in complete stunned silence. A young boy suddenly rushes over to scold Hina for running off, prompting Now to realize that they just bumped into Rio and her younger brother. Rio quickly tracks them down, casually asking if they are out shopping too, before completely turning her frustration onto the two kids and threatening to cut off their snack supply for wandering away in the store. Rio excitedly greets Now with a bright smile and a familiar nickname, completely ignoring Sina, who awkwardly mutters her own name in the background while holding Hina. Now mercilessly grinds his knuckles into Rio's head for being a useless guardian, completely rejecting her flimsy excuse about getting distracted by a flash sale. Trying to deflect the punishment, Rio points out how rare it is for Now and Sina to run errands together, prompting Sina to cheerfully explain that they just decided to make a trio outing out of her rare day off work. Sina smiles warmly as she begins to reply, ready to pivot their conversation. Nao's sister happily invites Sina over for dinner, and Sina enthusiastically accepts. When the sister mentions they are having gyudon, Sina gets incredibly hyped and offers to make some side dishes at their place, while Nao stands there looking completely unamused. Nao finds himself unable to shake off a deeply bothersome memory from earlier, his gaze turning serious. His mind flashes back to Sina's playful, teasing her words, continuing to echo in his head and keep him completely on edge. Meanwhile, his sister happily chats away, completely oblivious to Nao's mounting irritation. Nao tries desperately to reason with himself, telling his racing thoughts to calm down because worrying over nothing will only make him look like an idiot. He ultimately concludes that trying to ignore it is useless, bitterly grumbling to himself about how incredibly annoying the situation is. Her familiar nickname rings in his ears once more, leaving him to wonder why her words are suddenly bothering him so much. Completely lost in his thoughts, Nao trails behind his sister in the supermarket aisle. Sensing his distraction, his sister turns back to him and curiously asks what is on his mind. Nao stares ahead in complete silence, a highly serious and unreadable expression settling on his face. As their hands briefly brush together, Nao quickly breaks the mounting tension, softly dismissing his own train of thought as absolutely nothing. Unbothered, Sina impatiently calls him out for taking forever to get to the point, prompting a heavy sigh from Nao as she urgently insists that figuring out their dinner plans is incredibly important. Beaming with a bright smile, she cheerfully tries to win him over by offering to cook up his absolute favorite Kinpira burdock root dish. Before they can move on, Nao casually calls out to get her attention, prompting a quick and curious hum from Sina. He abruptly shifts the conversation, bringing up something that happened between them just the day before. However, his confidence immediately vanishes and he completely trails off into an awkward silence instead of actually finishing his sentence. Sina stares back at him with pure confusion, completely lost as to what he was actually trying to say. Nao quickly bails on the conversation entirely, flatly telling her to just forget about it, which leaves a deeply bewildered Sina loudly questioning his bizarre attitude. Sina completely ruins the serious atmosphere by playfully patting his shoulder, cheerfully urging her so-called little brother to hurry up and get moving. Left entirely defeated by her instant return to their usual childish dynamic, now lets out a heavy, utterly exhausted sigh. Pushed to his absolute limit by her constant teasing, he firmly demands that she finally drop the annoying nickname once and for all. The story jumps forward to a quiet, cloudy sky setting the stage for a brand new day. Now finds himself forced into running a highly tedious errand during his precious free time. He angrily grumbles to himself as he trudges down the street, completely annoyed that he has to trek all the way to Sina's place just to return an empty food container. He bitterly flashes back to his older sister, effortlessly dumping the delivery chore onto his plate, leaving him with absolutely no way out of it. Letting out another massive sigh of defeat, now mentally prepares himself to face Sina again, deciding that he seriously needs to start setting some firm personal boundaries with her. Now quietly solidifies his resolve, firmly deciding to step in and handle the situation before Sina can cause his older sister any more unnecessary worry. Now, unexpectedly walks right into a heated confrontation outside Sina's apartment. He watches in pure disbelief as her toxic ex-boyfriend aggressively complains about her not listening, completely ignoring Sina's angry reminder that she explicitly told him never to show his face at her place again. The ex completely dismisses her boundaries with a slimy technicality, smirking as he argues that he is only standing in front of her apartment, not actually inside it. He mockingly asks if she is genuinely ashamed to be seen with him, prompting an exhausted Sina to tell him to drop the act, state exactly what he wants, and get out. Completely ignoring her obvious discomfort, the ex casually brings up her supposed desire to talk and boldly orders her to come over later that night since he is free. He promises to text her the location, leaving a deeply unamused Sina to quickly shut down the conversation and attempt to walk away. Sina quickly turns her back on him, her expression hardening as she tries to shake off the exhausting and utterly unwanted interaction. Before she can make her escape, she suddenly spots now standing quietly nearby, completely catching her off guard. Instantly masking her stress with her usual cheerful energy, Sina asks what brings her favorite little brother around. Now plainly explains that he came by to return a food container, prompting Sina to happily offer him even more freshly made side dishes to take home. Unfazed by her generosity, now internally groans, realizing her offer just means he will be stuck returning more containers later. Sina happily lists off the different dishes she plans to pack for him, including some kimpira and potato salad. Now casually reminds her to make sure she eats properly too, knowing his sister has a huge appetite, while Sina barely eats at all. Changing the subject, now bluntly asks about the whereabouts of her younger siblings, leaving Sina mildly confused by the sudden question. She quickly clarifies that Kanata and Hina are hanging out down the street at their aunt's house. Sina casually explains that her aunt's place is actually where the kids primarily live, brushing it off by stating they are not constantly staying over at her apartment anyway. Now hesitantly tries to bring up the intense confrontation he just witnessed outside. Before he can even finish his sentence, Sina aggressively cuts him off with a forced smile, firmly insisting that he must be confusing her ex with some random weirdo to instantly kill the conversation. Now brings up what he saw, and Sina sheepishly confesses that a lot has been going on lately. Now ruthlessly lists her disastrous relationship record, reminding her how she got fooled by a fake nice guy who tried to take advantage of her, failed to realize he was just a total leech, and now apparently has another scumbag chasing after her, leaving Sina to groan as each point hits home. Giving her a cold stare, now bluntly demands to know why her taste in men is so incredibly terrible and tells her to finally learn her lesson already. Sina weakly tries to defend herself, stammering that the guys actually seemed super nice at the very beginning. She fondly remembers how a customer complimented her smile, telling her how lovely it was. The customer had also sweetly mentioned how much he enjoyed being served by her during her shifts. Now lectures her for being an idiot, pointing out that falling for cheap flattery is exactly what she needs to work on after getting played so many times. Completely defeated, Sina wonders why she always has terrible luck while everyone else finds amazing partners, leaving now to privately wonder if she needs a literal exorcism. Observing her dramatic reaction, now internally questions why her love life is always such a complete mess. Sina quietly admits that she really just wants to find happiness like everyone else. As now tries to respond, Sina reassures him that everything is fine because she plans to officially break things off with the guy later, today proudly claiming she has at least learned when it is time to call it quits. Now stands quietly in the hallway looking completely lost in his own thoughts after their conversation. Sina bids him a warm goodbye at her front door, telling him to get home safely even though they are practically next-door neighbors, leaving Now standing in silence, before he finally gathers the courage to pass along a message. Now casually invites her to come over for dinner again on behalf of his older sister, which leaves Sina looking completely surprised by the unexpected invitation. Sina quickly brightens up and flashes him a warm, cheerful smile, happily accepting the invite and asking him to pass along her gratitude to his sister. The heavy front door finally closes with a solid thud, ending their brief encounter. As Now starts walking down the hallway to head back to his own apartment, he suddenly pauses as he senses someone else nearby. He turns around to find Sina's younger brother standing quietly in the corridor, looking remarkably somber. The younger brother looks up with a worried expression, quietly asking Now if his sister is doing all right. With a heavy heart, the boy wonders aloud if his big sister is pushing herself too hard again. The boy explains how lonely things have been since they stopped living together, noting that his sister must feel even more isolated, and confesses his long-held hope that someone kind would finally step up to stay by her side and make her feel safe, especially after catching a glimpse of the two of them together recently. The memory of his older sister being slapped by some jerk still felt incredibly vivid. Seeing that terrible moment unfold was the exact instant Now's little brother realized how messed up the situation really was. As the younger brother questioned what was wrong with that guy, he knew deep down that something was seriously off when Now called out to him. Filled with pure anger, he couldn't comprehend why anyone would treat his big sister like that, declaring his absolute hatred and inability to ever forgive the jerk. He lamented that every single guy who ever got close to their sister turned out to be a total jerk, leaving him frustrated because he desperately wanted to protect her, but felt completely powerless. Now checked in on him again as the little brother spiraled, completely at a loss for what they should do next. Now stepped in with a comforting gesture, silently offering his support to ease his younger brother's burden. Now confidently assured him not to worry, promising that he would take full responsibility and handle the situation himself. The younger brother could only sniffle and quietly agree, finally finding some comfort in Now's words. With a deep determination, Now prepared himself to face the problem as night fell over the city. Sina reluctantly meets her toxic ex at a bar, and as soon as he casually calls her over, she firmly establishes her boundaries by declaring she is only staying for a single drink. Unfazed, he smoothly questions if she really thinks they will be done talking by the time her glass is empty. He casually brushes off her previous attempt to break up, confidently claiming that he actually likes her quite a bit. Disgusted, Sina immediately fires back, calling out his absolute audacity to say something so sweet after he literally hit her for rejecting him, bluntly adding that she already knows he is messing around with plenty of other girls anyway. He tosses out a completely half-hearted apology for striking her, pathetically excusing his violence by claiming he was just a little irritated at the time. He then completely dismisses her concerns about his blatant infidelity, arguing that their kind of relationship is purely temporary anyway, so she should just shut up and have fun while it lasts. Completely unmoved by his slimy logic and toxic mindset, Sina stands her ground and quietly but firmly states that she wants absolutely no part of that kind of lifestyle. The ex lets out a dismissive sigh and casually accepts her firm rejection. However, the moment he agrees to finally break up, he immediately pivots to add a sinister condition to their separation. Setting the exact price for her absolute freedom, he smoothly slides a fresh, untouched cocktail directly across the table toward her. Raising his own glass with a manipulative, completely unfazed smile, he proposes they one final drink together to officially and permanently end things between them. Left with absolutely no other choice if she wants him out of her life for good, Sina reluctantly accepts his final twisted term to secure her escape. Time silently passes into the deep of the night, casting a dark and ominous shadow over the city skyline as their final meeting takes a potentially dangerous turn. The scene transitions with a sudden gust of wind as a cold chill sweeps through the night air. Sina suddenly snaps back to her senses only to find herself outside in the middle of the city. Her head is pounding, she feels absolutely terrible, and she quickly realizes she can barely stand or walk on her own. As she struggles to focus, her ex-boyfriend asks if she is finally awake while holding her up. Utterly disoriented, Sina tries to piece together her surroundings while wondering what is happening and how she ended up in this situation. When she questions his intentions, he casually claims that she simply passed out from drinking and that he is just trying to look after her. He explains that the bartender is an acquaintance of his who must have mixed her single drink way too strong, leaving Sina highly skeptical, as she struggles to comprehend how one drink could completely incapacitate her. As he forcibly pulls her along toward a nearby hotel, Sina weakly demands that he stop and let her go. She grows increasingly panicked as her body refuses to cooperate, leaving her feeling utterly helpless and furious that he would take advantage of her in this state. Sina struggles to breathe as her head continues to spin uncontrollably while the man relentlessly presses on. He dismisses her protests, asking her to go out with him one last time. Feeling completely trapped and powerless to defend herself, Sina can only ask herself why this is happening to her. A profound sense of despair washes over her as she bitterly wonders why things always have to end up like this. Sina reflects on her deepest insecurities, recalling her constant fear of being abandoned and left behind. She admits to herself that she had only sought out relationships to escape her painful loneliness, realizing how heavily that desperate mindset has cost her. Sina feels completely overwhelmed, silently questioning why her life and her choices always end up in such a complete mess. A sudden, sharp voice cuts through the quiet night, catching everyone off guard. Now suddenly intercepts Sina and her sleazy ex-boyfriend, coldly demanding that the guy let go of her immediately. The ex-boyfriend aggressively demands to know who now is, as now finishes ordering him to let her go, while a heavily dazed Sina weakly mutters her favorite nickname for now. Hearing the nickname, the ex-boyfriend quickly tries to laugh it off and casually explains that she got way too drunk. He claims he was just going to help her get home, but since her little brother is here, he is more than happy to hand her over. As the ex-boyfriend mockingly asks Sina if she can walk, now takes action and forcefully pulls her away from him. Now protectively pulls her close, completely cutting off any further contact with her toxic ex-boyfriend. Now shoots the guy an incredibly cold and threatening glare, warning him to back off for good. Completely unfazed by Now's silent warning, the ex-boyfriend just gives a smug smirk. With a casual parting remark, the ex-boyfriend walks away into the night, leaving Sina completely in Now's hands. In the middle of a heavy downpour, Now unexpectedly finds Sina in a state of distress and rushes to support her. Seeing how completely exhausted she is, Now immediately demands to know why she is even out here, while a breathless Sina mentally notes his presence. In his arms, she is suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of safety that she cannot quite wrap her head around. Gripped by a sudden wave of vulnerability, she softly thanks him for being there. Now remains completely silent, letting the heavy weight of her words hang in the air. The two of them remain huddled together on the pavement, letting the rest of the world fade away as the storm rages around them. The narrative shifts to the past, as Sina recalls a childhood memory from when she was only 8 years old, waking up to a quiet home. On that fateful morning, she was forced to face the heartbreaking reality that her mother had abandoned her. Sina opens up about her incredibly painful childhood, explaining how her father was always absent, and her mother ultimately abandoned her, leaving her feeling completely worthless and left behind. To distract herself from the crushing loneliness, Sina threw herself into housework, learning to clean and cook on her own. Surprisingly, keeping busy with these chores actually brought her a bit of comfort and kept her mind off her broken home. One day, a kind neighborhood lady loaded her up with a massive bag of fresh vegetables, prompting a hesitant Sina to ask if she was really allowed to take so much. The lady cheerfully offered even more, but a strained Sina explained she physically couldn't carry another thing. Despite the heavy load, Sina was thrilled, realizing the haul would let her prepare plenty of home-cooked meals. The old lady watched her with a deeply concerned look, softly calling out her name. When the lady gently asked if everything was truly all right at her house, Sina jolted in surprise. She quickly forced a bright, reassuring smile and lied that her father had been coming home more often, hurriedly thanking the lady before making a quick escape. Sina admits that she was absolutely terrified of anyone finding out about her broken family, desperately trying to keep her living situation a complete secret from the world. More than anything, she absolutely detested the idea of people pitying her, though sudden waves of intense loneliness would still hit her out of nowhere. She kept her emotional walls sky-high, terrified that if she let her guard down even for a split second, she would completely fall apart. She spent years bottling up all her pain without even realizing it, and just as she felt herself finally reaching her absolute breaking point, a new person suddenly entered her life, calling her name and pulling her right out of her isolation. The story flashes back as a woman named Keo Sakuma warmly introduces herself to a young Sina. Sina explains that Keo was her father's new girlfriend who was already pregnant with her baby brother Kanata and moved in to help look after her. Despite Sina's worries about her own subpar cooking skills and accidentally burning their meal, Keo enthusiastically praises the food and insists she actually loves the burnt parts, instantly trying to make Sina feel welcome. Sina notes that Keo was physically frail and spent most of her energy caring for the newborn baby. Seeing how hard she worked, Sina quietly resolved to help out in any way she could. Wanting to make things even a little bit easier for Keo, Sina actively took charge of the daily housework and offered to clean up after their meals. Keo apologetically admits that she should be the one handling all the chores, but Sina quickly reassures her, claiming that she genuinely enjoys cooking and cleaning. Despite the reassurance, Keo guiltily laments that she feels pathetic as a mother for letting her own daughter handle everything around the house. Hearing the unexpected words, Sina freezes in the middle of doing the dishes. A sudden quiet shock washes over Sina as she processes the emotional weight of what was just said. She slowly turns around to look at Keo, her mind completely focused on the fact that Keo just referred to her as her daughter. Overwhelmed by the sudden realization, Sina wonders if she is truly allowed to accept Keo as her mother and be considered her daughter. In a tender flashback, young Sina asks a mother figure if she could ever be considered her daughter. The mother figure immediately welcomes her with open arms, warmly confirming that of course she can. The heartfelt acceptance deeply moves young Sina, leaving her completely overwhelmed with emotion. The mother figure humbly questions if Sina is truly okay being with someone so pathetic, but Sina enthusiastically insists she is completely happy with the arrangement, sealing their close bond. Sina reflects on her past, thinking about how she genuinely believed those peaceful, happy days would never end. Her peaceful childhood was abruptly shattered by an unexpected tragedy, as she was forced to face the somber reality of a devastating funeral. Gripped by grief, young Sina had to stand before the memorial, completely devastated by the sudden loss of her parent. As she processed the tragic loss in silence, a relative suddenly called out her name. The adults coldly informed her of their decision to take her young siblings Kanata and Hina away to live with them, bluntly declaring that a middle schooler like Sina could never raise them on her own. The relative ruthlessly finalized the decision, reminding Sina that she cannot possibly look after anyone else when she does not even have a proper guardian to look after herself. Bitterly reflecting on her mother's death, Sina couldn't help but sigh, questioning why Keo had ever gotten involved with that terrible man who didn't even show up to her funeral. As she stood lost in her heavy thoughts, her little brother Kanata quietly called out to her. Sina looked down as Kanata held onto her hand in his little suit, softly calling out his name with a heavy heart. Sina gently told Kanata to be a good boy at their auntie's house, prompting her younger brother to ask if she was coming along too. She softly explained that she would be staying behind because their old house was still her home, even as others pointed out that he would get to live in a nice, spacious house. Hearing her decision, Kanata immediately burst into tears, crying out that he wanted to stay with his big sister. Sina quickly embraced him to calm his panic, reassuring him that everything would be okay and reminding him that they would still be living in the very same neighborhood. She gently comforted him, promising that they could see each other whenever they wanted, bringing their tearful parting to a quiet close as she accepted her new reality. With her family split up, she was left entirely alone in that quiet, empty house once again. The crushing weight of the solitude settled in, leaving her to quietly endure the silence of her empty home. She lay alone on her futon in the quiet room, her phone sitting silently beside her as she tried to find comfort in her own thoughts. As the light of dawn slowly began to peek through her window, a new day finally arrived to break the long, quiet night. Waking up in her own bed the next morning, Sina was completely bewildered, trying to piece together her memories and wondering exactly when she had made it back home. Sina slowly regains consciousness, letting out a heavy groan as she tries to shake off the intense lingering fuzziness completely fogging up her mind. Her hazy memory briefly flashes back to the rainy night before recalling a murky and chaotic scene where Now stood quietly under an umbrella while she leaned heavily against someone else. Her foggy thoughts are abruptly shattered by the loud, sudden chime of her doorbell ringing throughout the apartment. Still completely disoriented from her deep sleep, she groggily shuffles over to the entryway and unlatches the front door to see who could possibly be visiting. She is immediately greeted by the incredibly relieved and deeply worried face of Nao's older sister, who breathes out her name the second the door swings open. Completely caught off guard by the unexpected morning visit, Sina just stares back blankly and quietly mutters her friend's nickname in absolute confusion. Her friend quickly steps inside, letting out a massive sigh of relief that she is finally awake, before immediately bombarding her with panicked questions about whether she is hurt or in any pain. Sina remains totally lost, prompting her friend to gently explain that Now actually reached out to her the previous night, a detail that only leaves Sina even more bewildered about what exactly went down. The older sister kindly breaks down the timeline, explaining that she swapped out with Now at the apartment to help Sina change and get safely tucked into bed. Hearing this, Sina cringes in absolute embarrassment, sheepishly admitting that her memory of the entire second half of the night is a total blank. As the terrifying reality of the previous night finally sinks in, Sina realizes that the man had completely set her up, while a flashback reveals an absolutely livid Now violently cracking his knuckles and aggressively cursing out the scumbag who tried to trap her. As Sina stands in a heavy silence, Nao's sister gently breaks the quiet, expressing how incredibly relieved she is. Looking at Sina with genuine warmth, she softly emphasizes that she is just incredibly glad Sina is safe, leaving Sina completely stunned by her kindness. Overwhelmed with guilt, Sina quietly apologizes, admitting she feels like she does nothing but make her friend's life incredibly difficult. She internally despairs over not knowing what to do, finding herself completely unable to even fake her usual cheerful smile. Feeling like she is nothing but trouble, Sina hesitantly begins to suggest that perhaps they should stop being friends altogether to prevent further burdening her. Before she can even finish the thought, Nao's sister immediately and firmly shuts the idea down. She tells Sina never to speak like that again, fiercely promising that she will absolutely stay right by her side no matter what happens. Flashing her warmest and most genuine smile, she gently reminds Sina that they are best friends. Tears well up in Sina's eyes as she completely breaks down, unable to comprehend how someone could say something so profoundly kind to her. She reflects on how, despite her desperate attempts to push her friend away, the loyalty she is shown is absolutely overwhelming. As her hand is held tightly, Sina internally confesses that when someone promises to stay by her side like that, it makes her desperately want to hold on forever, even if it brings her pain. She bitterly criticizes herself for these feelings, feeling incredibly selfish and labeling herself as the absolute worst to the very end. Overcome with emotion, Sina tearfully wonders how she could ever possibly repay his sister for all of her unconditional support, quietly confessing her deep appreciation and love for her best friend. Her emotional reflection is abruptly cut short as she quickly snaps right back to reality. Suddenly remembering her other major priority, Sina loudly realizes that she desperately needs to apologize to Now as well. Sina quickly asks if he is currently home, prompting his sister to guess that, since school just let out, he is probably taking his sweet time and running a detour on his way back. The scene shifts to a local convenience store as an automated voice cheerfully welcomes customers inside. Inside the store, Nao's friend casually brings up an upcoming video game release and asks if Now plans on buying it. When Now gives a completely non-committal answer, his friend eagerly offers to buy it himself so they can play it together, totally oblivious to a suited man stepping up to the counter right beside them. The suited man steps up to the register and calmly requests a specific pack of cigarettes. He stands in complete silence, casually waiting for the cashier to grab his order. The man suddenly turns around with a surprised noise upon hearing a remark, prompting Now to internally panic and curse himself for accidentally blurting his thoughts out loud. At a convenience store checkout, Now and his friend suddenly run into Sina's ex-boyfriend. The man casually smiles and thanks Now for yesterday, asking if his big sister is doing okay. Now and his friend are completely caught off guard by the encounter. As the ex-boyfriend prepares to leave, Now quietly mutters that the girl is not his sister. Now looks directly at him and firmly repeats that the girl from yesterday is absolutely not his sister. The ex-boyfriend is genuinely surprised by this revelation, questioning if she really is not Now's sister. While Now's friend watches in complete confusion, Now bluntly tells the guy not to mess with him, claiming his actual sister is way prettier than Sina. Hearing this, the ex-boyfriend curiously asks what Sina actually is to him if she isn't his sister, leaving Now completely silent. Now looks away, coldly muttering that it doesn't matter and asking who even cares what their relationship is. Seeing Now's defensive reaction, the ex-boyfriend lets out a quiet realization, smirking as he pieces together Now's true feelings. As the ex-boyfriend walks past them to leave, he casually offers a sarcastic thank you to Now for stepping in to help out yesterday. Flashing a condescending smile, the man turns back to Now, calling him a little brat and asking if he has a minute to talk. A phone suddenly rings in the quiet, and someone quickly answers the call. The ex-boyfriend receives an annoyed call from a colleague demanding to know why he disappeared to buy cigarettes when their meeting is about to start. But he dismissively tells them to stop nagging and promises to return shortly. The ex-boyfriend turns his attention back to Now, asking to confirm if Now is actually Sina's brother, and pressing him to define their actual relationship, only for Now to coldly reply that it is none of his business. The ex-boyfriend patronizingly comments that Now must be a high schooler despite his mature appearance, mockingly lecturing him that kids his age should not be hanging around adult places. Annoyed by the endless talking, Now bluntly tells him to shut up and just spit out whatever he wants already. Letting out an exasperated sigh about kids these days, the ex-boyfriend taps on his phone while warning Now to show some respect to his elders. He casually complains that he was fully planning on getting lucky with Sina, only for Now to get in his way. With a smug smile, the ex-boyfriend audaciously suggests that Now let him punch him once to settle the score. Now simply stares back in dead silence, completely unfazed by the absurd and aggressive proposition. The ex-boyfriend patronizingly argues that a single punch is better than being beaten to a pulp, to teach Now a lesson about sticking his nose into adult business, warning Now not to try anything stupid like hitting back. Now calmly responds that his compliance depends entirely on the situation. Now meets up with the toxic ex-boyfriend and makes a staggering offer. He tells the smirking guy that he is willing to let him throw a punch, but only in exchange for a major condition. With an unwavering glare, Now delivers his strict ultimatum, demanding that the guy never get involved with Sina ever again. The ex-boyfriend remains silent, his gaze sharpening as he processes the high schooler's incredibly bold proposal. The ex-boyfriend casually brushes him off, arguing that this mess is strictly between him and Sina and has nothing to do with Now. However, Now bluntly fires back that he does not give a single damn about any of that. The ex-boyfriend falls completely silent, his smug expression shifting into a cold, dangerous glare as he realizes Now refuses to back down. Quietly echoing his previous warning, the ex-boyfriend begins to make a threatening move with a menacing calm. In a sudden flash, the ex-boyfriend aggressively forces a physical confrontation, completely catching Now off guard. Asserting his physical dominance, the ex-boyfriend sneers and mockingly comments on how Now really does not know how to watch his mouth. The ex-boyfriend warns Now that looking down on adults will only lead to a very painful lesson. Leaning in with a cruel smirk, he asks Now if he needs to teach him that lesson right now, but Now simply glares back in silent defiance. The ex-boyfriend mockingly compliments Now's pretty face, suggesting he could easily use his good looks to play with one girl after another. He smugly advises Now not to let those looks go to waste, maintaining his patronizing attitude. The ex-boyfriend casually smiles, offering to hook Now up with a lucrative job since he supposedly has all kinds of connections in that industry. He mockingly adds that since Sina never fell for a real deal like him, she must have been completely uninterested in a kid like Now anyway. Leaning in close with a smug grin, he slyly asks now if he actually has feelings for Sina, trailing off into a sinister whisper. He whispers a highly offensive and vulgar question directly into Nao's ear, asking if Nao wants to hear about the kind of face she makes when they are together. He continues to taunt Nao, claiming that as a high schooler, Nao must only ever think about that kind of stuff anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to know. Laughing mockingly, he claims he is only offering the information just in case Nao ever manages to get lucky with her. Nao clenches his teeth in silence, his pure boiling fury pushing him past his absolute limit. Without warning, Nao snaps, lunging forward with a sudden violent burst of speed to shut him up. With his eyes wide with murderous rage, Nao instantly corners the smug jerk. He forcefully grabs the ex-boyfriend's face to silence him, coldly warning him that he has been rattling his mouth for way too long, and that his voice is incredibly annoying. Nao stared down the ex-boyfriend with pure contempt, bluntly telling the trash to just go ahead and do whatever he was going to do, because he had absolutely no time to waste on a piece of garbage like him. The insult clearly hit a nerve, causing the ex-boyfriend to narrow his eyes in silent irritation at the teenager's sheer defiance. Instead of immediately snapping, the guy simply let out a mocking chuckle to mask his irritation. He agreed that he didn't want to waste time either, since he would be late for work if he didn't hurry, wanting to just get their little confrontation over with as quickly as possible. But as he continued to threaten Nao, his smug expression shifted as he announced that he had completely changed his mind. With a punchable fake smile, the ex-boyfriend suggested that his original plan of letting Nao off with just a single punch might not be nearly enough to teach him a proper lesson. Preparing to strike, the guy declared that he was going to make absolutely certain that Nao would never be able to pull a stunt like this again. He was determined to permanently shut Nao's cheeky mouth so he could never talk back to him again. Before he could swing, a sudden set of rapid footsteps echoed nearby as someone frantically rushed over, catching Nao completely by surprise. Nao could only watch in absolute confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden and chaotic intervention. Before the suited ex-boyfriend can do anything to Nao, Sina suddenly storms in and violently smacks the man right over the head with her heavy bag. With an incredibly fierce glare, Sina aggressively orders the guy to get his filthy hands off of Nao. As the ex hunches over and groans in pain, Sina steps right in front of Nao and coldly mocks the man, bluntly pointing out that a hit from her bag is absolutely nothing compared to all the pain he has put her through over time. Watching him cower on the convenience store floor, Sina ruthlessly suggests that since he is already down there, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to just get himself neutered. Boiling with pure rage, Sina grabs Nao's sleeve and harshly curses her ex out, telling the bastard to drop dead before declaring that they are leaving immediately. As Sina pulls him away, Nao looks back and tells his friend Arasawa to come along too, prompting the flustered classmate to quickly agree and hurry after them. Sina marches forward without saying another word, keeping her focus completely locked dead ahead as she drags Nao away from the confrontation. The messy encounter fades out as the scene quietly transitions to a bright, cloudy sky outside the store. Sina stubbornly keeps walking until Nao repeatedly calls out to her from behind, firmly asking if she will just pause for a single second. Nao stands quietly on the street as Sina suddenly turns her head to face him. Sina looks at him with deep regret and immediately apologizes for everything. Looking down with a heavy heart, Sina laments that she has no idea how to properly apologize. She admits she feels terrible for dragging him into her dangerous relationship drama, both yesterday and today, confessing she never imagined her ex would try to physically attack him. Nao dismisses her guilt, bluntly stating that he doesn't need an apology because he intervened purely because he wanted to. His direct and honest confession leaves Sina staring back at him in complete silence. Sina looks at him with a gentle smile, privately wondering why both Nao and his older sister always go so far out of their way to protect someone like her. Her silent, appreciative gaze leaves Nao looking slightly confused. She genuinely thanks Nao for his help, but quickly insists that everything is fine, Nao firmly asking him to never put himself in danger like that again. Sina warns him that dealing with her ex-boyfriend is incredibly dangerous, since they don't truly know what he is capable of, adding that she would never be able to face Nao's sister if anything bad ever happened to him. She assures him that she will be much more careful from now on to make absolutely sure a situation like this never happens again. She confidently adds that even if another problem does arise in the future, she is fully prepared to handle the situation all by herself. Without a single second of hesitation, Now shoots down her resolve with a flat, unamused expression, bluntly telling her that there is absolutely no way he is letting her handle things alone. Sina stands completely frozen, her eyes wide as she tries to process the sudden harsh words he just threw at her. A tense, awkward silence stretches between them as Now casually stands his ground, leaving an utterly stunned Sina completely lost for words. Sina finally snaps out of her daze, baffled as she asks what he just said. Now bluntly repeats that there is no way he is letting her handle things alone because she is a clueless idiot with zero judgment. Offended, Sina immediately blows up at him for relentlessly calling her stupid over and over again. She defensively argues that while she might be a little hopeless sometimes, she is not so entirely helpless that she needs someone to constantly babysit her. Unfazed, Now stubbornly shuts her down and insists she cannot handle it, prompting an incredibly frustrated Sina to yell that he is completely looking down on her. Pushed to her absolute limit, Sina aggressively demands to know why he insists on constantly sticking his nose into her personal business when it has absolutely nothing to do with him. Now meets her frustrated outburst with a completely calm and intensely serious stare, letting a heavy pause settle between them as he prepares his answer. Without missing a beat, he bluntly confesses that he likes her, instantly silencing Sina and leaving her staring back at him in pure shock. The massive confession hangs heavily in the air as a gentle breeze sweeps through the street, leaving the two of them standing completely motionless in the quiet aftermath. Sina remains completely speechless, her mind racing as she struggles to comprehend the unexpected reality of his bold declaration. His usual confident facade finally cracks, a deep blush quickly spreading across his face as the sheer embarrassment of his own honest confession fully catches up to him. Sina is left incredibly flustered and startled, admitting she was genuinely shocked because Now has never said something so direct to her face before. Regaining his composure, Now calmly steers the conversation back to what they were talking about. Sina remains completely silent, quietly processing the weight of his words as the reality of his confession sinks in. Sina quietly concedes his point before suddenly letting out a confused hum, leaving Now to dryly question what she is talking about. Summoning her courage, Sina directly asks if he genuinely likes her, while Now simply holds her gaze without a single hint of hesitation. Seeing her look so shocked, Now boldly offers to state his feelings even more clearly if she needs him to, leaving her in absolute disbelief. Now simply maintains his steady gaze, completely serious and unwavering in his feelings. Sina can only offer a dazed and completely overwhelmed reaction as their chaotic story officially comes to a close. Sina is left completely speechless upon running into Now staring at him in stunned silence as she realizes he took a physical hit from her ex-boyfriend to protect her. Feeling the weight of her intense gaze, Now awkwardly tries to break the tense silence, completely unsure of how to explain himself. Both of them begin to stammer, simultaneously completely stumbling over their words as an unexpected wave of awkward romantic tension suddenly takes over the conversation. The two of them lapse into a heavy, quiet pause, with Sina feeling deeply embarrassed while Now quietly stands by and waits for her to speak. Lost in her own thoughts, Sina struggles to process her rapidly mounting feelings while the awkward silence between them only continues to stretch out. Sina was absolutely baffled by his behavior, questioning if he had completely lost his mind, which only prompted Now to dryly think that was his own line before firmly telling her to shut up. She stood frozen in disbelief, begging him to wait a second and questioning if he was actually being serious. Her panic was abruptly cut short when her phone suddenly began to ring loudly, completely shattering the tense atmosphere. Fumbling to answer the call, Sina was shocked to find her manager on the other line, desperately trying to understand why she was being contacted on her day off, just to be hit with an urgent demand to discuss next month's schedule right that very second. Sina stammered frantically into the receiver, trying to explain that she was incredibly busy and that it really wasn't a good time to talk, struggling to find the right words to gracefully end the call. Seeing Now signal his departure, Sina quickly told her manager she would have to call them back later, letting out a gasp of surprise as Now casually started to walk away without her. She watched his retreating back as he continued down the street, desperately calling out his favorite nickname in a futile attempt to get him to stop. As he kept walking without looking back, a heavy silence settled between them, forcing her to confront the emotional wall between them. Sina struggled to define what he meant to her, internally reasoning that he was simply her best friend's younger brother and desperately telling herself that there was absolutely nothing more to their relationship than that. She hesitated, her voice trailing off as she tried to gather the courage to say what was truly on her mind. Filled with a deep regret, she could only stammer out a quiet apology, unable to find the right words to fix the growing distance between them. Arasawa awkwardly pouts in the background, feeling completely out of place and quietly wondering to himself if he is even supposed to be hanging around for this tense moment between Sina and Now. Sina stares at him quietly until Now finally breaks the silence, giving her an exhausted look and bluntly asking her to get to the point. Now casually pushes the issue, prompting a completely flustered Sina to aggressively repeat his words back to him before awkwardly trailing off with an apology. With a highly serious and vulnerable expression, Sina confesses that she can no longer see him as just her best friend's little brother. Now flashes a cheeky smirk and playfully calls her an idiot, telling her to just deal with the new dynamic before casually turning to Arasawa and announcing that they are leaving. Left standing alone on the street, a completely stunned and blushing, Sina freezes in place before quietly muttering to herself in sheer exasperation. As they walk away, Arasawa gently scolds Now, pointing out that if he had a crush on Sina this whole time, he should have just said something so Arasawa could have helped or at least listened to him vent. Now casually brushes it off, simply asking why it would even matter. Now turns to his friend with a deeply serious expression, bluntly explaining that telling him would not have changed a single thing about the situation anyway. A quiet somber moment passes as Now lowers his gaze, letting the heavy reality of his own words sink in. Now finishes his thought, bitterly acknowledging the harsh truth that Sina is completely uninterested in him romantically, and admitting he already knows she just does not see him that way. Now's friend tries to comfort him, pointing out that worrying over nothing is just a complete waste of time. Suddenly, his friend delivers a swift kick to snap him out of his funk, and incredibly annoyed, Now demands to know what on earth his problem is. His friend casually replies that he considers Now a truly great friend and would always turn to him first if anything happened. He adds that he highly respects how capable Now is and is genuinely proud to be his friend, but his friend's tone shifts as he bluntly admits that Now's tendency to always play things cool and keep everything to himself is actually a little hard to deal with. Now is left completely stunned by his friend's blunt honesty. His friend immediately goes on a dramatic rant, yelling about how Now clearly doesn't trust him enough to tell him what is going on. He angrily points out that Now had no problem putting him on the spot earlier, but is now stubbornly keeping his own mouth shut, leaving a sweat dropping Now to privately admit that he actually has a point. Continuing his loud tirade, his friend demands that Now stop playing it cool and acting smug, all the time asking if Now is really that desperate to maintain his perfect image. He angrily complains that Now's closed-off attitude makes him feel completely left out, leaving Now to dryly complain that he is just being straight up insulted at this point. Sensing the sheer sincerity behind the yelling, Now quietly observes that his friend is incredibly straightforward even when he is actively trying to pick a fight. Now softly tells his friend not to assume that everyone can be as open and direct, as he is quietly muttering that it must be nice. When his friend points out that being able to blurt out everything so honestly is exactly what makes Now's straightforwardness nice, Now gets completely flustered and defensive, demanding to know what his friend's problem is. Now's older sister casually notes that the boys have finally returned. Sina lets out a confused hum as she turns to see who just walked through the door. Now and his friend step into the room looking completely battered and covered in bruises from head to toe. Now's sister immediately panics and demands to know what happened, prompting Now to casually brush it off as just a little fight. When she questions him further in pure shock, he plainly explains that they just went at it for a bit and settled things, telling her not to worry, while Sina dryly notes his flimsy excuse. Haruto aggressively bows an apology, deeply regretting that he got completely carried away. Sina quickly orders Now to go patch his friend up, which he awkwardly agrees to do, while Now's sister rushes off to grab the first aid kit. As they head down the hall, Now pauses and looks back, calling Haruto by his first name and promising that from now on he will tell him if something happens. Haruto stares back in stunned silence as Now quietly asks if that compromise is good enough for him. A massive genuine grin breaks across Haruto's battered face as he happily agrees to the new terms. Haruto cheerfully notes that he also learned his lesson today and should be completely fine moving forward. He playfully calls Now out for being absolutely terrible at picking his words, teasing that he always has to read between the lines with him, while Now silently grumbles that he simply doesn't say enough. The heavy door slams completely shut behind them. Back home in his bedroom, Now rests on the floor and lets out a tired sigh, quietly reflecting on the chaotic events of the day. His thoughts drift back to the moment of the confrontation, vividly recalling the exact feeling of Sina desperately grabbing onto his sleeve. He stays silent, unable to shake the lingering feeling of her touch from his mind. He lets out a heavy, frustrated breath as he struggles to calm his racing thoughts. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Sina's co-worker bluntly points out that Sina is seriously cursed when it comes to her taste in men. Sina remains completely silent, simply sipping her drink, as the harsh reality of her friend's words sinks in. Her friend continues to list her bad luck, pointing out how she always runs into minor disasters, red lights, and accidents, leaving a dryly amused Sina to note how incredibly harsh her friend is being. Sina laughs it off, admitting that her poor luck is likely her own fault rather than just bad fortune. She cheerfully notes that she is simply scatterbrained and a bit too simple-minded. Her friend questions why they even need a tarot reading when Sina's traits are so obvious, but Sina gets playfully defensive, reminding her friend that she was the one who asked for the test run. Her friend dismisses the complaints and begins consulting the cards to see what else is written. Looking closely at the cards, her friend delivers a brutal truth, pointing out that Sina has a deep habit of constantly lying to herself. The sudden accusation leaves Sina completely frozen, staring ahead in stunned silence. Sina begins a heavy reflection on her past actions, quietly admitting that Now was indeed correct about her terrible taste in men. In another flashback, her ex-boyfriend aggressively complains that she is breaking their agreement about going to the movies, only for Sina to coldly dismiss his whining by stating she simply changed her mind. The ex-boyfriend completely lost his temper, telling her to stop repeating herself and screaming that she was incredibly annoying. The flashback takes a dark turn as he violently slaps her across the face in a sudden fit of rage. The ex-boyfriend dismissively argued that they always ended up doing the same thing anyway, leaving Sina to try and reassure herself, while he pathetically claimed he had not come there just to hit her. He coldly snapped that he had no idea what she expected from him, forcing Sina to weakly insist she was fine even as she was violently thrown to the ground. She remembers the sheer terror of being pinned down completely at the mercy of the toxic person she had trusted. With a cruel smile, the ex-boyfriend made it brutally clear that he could never actually give her the genuine love or happiness she wanted, leaving her utterly devastated. Back in her quiet apartment, she was completely consumed by the raw trauma and humiliation of the betrayal, hiding away from the world as her painful isolation returned. In her absolute darkest hour, she found comfort in the loving memory of her mother figure checking in on her, finally allowing herself to feel safe again. Having finally made it back inside, Sina quickly sent a reassuring text message to let her best friend know that she was completely okay. She barely had a moment to catch her breath before her phone suddenly chimed with an incoming notification, catching her off guard. Glancing down at the screen, Sina saw her friend checking in to ask if she was all right. The familiar, caring attitude immediately made her chuckle, fondly thinking to herself that her best friend and Now really are siblings in the exact same protective way. Another ping brought a fresh message assuring her that Now was back to acting completely normal too, and that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. The quick update instantly eased her mind, bringing a genuine sense of relief. But as she started to relax, the reality of the situation suddenly hit her like a truck. She frantically reminded herself that even if she wasn't in love with Now, the boy had literally just confessed his feelings directly to her face. Groaning in pure panic, Sina spiraled over what she was supposed to do next, guiltily apologizing to her friend as she worried if she was accidentally leading her best friend's younger brother on. She couldn't wrap her head around when his feelings had even started, utterly baffled by how she had managed to remain completely oblivious this entire time. She desperately racked her brain for any clues, but every single memory she had of him was just now being incredibly prickly, constantly telling her to go home, ignoring her snacks, calling her a useless idiot, and warning her to keep her hands to herself. She sat in absolute silence, completely stumped, as she tried to make sense of the massive contradiction between his behavior and his words. Sina groaned and wondered if his entire confession had just been some bizarre dream, unable to find even a trace of affection, no matter how hard she looked back at their past. But as she struggled to doubt it, Nao's honest and unwavering voice echoed clearly in her mind, once more leaving her completely speechless, as the undeniable reality of his feelings hit her all over again. Sina processes the tense situation, slowly coming to the realization that Nao's sudden romantic confession was not just a passing joke. Her mind races as the heavy reality of his genuine feelings finally begins to truly sink in. She reflects on all their recent encounters, completely overwhelmed by the memories of him consistently stepping up to protect and comfort her when she needed it most. A heavy silence settles over her as she completely loses herself in a spiral of anxious overthinking. Overwhelmed by deep-seated self-doubt, Sina bitterly questions why Nao would ever choose to fall for someone as flawed as her out of everyone else in the world. Driven by her own insecurities, she firmly concludes that she absolutely cannot allow a genuinely good guy like him to get dragged down and ruined by her messy life. Reflecting on his unwavering sincerity, she is struck by a heavy wave of guilt over the mere idea of burdening him with her complicated baggage. Hardening her resolve, Sina quietly accepts that she has to protect him from herself by completely shutting down any chance of a relationship. The story officially transitions into the 8th chapter, leaving a deeply conflicted Sina sitting quietly as she continues to wrestle with the heavy burden of Nao's confession. Sina drops by Nao and his sister's house, nervously offering a friendly greeting when the older sister opens the door. Sina offers some of her delicious leftover side dishes, and the sister happily accepts them, expressing how they always polish off her cooking in no time. The sister teases that Sina's amazing cooking has won both her and Nao over by their stomachs, before inviting her inside to stay for some tea. The sister mentions she has some fancy cake from a popular shop near the station that Sina probably bought to with Nao anyway, but Sina quickly clarifies she brought 3 pieces just in case. Realizing she has a perfect excuse to stay, Sina nervously agrees to join them. She steps into the entryway, politely apologizing for dropping in unannounced. As she enters, she immediately spots Nao sitting in the living room. She finds Nao completely focused on a video game while his older sister casually asks if they should plate a slice of cake for him as well. Nao flatly declines the treat, telling his sister to just eat his instead, which prompts his sister to sigh in exasperation at his ungrateful attitude. Sensing Nao's chilly reaction, Sina awkwardly apologizes for dropping by, leaving them trapped in a highly tense and uncomfortable silence. Nao quietly stares down in total silence, completely lost in his own thoughts, before subtly shifting his focus. While Nao's older sister cheerfully offers to brew some coffee or tea, Sina stews in pure frustration over Nao completely giving her the cold shoulder. She internally questions if he is seriously ignoring her after literally just confessing, desperately wondering if that massive revelation was actually just a bizarre dream. Sina silently watches from the doorway as Nao casually lounges on the couch with his game, completely ignoring her presence while cheerfully offering to help his older sister instead. Sina stands quietly in the room, completely at a loss for words, as she watches Nao casually walk right past her and out the door without even acknowledging her existence. Safely back in his own room, Nao lets out a heavy sigh of utter defeat. He rubs his neck and quietly contemplates just escaping to the convenience store to completely avoid the incredibly awkward atmosphere out in the living room. His grand escape plan hits an immediate snag when he realizes he completely forgot his phone out on the living room table. He instantly cringes in silence, heavily dreading the sheer embarrassment of having to march right back out there after just storming off like he was totally unbothered. Nao closes his eyes and easily brushes off his own internal panic, deciding to just swallow his pride and get the painful retrieval mission over with. Just as he reaches for the handle, a sudden knock stops him dead in his tracks as Sina's familiar voice casually calls out his nickname from the other side of the door. Sina walks toward the door of her apartment, pausing to call out and check if Now is still standing outside in the hallway. Now calmly answers from the other side of the door, asking her what she wants. Sina explains that she was just about to brew some tea and wonders if he would like a cup, but Now flatly declines and explains that he was already on his way out. Accepting his refusal, Sina opens the door slightly and tells him to wait, offering to hand him something before he walks away. Through the small gap in the doorway, Sina slides Now's smartphone over to him. Sina watches with a tense, wide-eyed expression as she prepares to face him. She reaches through the door gap to return the phone, which Now quietly accepts. Sina explains that the phone was left sitting in her living room, so she figured he must have forgotten it, leaving Now to stare at it in awkward silence. Breaking the silence, Now bluntly comments that she is seriously terrible at measuring personal space, causing a startled and highly offended Sina to immediately yell back and demand to know what he means. Now tells her she doesn't need to be so defensive, clarifying that he didn't confess his feelings because he expected to date her, but rather because she is completely oblivious to how others feel and constantly does things that mess with their emotions. Now lays it all out, explaining that she always stays way too close to him, constantly leading him on with highly misleading signals, and that he is completely sick and tired of getting worked up over it. He bluntly adds that since she is such a dense idiot, he knew any indirect approach would completely fail to get through to her. He admits that he only confessed to finally make her realize his feelings, leaving Sina completely silent. Sina internally reflects on Now, acknowledging that while he is cheeky, he has a genuinely cute side and is always around whenever she visits her best friend. Despite knowing he found her annoying, she could never resist teasing him because he constantly let his guard down around her, remaining simply her best friend's little brother. Recalling his intense declaration, Sina realizes that she can no longer look at him as just her best friend's younger brother. She struggles to find her voice, completely at a loss for how to properly address his incredibly direct confession. Sina begins her response by bringing up the fact that he actually hates being labeled as her little brother. She reflects on how intensely Now truly despises that specific nickname. The heavy silence stretches out between them as she gathers her thoughts to address his concerns. Sina quietly apologizes and admits Now is completely right, confessing her sense of personal space has always been terribly broken. She notes that she often invades people's boundaries and makes them uncomfortable without realizing it, but points out that nobody ever has the guts to actually tell her about it. She sincerely thanks Now, confessing that having him lay it all out and tell her the truth straight to her face actually makes her incredibly happy. Sina's a rare, genuine moment, with Now finally dropping her playful teasing. She softly thanks Now by his actual name instead of a silly nickname, completely catching him off guard with her sudden sweetness. Quickly trying to ease the sudden tensions, Sina mentions she brought some food over for them before excusing herself to head back home. Sina leaves him with a casual reminder to eat the food if he wants any, her departure leaving a quiet void in the apartment. However, Sina's escape is abruptly halted when she turns around to find Now confronting her in the hallway. Now meets her gaze with an intense seriousness, determined to address the lingering awkwardness between them. He coldly brushes past her to head to the convenience store, prompting Sina to silently call him an idiot for his difficult attitude. Sina is left completely dumbfounded, struggling to make sense of his sudden moody exit. She is left with a sudden overwhelming sense of his maturity, quietly wondering if he had always been so tall. When his sister pops out to ask where Now, when a startled Sina quickly explains that he just stepped out to the convenience store. Rio happily got things ready, giggling to herself as she prepared to kick off their special afternoon. Rio cheerfully announced that their afternoon tea party had officially begun, leaving Sina absolutely amazed and gushing over how incredibly cute the entire fancy setup was. Rio gently explained that eating cute and delicious treats would hopefully help take Sina's mind off all the stressful things that had been happening lately. Sina could only offer a quiet silence in response, deeply touched by her friend's incredibly thoughtful gesture. Rio asked if she noticed that something was off, and when Sina tried to play dumb by asking if anything had happened, her friend confidently replied that it was completely obvious. Rio suddenly revealed that she actually had something important she wanted to talk about as well, catching Sina completely off guard as she grew flustered and wondered how she should even begin to put her thoughts into words. Leaning in, Rio quietly whispered that it was about Arasawa, causing a completely stunned Sina to gasp in absolute shock. Sina immediately demanded to know if something had happened between them, leaving a very shy Rio to awkwardly stammer as she prepared to explain the situation. The peaceful afternoon rolled on as the two friends continued to chat away. The scene transitions to a bright open sky as a brand new afternoon begins. Kanata bids a quick goodbye to his friend before turning around to find Nao nearby. Kanata enthusiastically calls out to Nao with his usual nickname, prompting Nao to turn and look back at him. When Kanata curiously asks where he is headed, Nao mentions he is just going to the convenience store, prompting the young boy to eagerly tag along while Nao silently reflects on how his own friend was busy with cram school. While hanging out together, Kanata sincerely thanks Nao for saving his big sister the other day, which Nao casually brushes off as nothing. However, Kanata sighs with a heavy heart, wishing he were just a little bit bigger so he could have protected her himself. Filled with sudden energy, Kanata declares that he wishes he could have beaten the scumbag into a pulp himself. Remembering Nao's background in karate, he eagerly begs Nao to teach him how to fight. Taking in the young boy's sudden burst of determination, Nao looks at him seriously and directly asks if he genuinely wants to get strong that badly. With deep resolve, Kanata quietly confirms his burning desire to protect his sister. With a trembling voice, Kanata confesses how utterly frustrating it was to stand by and do absolutely nothing, even while watching his own sister get hurt right in front of him. He bitterly suspects that this was far from the first time his sister had suffered in silence, lamenting how she would always hide her pain behind a bright, forced smile whenever they were around. Kanata proudly declares that he is already 10 years old, noting that even he is smart enough to figure out exactly what happened whenever his big sister comes home with a band-aid slapped across her cheek. The young boy firmly states that he simply cannot sit back and let his older sister be the only one doing the protecting anymore. Staring back with absolute determination, Kanata boldly vows that from now on it is his sworn duty to protect both his big sister and little Hina. A gentle memory of the past highlights the deep, unspoken bond between the siblings, reflecting on the tender care Sina always gave him when they were safely together. The fond recollection centers entirely on her warm, cheerful smile, a precious expression that her younger brother is now desperately determined to defend at all costs. Nao remains completely silent, listening intently to the young boy's heartfelt resolve without offering a single interruption. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Nao casually reassures the kid and bluntly advises him not to overthink things since he is still just a child, a point Kanata reluctantly agrees with. Nao casually admits that since he is technically still a kid himself, trying to single-handedly protect both Sina and Hina is a pretty massive undertaking. Taking the cue, Kanata smoothly pivots to his real point. With a perfectly serious expression, Kanata boldly asks Nao if he can officially entrust his big sister's safety to him, playfully calling Nao his little brother in the process. Completely caught off guard, Nao questions why Kanata is choosing him. Kanata immediately fires back by bluntly asking if Nao has feelings for Sina, and when Nao hesitates, the kid challenges if he actually hates her instead. This sends Nao into a complete defensive spiral as he internally panics over how the 10-year-old managed to completely read his mind. When Nao admits that he does indeed, like Sina, Kanata curiously asks why on earth he looks so incredibly annoyed about it. Kanata cheerfully reasons that it is totally fine, reminding Nao that it is only a temporary arrangement until he grows up anyway, and happily adds that he is counting on Nao. Still curious, Kanata presses Nao to reveal exactly when he started liking his big sister. Completely embarrassed, Nao bluntly tells him to stop worrying about unnecessary things and just go home, take a crap, and go to bed, leaving Kanata to loudly complain about him being so stingy. Lost in his own thoughts, Nao quietly tries to remember when his feelings for Sina actually began, only to realize that he doesn't even remember the exact moment. But he quietly reasons to himself that it was probably way back in their childhood days. He vividly recalls looking up at her back, then completely mesmerized by her warm, genuine smile. His mind fully drifts back into the past, remembering how everything first started. As a brand new chapter begins now, and Sina sit quietly together, their complicated dynamic continuing to shift, as now struggles to make sense of his growing feelings. Reflecting on the sheer chaos of his own emotions, now bitterly grumbles to himself about how incredibly annoying the whole situation is. In a flashback, Now's sister happily comments on how good the food is, prompting Sina to cheerfully agree. Meanwhile, a younger Now quietly realizes he has syrup on his hand and announces he is going to wash it off real quick, earning a cheeky little chuckle from Sina. As Now turns to leave, Sina playfully calls him her little brother and apologizes for barging in again, cheerfully welcoming him back home, while Now just stares at her in dead silence. Now shoots her a massive glare, warning her that he is only letting her cheekiness slide because he is still young, but promising he won't hold back once he gets bigger. Sina brushes it off as an empty threat, calling him a grumpy airhead, as Now stomps away in frustration, demanding to know why she even has so much free time to hang around his house. Sina suddenly realizes something important and lets out a quick gasp, calling out to Now just as he is walking away. She casually reminds him that his mom washed his karate gi and hung it out to dry, ensuring it would be ready by the next day, while a slightly surprised Now simply nods in acknowledgement. His older sister catches the exchange and curiously asks if her little brother really does karate. Now confirms he has been taking classes since last year at the local neighborhood dojo. Hearing this, his sister beams with a bright smile, happily telling him how incredibly cool that is. Reflecting on his childhood, Now explains that Sina became incredibly close friends with his older sister and started coming over to their house constantly. He bitterly admits that it all started about 2 years ago, and from the very beginning he found her overly familiar attitude absolutely annoying. He remembers how Sina would constantly tease him, getting way too close and totally weirding him out, leading him to conclude that she was the absolute worst back then. But over time, the dynamic shifted dramatically as his sister started paying so much more attention to Sina. The memory fades as Now bitterly grumbles to himself about how incredibly annoying the whole situation is, quietly reminding himself that Sina is not even his real sister. Sitting alone with his thoughts, Now definitively admits to himself that he simply cannot trust Sina at all. To Now, Sina had always just looked like some airhead with a dumb grin plastered on her face, leaving him to wonder how anyone was supposed to actually trust someone like her. Because of that, he had always been incredibly wary of her, constantly worrying that she might end up hurting his sister someday. To make matters worse, Sina's frequent visits meant Now got to spend less time with his sister, a precious bond he deeply loved. This led him to bitterly conclude that Sina was stealing that away from him, too, only fueling his hatred for her even more. Reflecting on his way home, Now realized that Sina had been coming over to his house almost every single day lately, which meant there was a very high chance she would be there waiting today as well. He could easily picture her happily hanging out with his sister, showing just how deeply she had integrated herself into his home. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Now finally made it back home and opened the front door, bracing himself for whatever awaited him inside. As soon as Now stepped inside, Sina warmly welcomed him back, while his sister chimed in to happily announce that they were busy baking cookies together and invited him to join them for a sweet treat later on. Sina repeated her cheerful invitation, clearly excited to the freshly baked snacks with him. Cold as always, Now immediately turned his back on her invitation, bluntly muttering that he didn't want any of it. His sister let out a quiet sigh of disbelief at his prickly attitude, while Sina stood completely speechless, utterly stung by his harsh rejection. In his mind, Now continued to bitterly complain, questioning why she had to barge into his home every single day, aggressively pointing out that they already spent plenty of time together at school, and demanding to know why she had to hog his sister at his place too. The scene shifts to a past memory where Sina cheerfully offers young Now some freshly made food to taste test, while Now bitterly reflects on how much her superficial smile and casual tone used to irritate him. Young Now's bitter inner monologue reveals that absolutely everything about her constant, uninvited presence in his house pissed him off to no end. In a sudden burst of pure frustration, young Now aggressively smacks the offering out of her hand, sending the food crashing straight to the kitchen floor. While Now's older sister watches from the doorway in absolute shock, Now coldly mutters that he has had more than enough of her. Completely losing his temper, Now loudly screams at her, for being incredibly annoying, ruthlessly pointing out that they aren't even siblings and demanding she finally go back to her own apartment. An intense, heavy silence settles over the room as Now stands there stewing in his anger while a completely stunned Sina remains frozen in place by his harsh outburst. Now storms out of the room and slams the door shut behind him, leaving his panicked older sister calling out after him in vain. Seeing her friend prepare to chase after the angry boy, Sina softly tells her to wait instead. Holding herself together despite the shock, Sina quietly insists that she should be the one to go talk to Now and sort out the mess. The memory shifts to Now sitting alone outside to cool down, where Sina eventually tracks him down and softly announces her arrival. Sina finally tracks Now down outside and cheerfully expresses her relief at finding him, only for Now to instantly tell her to get lost. Completely ignoring his cold brush off, Sina admits she knows he probably wants to be left alone right now, but insists she absolutely has to apologize to him after everything he just said. Undeterred by his sour mood, Sina casually hops up to take a seat right next to him on the wall, letting out a small noise as she settles in and prepares to explain herself. Flashing a slightly awkward smile, Sina openly acknowledges that she has been constantly barging into his house day after day. She gently admits that from his perspective, having her continuously intruding probably does not feel very good at all. She continues her confession, admitting that even though she knew she was overstepping, she just let the lines blur and ended up completely taking advantage of his family's hospitality. Filled with guilt, she realizes she was only thinking about herself the entire time. Bowing her head in pure sincerity, Sina formally apologizes for rudely barging into his life without ever stopping to consider his feelings. Now just stares back at her, completely weirded out by how intensely serious her apology has suddenly become. Sina softly confesses that she is just incredibly dense about these kinds of social boundaries. She explains that she genuinely loves spending time with his older sister, and even though she was pretty sure Now hated her, she selfishly forced her presence onto him, hoping they could eventually get along too. Now stays completely silent as Sina admits that her constant forced presence must have been incredibly annoying for him to deal with every single day. Flashing a bittersweet smile, she acknowledges that it is completely natural for him to feel frustrated, since it looks like she is just trying to hog his older sister all to herself, ending her heartfelt speech with one final genuine apology. Now just stares at her in absolute disbelief, slowly processing the fact that she completely misunderstood the entire point of his previous lecture. Realizing she completely missed the mark about his romantic feelings and personal space, Now just sighs in utter defeat. He awkwardly looks away with a slight blush, bluntly muttering that he simply does not care anymore. Sina offers a quiet apology, admitting she should have been far more considerate, because she knows how incredibly important his older sister is to him. Sina asks if he has been training in karate purely for his sister's sake too, which catches Now completely off guard and leaves her mildly surprised as she wonders if her guess was actually wrong. Sina recalls a story his sister had about his childhood, explaining that back when Now was in first grade, he was being harassed by some older delinquents over a ball, and when his sister panicked and jumped in to break up the fight, she ended up getting hit instead. Sina sympathizes with how deeply shocking it must have been for him to see his own sister get struck right in front of him. Boiling with protective rage, she fiercely declares that if she had been there, she would have beaten those brats to a pulp, while Now silently recalls his own past anger over anyone touching his sister's face. As Now reflects on her highly protective words, he internally questions whether Sina is actually completely dense or incredibly sharp. Now quietly asserts that protecting his sister is his job, prompting Sina to silently take in his words. Sina warmly points out that since he cannot be at school to look after his sister, she will gladly protect her on his behalf, offering him a beautifully genuine and reassuring smile. The flashback continues as a young Rio politely bids her friends goodbye, completely fine with missing out on their playtime to prioritize her family. Now remains quietly pensive as the memory of his childhood continues to unfold in his mind. The memory brings back a joyful moment of his sister eagerly returning home to some exciting news about her, and Sina finally hanging out together. Now keeps his gaze lowered, a quiet seriousness settling over him as he completely processes her words. Noticing the time, Now casually announces that he is heading home, and tells Sina to get moving too since his older sister is waiting for her. He cheekily adds that it isn't like he can actually rely on her anyway, immediately earning a loud, annoyed squawk from Sina. Refusing to completely drop his prickly attitude, now stubbornly mutters that he still doesn't actually like her. Softening his tone just a fraction, he reluctantly admits that his older sister really seems to enjoy having her around. He awkwardly extends an olive branch, bluntly telling her that if she wants to come over to their house, she can just do whatever she wants. Sina lets out a warm, genuine laugh at his terrible attempt at being welcoming. Instantly flustered now, shoots her a glare and aggressively reiterates that she is good to come over while stubbornly insisting he still dislikes her. Completely unbothered by his defensive attitude, Sina smiles brightly and gently tells him that having him hate her just a little bit is actually perfectly fine with her. Now is left completely speechless, his confident facade shattering as her bright and genuine acceptance completely catches him off guard. Embarrassed now, quickly turns his head away and quietly mutters that it isn't just a little bit. A completely oblivious Sina totally misses the underlying meaning, playfully asking exactly how much he hates her then. The flashback shifts to a somber evening as now pauses outside a sliding door, quietly overhearing a tragic conversation about the sudden passing of Sina's stepmother, and finally understanding the heartbreaking reality behind her cheerful facade. Now's sister explains that Sina has been going through an incredibly tough time lately, having recently lost Ko-san, while Kanata-kun and the others had to move far away from her. She points out that even though Sina acts like everything is completely fine, she is undoubtedly hurting on the inside, which is why she invited her over to help take her mind off things. The revelation hits now hard as he realizes that Sina is completely by herself every time she goes back home, leaving him quietly frustrated in the other room. He is suddenly flooded with guilt as he recalls how harshly he used to treat her, constantly telling her to go back to her own apartment while she would simply smile and apologize. Now bitterly reflects on those moments, wondering why she would ever apologize to him and questioning why she was always so incredibly patient with his terrible attitude. However, he quickly shakes off those thoughts as he realizes there is a much deeper truth to her behavior. He acknowledges that Sina has always had so many important responsibilities and people to protect in her life, especially compared to someone like him. He is forced to admit that she is actually far more mature and resilient than he ever gave her credit for. But with everyone else now gone, he is left with the burning question of who is actually going to be there to protect her. A lively ringtone suddenly breaks the silence as an incoming call demands attention. The relentless ringing slowly rouses a completely exhausted Now from his deep slumber. Now finally answers the call from Haruto, who aggressively demands to know if he was sleeping this entire time. Now sluggishly confirms that he was leaving his friend momentarily speechless. Haruto explains that he only called to ask about an English assignment, which Now casually acknowledges. As he listens to his friend ramble, Now suddenly remembers that his older sister is working late and realizes he needs to go buy himself some dinner while he still has the time. Haruto completely switches gears and casually invites Now to a summer festival that weekend, but Now flatly rejects him and bluntly suggests he go invite his sister instead. The sudden deflection completely catches Haruto off guard, causing him to yell out in pure confusion. Now stands quietly with a blank expression, completely unbothered, as he tunes out his friend's noisy and flustered reaction on the other end of the line. Letting his mind completely wander away from the conversation, Now casually decides that he is just going to get katsudon for dinner. The scene shifts to a completely exhausted Sina who groans about the unbearable heat while finishing up an errand. Standing outside a local flower shop, she quietly decides to treat herself to something cold and take a well-deserved break right after she finishes visiting the grave. Now wanders out alone onto the streets, quietly trying to clear his head in the wake of the recent drama. The local streets are completely buzzing with energy, packed with a massive crowd of people out and about. Sina walks through the bustling area, only just realizing that it must be a holiday to explain why there are so many people wandering around. She sighs in disappointment, dreading how packed the dessert shops will be when she was really hoping to treat herself to some shaved ice, but her thoughts are suddenly cut short by a familiar laugh. She turns to see a happy family strolling past with parents playfully teasing their laughing daughter to watch her step. but her quiet observation is instantly interrupted as she spots a very familiar face in the crowd. Sina freezes in place, completely stunned, to lock eyes with Now as he walks through the exact same street. She starts to call out to him but instantly panics and cuts herself off, vividly recalling how much he absolutely hates being called her little brother. As she stands there stammering awkwardly, Now casually approaches her and asks what she is doing there, completely catching her off guard. Sina dropped by Now's house alone, curiously asking if his sister was around, only to learn that she was currently out at work. The revelation left Sina awkwardly laughing at her bad timing as she stood there holding a bouquet of flowers. Noticing her bouquet, Now asked if she was on her way to visit a grave, prompting a startled Sina to confirm she was indeed heading out to pay her respects to Ko. Now fell silent for a moment, quietly processing the information as a sudden idea crossed his mind. Now firmly declared that he would tag along with her, catching Sina completely by surprise and leaving her staring back at him in sheer disbelief. When Sina hesitantly questioned if he was truly okay with tagging along to a grave, Now reasoned that since Ko had helped his older sister out several times in the past, it only made sense for him to go pay respects in her place. Underneath her quiet agreement, Sina was absolutely stunned, marveling at the fact that Now had actually volunteered to go somewhere with her of his own free will for the very first time. At the quiet cemetery, they began their preparations to clean the memorial stone. Sina asked if they should just pour the water directly onto the stone, and after Now tentatively agreed, she confirmed that was her usual routine before watching him carefully clean the memorial. Smiling gently, Sina accepted his quiet helpfulness, and when Now asked if she wanted to pray first while offering her the prayer beads, he stepped forward to offer his own silent respects first. With a peaceful sincerity, Now joined his hands in a quiet prayer, letting the tranquil atmosphere of the cemetery wash over them. The scene shifts as a mysterious blonde girl stands quietly lost in her own deep, solemn thoughts under the bright open sky. Standing before a grave with prayer beads in hand, Now is completely caught off guard when the girl suddenly bows and cheerfully announces to the deceased Ko saying that she has come to say a few prayers, leaving him utterly baffled by her casual behavior. The girl suddenly turns the conversation on Now, curiously asking him if he had ever actually met Ko-san before, which gets him reflecting back on his past. Now admits that he actually did meet her once, flashing back to a brief moment from his second-grade years, when he and his sister ran into Ko-san for just a fleeting second, remembering her warm and gentle smile. As he looks at the blonde girl, Now cannot help but feel a strange sense of familiarity, quietly noting that she somehow reminds him of his own older sister for some inexplicable reason. A quiet, heavy pause settles over the graveyard as the prayer beads are held tightly, the silence stretching between them as they prepare to address the unresolved feelings hanging in the air. The girl suddenly breaks the silence with a highly personal question, asking Now if he found her pathetic for believing that she only stayed close to Sina because of her striking resemblance to the late Ko-san. Looking down with a heavy heart, she vulnerably asks if Now truly believed she was just selfishly using Sina as a mere substitute for the person she lost. Now quietly listens in stunned silence, his usual sharp exterior softening as he absorbs the sheer weight and sincerity of her unexpected confession. Holding her prayer beads tight, she honestly admits that his assumption is not entirely wrong, reflecting on how Sina would constantly check in on her and invite her to hang out ever since Ko-san passed away. Sina admits that her bond with his sister made her deep emotional pain vanish entirely, so much so that her past agony almost felt unreal, realizing it is because his sister deeply reminds her of her late stepmother. She confesses that she had been projecting Ko onto his sister just to fill the crushing loneliness inside her, despite the fact that she had actually spent far more time with Ko than with her biological mother. Sina opens up about her lingering habit, admitting that even now she still occasionally ends up projecting her late stepmother onto his sister. She explains how his sister has the exact same absent-minded expressions and gentle way of smiling that Ko used to have. Sina acknowledges that doing this is highly disrespectful, realizing his sister is not Ko and that she needs to start appreciating her for who she actually is. Sina explains that she feared relying way too much on his sister if she kept going, which drove her to desperately look for other partners to fill her void. She notes that this desperation led to one failed relationship with a scumbag after another and now silently agrees that he already knows how that turned out. Letting out a heavy sigh of regret, she softly apologizes for sharing such a messy and selfish confession. Now quietly looks at her with a gentle, silent understanding, completely unbothered by her emotional confession. Worried she made things too awkward, Sina tries to laugh it off, explaining she always gets sentimental at this spot and is used to keeping these reflections to herself because she figured dumping her heavy baggage on someone else would only bother them. Sina explains that she decided to always come to this spot whenever she needed to sulk, while now quietly holds her gaze with a deeply caring expression. Sina playfully questions if he actually thought she was worrying about him, but now calmly dismisses the teasing, prompting her to appreciate his sincerity. Now immediately delivers a heartfelt confession, explaining that her genuine warmth is the exact reason he ended up falling for her. The sheer honesty of his words completely catches Sina off guard, leaving her in absolute silence as she processes the confession. Now points out that he knows she would never hate his sister and would always jump to help her without a single moment of hesitation. He explains that her understanding of what matters most to him is why he trusts her so deeply, admitting he never would have accepted her in his life if she weren't so sincere. When Sina playfully asks if he is calling her clingy, now bluntly owns up to it, leaving her to process his directness. Despite his bluntness, now gently reassures her that it is completely fine and that she can stay exactly the way she is. The sudden total acceptance leaves Sina completely stunned as the reality of his kindness sinks in. She experiences a sudden rush of emotion, feeling an incredibly heavy and painful burden lift from her heart all at once. Sina quietly realizes that his words were exactly what she had desperately wanted to hear, recognizing that the reassurance could never have come from anyone else but him. Reflecting deeply, now realizes that out of everyone in the world, Sina is the one person he needed to hear those reassuring words from the most. Now stands quietly by as Sina slumps down in embarrassment, flatly refusing his demand to look over at him, because she is far too flustered to face him. Undeterred, now gently coaxes her to just face him while a silent and intense gaze hangs between them. As soon as she reluctantly turns her head around, now surprises her with a sudden playful poke directly to her teary cheek. He casually turns his back and walks away while calling her incredibly lame, leaving a completely baffled Sina to wonder what on earth just happened. Now cheekily points out that she totally fell for his trick, leaving a blushing Sina holding her cheek in mild embarrassment. Standing among the quiet tombstones, now abruptly breaks the heavy emotional atmosphere by complaining that he is absolutely starving and asking if they can finally leave. He bluntly reiterates his demand for food and tells her it is time to go, leaving a still dazed Sina to quickly try and process his incredibly sudden pivot. The scene quickly transitions as they arrive at a nearby family restaurant, welcomed warmly by the staff as they step inside. As now casually tells the host there are two of them, and they are led to their table, a completely stunned Sina is left panicking over how they somehow ended up going out to get food together. While they were at her restaurant, the waitress explained that it was couples day, meaning any couples dining together would receive a 30% discount on their bill. The waitress politely asked if she could confirm whether the two of them were actually a couple. Without a second of hesitation, now calmly confirmed that they were a couple, prompting the waitress to happily agree to apply the discount at checkout, while Sina sat there completely frozen in shock. Sina stammered in disbelief at how casually now had lied, but he calmly reasoned that there was nothing wrong with taking advantage of a good discount. Sina weakly protested that dishonesty really wasn't a good thing. Now asked what else he was supposed to say, pointing out that trying to explain that she was his sister's friend and he was her friend's younger brother was way too complicated. Sina sheepishly suggested they could have just said they were normal friends. With a completely deadpan expression, now pointed out that calling themselves just friends would be a lie anyway, since he actually had romantic feelings for her, causing Sina to instantly get completely flustered in pure shock. A completely flustered Sina demanded to know why he insisted on casually dropping such massive bombshells, but now calmly shrugged it off, replying that he was simply stating the facts. Trying to regain her composure, Sina quietly admitted that there was still a lot she wanted to ask him about those romantic feelings of his. With a look of deep conflict, Sina hesitantly asked him to stay away from her, insisting she wasn't trying to be mean but truly believed it was for the best. Now simply let out a quiet sigh and replied that it was already far too late for that. Sina immediately protested that it wasn't too late at all, reminding him that he already knew all about her awful dating history and should know better than to get involved with her. Sina continues her self-deprecating explanation, admitting she doesn't want to sound like she's bragging but bluntly stating she simply isn't someone he should be proud of being with. As Sina desperately argues that there are so many other nice girls out there for him now, abruptly cuts her off and coldly questions if she actually thinks that's her decision to make. He firmly tells her that she can put herself down as much as she wants, but it genuinely means absolutely nothing to him because he is the only one who gets to choose who he falls for. Calling out her insensitive logic now, bluntly advises her to try putting herself in his shoes before casually telling him to just go look for someone else. Sina is left completely speechless, her mind racing, as she fully realizes the harsh truth behind his incredibly blunt words. A heavy, awkward silence settles over the table as a deeply regretful Sina finally manages to stammer out a quiet apology. Sina nervously brings up his previous claim about not trying to date her, frantically asking what she is supposed to do now and if it is still okay to even talk to him. In response, now suddenly stands up and bluntly tells her that she just needs to go find a decent guy and have a decent relationship, claiming that is all he really wants. Sina lets out a confused hum as now bluntly points out that she has been hooking up with nothing but absolute trash this entire time. He seriously advises her to start listening to his older sister or anyone else for outside opinions from now on, boldly offering to even check the guys out for her himself if it comes down to it. Sina stammered out a question, asking if he was genuinely okay with that arrangement. Taking his seat again, now honestly confessed that if she just stopped making him worry about her all the time, he could finally get some real peace of mind. Catching on, Sina playfully teased him about being worried, prompting a completely flustered now to quickly claim he was actually worried about his sister, earning a cheeky rebuke from Sina. Cutting the playful banter, now shifts back to a deeply serious tone as he prepares to deliver his final firm condition. Sina is left utterly stunned as she continues to reflect on Now's incredibly sincere advice to find someone who will actually cherish her properly. The heavy flashback is suddenly interrupted when the waiter serves their meal, snapping Sina back to reality as she quietly thanks him while Now casually begins his meal. Sina can't help but watch in absolute silence as Now eagerly digs into his food without a single care in the world. Now suddenly notices her intense stare, pausing to look back at her in silent confusion. With his mouth full, Now bluntly asks her what she is staring at, leaving an incredibly flustered Sina completely caught off guard. He dryly tells her to stop spacing out and hurry up and eat, prompting her to defensively argue that she is indeed eating. Sina frantically tries to calm her racing heart, desperately telling herself to hold on and maintain her composure. As the 11th chapter begins, Sina steps out for another day, her mind still heavily preoccupied with her shifting feelings. Sina thinks back to the advice about finding someone who will actually cherish her properly, realizing that right now there is only one person who would even think about her like that. Her realization hits her hard as she mentally screams that Now is the only one who fits the bill. Her sudden jolt of frustration startles her coworkers, forcing her to awkwardly play it off as nothing. She frantically tries to deny it, telling herself there is absolutely no way she can suddenly start seeing him romantically after viewing him as her best friend's younger brother for so long. Sina worries that even if they did start dating, she would constantly feel guilty thinking about her best friend, feeling like some shameless woman who made a move on the younger brother. She quickly resolves to properly find someone new for herself this time, though she bitterly admits she completely lacks trust in her own taste in men. Pondering her bad luck, she dramatically wonders out loud if she needs an exorcism, leaving her coworker completely baffled. Her coworker snaps her out of her thoughts, casually checking in to ask what is going on with her today. Meanwhile, a scene change reveals one of Now's friends loudly complaining about the blazing summer heat. Safely indoors, the friend whines that he is already sweaty and gross again, despite just showering that morning, while Now casually hands him a bottle of cola. The friend mentions he has been showering twice a day and worries about catching a cold, noting that summer bugs seem to be going around. He figures that is exactly why their classmate ended up canceling their plans. The friend grumbles about being hyped for a movie and now being stuck doing summer homework instead. Now casually reminds him that their classmate was the one holding the tickets anyway, just as his phone suddenly chimes with a new notification. Now is hanging out with his friend when he suddenly receives a text message from his sister letting him know that Sina caught a cold and that she is heading over to visit her. Seeing the message, his friend casually notes that the cold must really be going around, leaving a confused Now to ask what he is talking about. After Now shows him the text, his friend is mildly surprised to learn that Sina managed to get sick as well, especially since she usually seems so full of energy. Now mutters that he cannot believe Sina actually gets sick, while his friend looks at him in utter disbelief, before bluntly asking Now if he is planning on going over to visit her himself. Now plays it completely cool and asks why on earth he would do that, which only leaves his dumbfounded friend loudly questioning what he could possibly mean by that. His friend delivers a massive reality check, pointing out the absolute obvious that anyone would naturally worry and want to visit if the person they actually liked ended up getting sick. Now falls completely silent, quietly turning his head away as his friend's undeniable logic successfully pierces right through his stubborn defense. Trying to save face, Now stubbornly argues that they are not even close enough for him to casually drop by her apartment. Completely exhausted by his endless excuses, his friend tells him that if that is his only real reason, then he needs to quit complaining and just go. Meanwhile, over at the apartment, a deeply worried visitor checks in on a clearly unwell Sina to make absolutely sure that she is going to be okay. Wearing her pajamas, a stubbornly smiling Sina insists she is perfectly fine and tells her friend to head home before she catches the cold too. Even when warned that her fever will likely get much worse later, Sina casually dismisses the concern and promises she will just deal with it if it gets really bad. Sina is left completely stunned and speechless when her visitor suddenly pulls her into a warm, tight squeeze, completely catching her off guard with the sudden affection. Sina's close friend Akai warmly warns her not to push herself too hard while dealing with her illness, telling her to call immediately if she needs anything, which prompts a grateful Sina to softly thank her. The door quietly shuts as her friend finally heads out, leaving Sina completely alone in her quiet apartment. Left entirely on her own, Sina begins coughing and breathing heavily, her body feeling completely drained and exhausted as her fever continues to take its toll. She stares blankly at the bottles of medicine and water left on her counter, feeling deeply miserable and lonely in the quiet room. Suddenly, her doorbell rings, prompting a very sluggish Sina to drag herself to the entryway and open the door, fully assuming her friend forgot something. Instead of her friend, she is completely stunned to find Now standing right outside her apartment. Sina can only stare back in absolute wide-eyed disbelief at the completely unexpected visitor. Completely losing her cool, Sina lets out a panicked shriek and frantically rattles the door, loudly complaining that he scared her half to death before asking what he is doing there. Now looks down with a serious expression, softly explaining that he heard she had caught a bad cold. Sina's mind goes completely blank as the reality of the situation hits her, utterly bewildered that he actually traveled all the way to her apartment just because she is sick. Sina internally panics as the undeniable reality finally hits her, realizing that Now is definitely completely into her. Now casually tries to play it cool by claiming he only came over to return a food container she had left at his place for an entire month, but he quickly drops the act and bluntly admits that he obviously wanted to come check on her anyway. Touched by his honesty, Sina softly thanks him for coming all the way over just for her. Sina tries to downplay her sickness, weakly claiming that her fever really is not even that bad and is only hovering around 38 degrees. She weakly tries to finish her sentence and insist that it really is not that serious, but her strength clearly begins to fail her. Now instantly notices her faltering balance as she suddenly begins to lose consciousness right in front of him. With a sudden thud, Sina completely collapses forward, dropping her bag as Now frantically calls out and rushes to catch her. Now stares down at her in absolute shock, holding her limp body steady as the reality of her severe fever becomes completely obvious. Supporting her weight, Now stands in total silence for a moment, before dryly muttering to himself about how much she tends to collapse on him, noting that the whole situation feels like a massive case of déjà vu. He firmly tightens his grip to lift her up, quietly reflecting that even though the scenario feels incredibly familiar, the dynamic between them is completely different this time around. Without another word, now effortlessly sweeps her up into his arms and carries her straight down the hall to get her inside and resting safely. The scene shifts back to Sina's quiet bedroom, where she is resting under the covers, struggling to sleep off her heavy fever. Sina slowly blinks her eyes open, only to realize that someone is sitting quietly on the floor right beside her bed. It turns out Now didn't leave after all, casually staying by her side to watch over her while silently scrolling through his phone. Groggy from her sleep, Sina weakly asks what time it is, prompting Now to inform her that it is already 5:30 in the evening. Realizing how long he has been there, Sina softly apologizes for keeping him for so long. Sina notes that Now could have easily just left her behind and headed home, but Now bluntly counters that he couldn't exactly just walk out and leave her apartment completely unlocked, dryly pointing out that he has no idea where she even keeps her keys anyway. Now asks how her fever is doing, and when Sina weakly admits she has no idea, Now decides to check her temperature himself. Now crouches down next to her bed and gently places the back of his hand right against her forehead, leaving a highly flustered Sina to stare up at him in complete silence. After keeping his hand there for a quiet moment, Now lets out a heavy sigh, noting that her body temperature is definitely way higher than normal at this point. Now immediately gets up to grab her some water and her medicine, firmly instructing her that she needs to take her pills before she goes back to sleep. As he walks off, a dazed Sina quietly reflects on how cold his hand was, admitting to herself that it actually felt incredibly nice against her feverish skin. As Sina watches Now prepare her medicine in the other room, she is overwhelmed by a deep wave of peace, warmly realizing that having someone there to look after her feels incredibly comforting, and quietly admitting it has been a very long time since she last felt that way. Now hands Sina a bottle of water to help her recover. Sina accepts the bottle with a quick thank you and eagerly gulps down the water while Now silently watches over her. Sina lets out a sigh of relief, feeling much better after quenching her thirst. When Now dryly comments that she looks surprisingly happy for someone dealing with a cold, Sina smiles and wonders why, privately realizing she feels completely safe in his company. A comfortable yet quiet silence stretches out between them as both of them sink back into their own thoughts. Sensing his gaze, Sina quietly mutters that it is nothing when Now asks her what is on her mind. Now internally acknowledges the bitter truth that to Sina he is simply her best friend's little brother and absolutely nothing more, even if she is the one who treats him so specially. As Now struggles to understand why someone like her always acts so familiarly around him, Sina gently calls out his name to break his train of thought. Sina catches him completely off guard by directly asking him what he actually likes about her. The sudden and direct question leaves Now completely speechless, sending them right back into a state of stunned awkwardness. Sina sheepishly laughs, admitting that even after thinking it over, she still doesn't understand why he likes her, since she always assumed he just found her incredibly annoying. Looking away, Now admits that he doesn't understand it either, muttering that he has no idea why it had to be her out of all people. Still processing his confession, Sina softly admits with a slight blush that she actually quite likes it when he says her actual name. Now stays completely silent, a heavy and intensely quiet pause settling over him as her sweet words fully sink in. Breaking the quiet moment, Now suddenly announces that he should head home, prompting a disappointed Sina to ask if he is leaving already, before he firmly reminds her that she is sick and needs to get some rest. Sina reluctantly agrees that he has a point, quietly sighing as she realizes it is indeed time to let him go. As Now heads toward the front exit, Sina watches the door and reminds herself that she absolutely has to let him walk away to keep her emotional distance. But as the reality of his departure fully sinks in, a sudden wave of deep reluctance and longing washes over her. Unable to stop herself, Sina frantically chases after him just as he reaches the door, throwing her arms around him and desperately begging him to wait. Completely caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Now freezes and looks back at her in absolute disbelief. Sina clings tightly to his back, breathing heavily as her feverish exhaustion and overwhelming emotions finally catch up to her all at once. Sina softly apologized and desperately pleaded with Now to stay by her side just a little longer. She held onto him tightly, begging him not to walk away and leave her alone in her vulnerability. now stayed completely silent, his expressions softening as he took in the raw vulnerability of her desperate plea. He internally sighed, thinking to himself what an absolute pain she was, yet he found himself completely unable to turn his back on her. Now internally admitted how much it truly hurt him every single time she casually let her guard down around him like this, completely oblivious to his feelings. But as he held her close, he decided he didn't even care anymore, reasoning that it was only fair for him to get a little payback. Leaning in incredibly close now, firmly warned her not to complain about what he was about to do next, bringing this chapter of their story to a dramatic close. The 12th chapter officially begins, bringing a fresh wave of tension as their complicated relationship continues to evolve. A heavy, intimate atmosphere suddenly fills the room as the distance between them vanishes, their breathing completely syncing up in the quiet space. They sit so incredibly close that the physical boundaries disappear entirely, allowing them to vividly feel each other's radiating warmth and body heat. Sina's heart races as she stares right back at him, quietly realizing that even though she should be completely used to his gaze by now, he suddenly looks like a completely different, mature man she does not even recognize. The intense romantic tension is abruptly shattered when now playfully smacks her right on the forehead, causing Sina to yell out in pain and demand to know what that was for. But before she can even recover, now instantly pulls her forward and wraps his arms around her in a tight, comforting embrace. Holding her firmly against his chest, now breaks the silence and bluntly mutters that there is absolutely no way he would take advantage of her, leaving a confused Sina to quietly wonder what he means. Now seriously explains that if he were to actually make a move on her while she is this vulnerable, he would be absolutely no different from all the toxic guys who had hurt her in the past. Gripping her shirt lightly, he softly declares that instead of forcing a romantic relationship, he wants to offer her a completely different kind of comfort. Now, sincerely tells her to just use him however she wants, promising to answer whenever she gets lonely and to do absolutely anything she asks of him. He fiercely vows to do whatever it takes to help her, boldly declaring that if she ever feels like something is missing, he will gladly be the one to fill that emptiness. Deeply moved by his incredibly raw confession, Sina softly calls out his name in sheer awe. But the tender moment takes a chaotic turn when she suddenly grabs his shoulders and forcefully shoves him backwards, sending a completely startled now tumbling down onto the bed with a loud yelp. Things take a chaotic turn when now forcefully picks Sina up to put her back in bed, prompting a completely panicked Sina to scream and demand to know what on earth he is doing. Now bluntly tells her to just go to sleep, already completely ignoring her loud complaints about how incredibly embarrassing his carrying method actually is. Now dryly complains that she is way too loud and tells her it is a little too late to worry about being embarrassed, before casually tossing her back onto her futon. Amidst the rough landing, Sina is left completely amazed, internally questioning how he managed to lift her so easily. Sina weakly complains that his handling was way too rough, reminding him that she is still actively sick, but now simply sits back down on the floor with his phone and bluntly tells her to stop whining. Still keeping his cool, now casually reaches over and hands Sina her smartphone back. Sina curiously asks if he is finally planning on heading home now, but now looks back at her completely surprised, reminding her that she was the one who literally just wanted him to stay a little bit longer. Now explains that he already let his older sister know he would be returning home late, firmly stating that he plans on staying right by her side until she officially falls asleep, leaving Sina to stare at him in stunned silence. As now quietly sits by her side scrolling through his phone, Sina is overwhelmed by her own thoughts, deeply questioning why on earth he is going so far out of his way to care for her, and wondering what she could have possibly done to deserve such kindness. Sina bitterly reflects on their history, feeling deeply insecure as she realizes that if anything, she has only ever shown now the most pathetic and vulnerable sides of herself. Sina quietly stares at him, her heart skipping a beat as she takes in his steady, quiet presence right beside her. The sudden wave of realization completely catches up to her, sending Sina into a massive blushing frenzy as she sinks deep into her pillow, utterly overwhelmed by sheer embarrassment. Now stays silent, letting the heavy question hang in the air between them. Flustered by her own question, Sina groans and buries her face in embarrassment, frantically telling herself she is being incredibly weird, while now just watches her in absolute confusion, though she is secretly relieved he hasn't commented on her earlier outburst. Sina wonders if Now is simply being considerate of her feelings, but her thoughts are instantly shattered when Now quietly confesses that he actually got scared. Sina silently reflects on the painful reality of her past, recalling how everyone who ever walked out of her front door, including her stepmother, never returned, planting a constant quiet fear of abandonment deep in her mind. Sina's deep-seated trauma whispers that everyone she loves is destined to eventually leave her behind. She remembers how she always tried to keep her distance to avoid the inevitable pain of losing someone else. But even as she tried to isolate herself, her best friend remained stubbornly by her side, slowly chipping away at her emotional walls. For the first time, Sina allowed herself to lean on someone else, hoping that maybe things would be different. Yet the terrifying fear of losing her friend to a family of her own someday still haunts her, leaving her to anxiously wonder what she will do once everyone inevitably drifts away. Snapping back to the present, a highly embarrassed, Sina quickly apologizes to Now, nervously laughing off her deep confession by blaming it on her high fever and hazy head. Exhausted from her high fever and overwhelming feelings, Sina slowly begins to sink back, resting comfortably. She looks up at him with glistening emotional eyes, completely vulnerable and silent. Now gently takes her hand, holding it securely and tightly in a warm, reassuring grip. Now softly reminds her that she can just call him whenever she feels lonely, before pointing out that he has been telling her he likes her this entire time, prompting Sina to quietly admit she has no intention of complaining. Sina's mind drifts in a daze as she weakly asks herself if his comforting words are truly real. Deeply insecure from her past trauma, Sina battles her own anxious thoughts, desperately wanting to know if she can truly trust him not to disappear, and if he will actually treasure her, bitterly acknowledging that this constant doubt is her own worst flaw. Despite all her deep-seated fear, she admits that she still desperately longs for a certain connection, so she can finally stop feeling anxious, silently begging him to stay by her side. Looking up at him with pure sincerity, she silently wishes that he will stay with her forever for the rest of their lives. Now gazes back down at her with an incredibly soft and tender expression, completely taking in her vulnerability. Finally lulled into a peaceful sleep by his comforting presence, Sina drifts off, leaving Now to gaze down at her with a quiet, gentle smile. Back in the quiet bedroom, Sina's hands clench tightly under the covers as she tries to process the sheer weight of everything that has happened. Meanwhile, Now continues to sit quietly against the door, resting his head on his arms as he keeps a patient watch over her in the dim light. A quiet, warm understanding settles between them in the dark room, with Sina silently deciding that having him stay is perfectly fine with her. The scene transitions to a lively bar where Sina's coworker happily raises a cold glass, cheering over how nothing beats a refreshing drink after surviving a grueling shift right after recovering from being sick. In stark contrast to her coworker's high spirits, Sina sits right beside her, completely slumped over, practically radiating an intense aura of pure gloom and despair. Noticing her terrible mood, the coworker gives Sina a friendly pat on the back, reminding her that her favorite senpai is footing the bill today, so she should at least make an effort to look like she is having fun. Still completely stressed out, Sina can only offer a weak and exhausted thank you in return. Gathering her courage, Sina cautiously brings up a completely hypothetical scenario, asking her coworker what she would do if someone confessed their deep love, but she found herself in a complicated situation where she absolutely couldn't accept those feelings. The coworker is left completely baffled by the highly specific scenario, bluntly asking what could have possibly brought on such a sudden question. Meanwhile, Sina's inner thoughts continue to spiral, bitterly reminding herself that she will likely never find anyone else in the world who would ever love her as deeply as Now does, but she still cannot shake her heavy hesitation. Sina's anxiety peaks as she imagines Now worried that actively pursuing a high schooler is way past crossing a major line. Seeing her panicking, her coworker dryly notes that dating a kid is indeed a bit sketchy, asking Sina if she actually went and messed something up. Ultimately, her coworker casually brushes the deep question off, bluntly stating she is absolutely the wrong person to ask for relationship advice, since she has zero desire to get married. She simply tells Sina that if she doesn't like the guy, she should just dump him and end the story, leaving a completely defeated Sina to groan in frustration over how her coworker completely missed the point of her dilemma. Sina bluntly deflects the topic at hand, casually suggesting that those kinds of complicated questions should really be directed at someone who is actually suited to answer them. Looking around the unfamiliar neighborhood, Sina mentions it is her absolute first time in the area as Hiyama guides her inside a cozy establishment, noting that it has become her favorite go-to-hangout spot lately. The bartender immediately recognizes Hiyama and offers a warm, familiar welcome. Hiyama casually greets the bartender and announces she brought some company for the evening. He notes that it is incredibly rare for her to bring a friend along, prompting Hiyama to clarify that Sina is actually just her junior from work. Catching sight of a familiar face in the room, Hiyama flashes a knowing smile and confidently remarks that she completely expected him to be hanging around there. She calls out to the man, addressing him as Ayato, which immediately catches his attention and prompts him to casually turn around with a mildly surprised expression. Hiyama drops by her usual bar and immediately runs into Setsu, Ayato, one of the regulars who warmly welcomes her back. Hiyama playfully teases him for basically living at the counter before introducing Sina to him. Ayato quickly takes notice of the newcomer, prompting a slightly nervous greeting from Sina as they meet. Ayato introduces himself, but the atmosphere quickly shifts when he realizes who Sina is. He bluntly asks if she is the junior with the notoriously terrible luck with men that Hiyama had mentioned, before sending Sina into a massive panic as she demands to know what kind of embarrassing rumors Hiyama has been spreading. Meanwhile, Hiyama casually confirms that she is indeed the girl. Ayato sympathizes with her situation, calling it incredibly rough, and noting that messing around with such a cute girl is unacceptable. He eagerly offers to beat the guy up for her boasting about his strong fists, only for Hiyama to quickly correct him by proudly revealing that Sina actually beat the guy up herself. The sudden revelation completely blows Ayato's mind, and he enthusiastically praises Sina for her fierce move. He heartily agrees that hitting back is exactly how you handle anyone who tries to mess with you, leaving a slightly startled Sina to awkwardly go along with his energetic encouragement. Hiyama eagerly presses Sina for the details of her revenge, jokingly asking if she kicked the guy in the balls, stripped him naked, and forced him to kneel and apologize. Sina hilariously panics and screams that she definitely didn't go that far, defending her sanity, while Ayato simply chuckles and happily invites her to grab a seat and join them. Sina is caught completely off guard as a stranger suddenly closes the distance between them, leaving her staring forward in mild surprise. A heavily pierced new guy with a lollipop stick in his mouth casually scoots right into her personal space, locking eyes with her in an intensely close and highly uncomfortable stare. Before the situation can escalate, Sina's co-worker frantically yanks her backward to safety, loudly scolding the stranger for getting way too close for comfort. Completely unfazed by the aggressive intervention, the guy flashes a relaxed smile and casually apologizes, smoothly blaming his bizarre behavior on a bad habit of intensely staring at people whenever he first meets them. Sina absorbs his flimsy excuse with a totally deadpan and unamused expression, remaining completely silent as she judges his total lack of boundaries. Her coworker nervously whispers that the guy might be good-looking, but his sense of personal space is seriously broken. Hearing every single word, the guy cheerfully laughs and points out that he is standing right there, prompting an unfazed Sina to dryly tell her friend not to worry about him. The guy casually brushes off their wariness by cheerfully dropping the bombshell that he is actually into guys anyway, leaving an utterly stunned Sina completely blanking at the sudden revelation. He easily confirms his preference and notes that their current workplace is exactly that kind of bar to begin with. He warmly explains that he just genuinely loves talking to people and tends to accidentally invade their personal space whenever he wants to get along, offering a sincere apology for startling her. Feeling guilty for judging him so quickly, Sina stammers out her own hasty apology in return. However, the guy's friendly demeanor suddenly vanishes as he stares her down with intense seriousness, bluntly scolding her for trusting people far too easily. Flashing a slightly dangerous smile, he firmly warns Sina that there are plenty of guys out there who will instantly take advantage of her the very second she lets her guard down, leaving her completely wide-eyed as the harsh reality check fully sinks in. Startled by his sudden movement, Sina demanded to know where he stood, prompting the guy to calmly explain that while it was true he was into guys, it still didn't hurt to be cautious around others. The guy playfully teased her, pointing out that she seemed incredibly innocent. Another friend at the bar burst out laughing, teasing the flustered guy for turning completely pure and innocent whenever he was around his own crush, while Sina's coworker watched the chaotic exchange with an amused smile. Sina's coworker pointed out that every guy who had ever approached her in the past only did so because they wanted something from her. She gently advised Sina that instead of dealing with those types, she should try talking to a genuine male friend who could actually explain how guys think, hoping it would help her make sense of Nao's confession. Dragging her over, the coworker asked Ayato if he would mind listening to Sina's dilemma for a bit, explaining that she was struggling because a high school boy had confessed to her. This immediately intrigued Ayato, while a flustered Sina weakly protested that troubled wasn't the right word to describe her feelings. Seeing Sina look so flustered, her coworker teased her for being so sweet and innocent, while a genuinely surprised Ayato wondered out loud if she was actually capable of making such a vulnerable expression, leaving Sina completely startled. Giggling to herself, her coworker quietly noted the reason behind her sudden transformation. She gently pointed out that Sina had the exact face of someone who had just fallen in love for the very first time. The words echoed deeply in Sina's mind, leaving her completely stunned as she struggled to comprehend the idea of falling in love for the first time. A sudden realization washed over her, making her wonder if she had only ever assumed she had been in love in the past when she actually hadn't. She quietly admitted to herself that she had likely just wanted to desperately believe it was love, finally understanding the truth about her feelings. Sina finds herself deeply reflecting on her current feelings, for now quietly wondering if what she is experiencing is actually something much more. The story officially transitions into the 13th chapter as Sina continues to grapple with the shifting boundaries of her relationship with Nao. A groggy Nao walks in, yawning, casually calling out to his sister to ask where his black t-shirt is. His sister answers that she tossed it into the wash because he left it on the couch, but their casual sibling chat is quickly interrupted when Sina happily drops by with some snacks, only for Nao to suddenly point out that it is currently pouring rain outside, sending Rio into a panic over the wet laundry. As Sina watches Nao, her friends teasing words about her looking like someone who fell in love for the very first time echo clearly in her mind, leaving her to silently question if she could actually be in love with him. Sina stubbornly denies the ridiculous idea in her head, but she is quickly snapped out of her thoughts when Nao bluntly asks her why she is staring so intently at him. Sina frantically tries to calm her racing mind, reasoning to herself that since she has dated people in the past, there is absolutely no way she wouldn't be able to recognize if she were truly in love. She remembers that even though her past boyfriends were a total mess, she genuinely believed she liked them at the time, leaving her completely stumped as she tries to define what real love is supposed to feel like. Sina is left lost in a quiet, heavy silence, completely bewildered as she questions what love actually even means anymore. Nao suddenly calls out to her, staring directly into her face and dryly asking why on earth she is spacing out like that. A highly awkward silent pause stretches out as the two of them realize just how incredibly close they are standing to one another. Startled out of her daze, Sina completely loses her balance and crashes down with a massive thud, forcing Nao to quickly catch her to keep her from hurting herself, while dryly asking if she is trying to destroy her own apartment. As Nao gently inspects her after the fall, he mutters in concern that her tumble was pretty loud and worries if she is going to end up with a nasty bruise. Kneeling down right beside her, Nao gently cradles her face to check on her, leaving a completely stunned Sina to stare up at him in absolute silence. Sitting so incredibly close to him, Sina finds herself lost in a deep, quiet reflection on how much their dynamic has evolved over the years. She gazes at him warmly, silently marveling at the fact that he used to be so incredibly small back when they first met. She continues her silent, tender observation as Nao patiently waits for her to speak. Blurting out her thoughts without thinking, Sina warmly notes that he has gotten seriously big, completely catching Nao off guard with her sudden observation. Realizing what she just said, Sina instantly panics, vividly recalling how much Nao hates being treated like a child and silently dreading that he is going to get incredibly annoyed with her all over again. now leans in close and delivers an incredibly bold demand, intensely telling Sina to hurry up and finally start seeing him as a real romantic partner already. Sina is left completely stunned, her eyes widening in absolute shock as the sheer weight of his intense words hits her all at once. Sina's brain completely short-circuits from embarrassment, prompting her to aggressively smack now right across the cheek to stop him from looking at her. Nursing his sore face, a deeply confused now grumbles in pain while a heavily blushing Sina fiercely orders him to stop staring. Sina's mind continues to spiral in pure panic, aggressively wondering what his problem is and questioning if he is just playing with her. She angrily grumbles to herself about how incredibly annoying he is, venting about how a mere high schooler has no business acting so incredibly slick and confident. Still boiling with embarrassment, Sina violently pinches his cheek and curses the brat out, ignoring Nao's protests as he tries to get her to let go. Once she finally releases him, she turns away with a heavy, frustrated pout, struggling to calm her racing heart. Sina aggressively lectures him to stop playing with adults, but now calmly shoots back that she has absolutely no room to talk. He bluntly reminds a completely frozen Sina of the massive bombshell she dropped when she practically proposed to him the other day. The sudden reminder instantly triggers a vivid memory of her own desperate plea to stay with him forever, echoing clearly in her mind. Realizing now remembers her emotional outburst, completely panicked, Sina tries to frantically stammer out an excuse, while now quietly notes her reaction and dryly adds that he has absolutely no clue what she was trying to achieve with that proposal. Now meets her gaze with an intensely serious and unwavering expression, making it crystal clear that regardless of her intentions, he actually took her words very seriously. Back at the bar, Sina's coworker instantly lights up with absolute excitement, completely gushing over Nao's incredibly smooth move and loudly cheering the high school boy on. Sina's coworker curiously asks what happened after that, prompting Sina to admit that she completely panicked and ran away. She grumbles that she thought she was the one threatening him, but he ended up threatening her instead. As the new guy laughs, Sina defensively mutters that it seriously isn't something to laugh about and that she is getting embarrassed just hearing it. Her coworker bitterly wonders why Sina is the one getting toyed with, pointing out that she has plenty of dating experience and questioning how she is getting so whipped and flustered around him. A flustered Sina fires back that it is her first time dealing with something like this, so of course she is confused, telling her coworker not to laugh. The coworker simply notes that it is kind of hilarious how hard she is falling for him, playfully pointing out that she was totally about to insult her just now. Sina falls completely silent, lowering her head as she quietly processes her friend's blunt observation. Leaving the new guy completely confused, Sina softly confesses that it was the very first time. Blushing deeply, Sina explains that no one has ever been happy just because she called them by their name before. Covering her face in pure embarrassment, she quietly admits that she thinks she kind of likes it when he says her name. Her coworker notes that his actions must have really hit her right in the heart. A frustrated Sina groans that he keeps doing all the things she used to dream about, but her coworker admits she doesn't really get it herself. Looking at the guy, the coworker adds that it is not just that though. Swirling his drink, the new guy casually notes that you don't need some huge dramatic reason to fall for someone, and it isn't just in romance either. He explains that especially for people like him, just being accepted by someone can make you feel completely saved, simply stating that's just how it goes sometimes. Flashing a playful wink, the guy cheerfully admits that looking at Sina he can kind of see why Nao fell for her and that he finally gets it now. Sina just looks at him in utter confusion. Her coworker warmly agrees, noting that Sina is the type who genuinely gets happy over little things, and that kind of stuff is just ridiculously cute. She cheerfully explains that when she is with Sina, even something dumb like a stink bug stuck to the window somehow becomes hilarious. A flustered Sina dryly points out that feels kind of different and weakly argues she doesn't think they are really like that. Her coworker lets out a heavy sigh and lazily tells her to just date him, already reasoning that if he already confessed, he obviously likes her. She casually adds that if it is a serious, wholesome relationship, there shouldn't be any problem, brushing off the fact that he is a high schooler. An incredibly annoyed Sina loudly demands to know why she suddenly got so lazy about the situation, and if she seriously just gave up on her while the guy cheerfully calls for a drink refill in the background. After a long night out, Sina's coworker waves a quick goodbye and announces she is heading in the opposite direction, officially wrapping up their little heart-to-heart talk as she walks away. Sina happily thanks her companion for hanging out with her, apologetically admitting she feels terrible for accidentally hogging the entire conversation to talk about her own problems. Her friend cheerfully waves it off and insists he actually loves listening to her talk, playfully suggesting they get moving. Her friend gently points out that Now genuinely treasures her more than anyone else, warmly adding that finding someone who is so fiercely dedicated and caring is incredibly rare in this day and age. Sina remains deeply skeptical, lowering her gaze as she quietly admits to herself that she still completely fails to comprehend why on earth someone as amazing as Now would ever choose to fall for someone as deeply flawed as her. As they continue walking down the street, Sina reflects on her dynamic with Now, realizing she has always naturally opened up to him about everything. She softly acknowledges that before she even realized it, he had grown to understand her on an incredibly deep level, perhaps even more than her own best friend ever did. Despite his deep understanding, Sina's persistent self-doubt makes her deeply question his intentions, bitterly wondering if Now's intense feelings for her are actually born out of mere pity and sympathy rather than genuine romantic love. Sina's mind drifts back to the image of Now's calm, silent presence, desperately trying to decode the true meaning hidden behind his gentle eyes. She reasons that she has only ever exposed her absolute weakest, most pathetic moments to him, making her worry that he simply views her as too much of a tragic mess to ever leave alone. But even as she desperately tries to rationalize his care as simple pity, the lingering memory of his warm hand, gently resting on her forehead, instantly melts all her doubts away. Sina admits to herself that Now can be incredibly cocky and has plenty of moments where he is not cute at all. But deep down, she knows that behind his prickly exterior, he is actually an incredibly kind and caring person. Sina realizes that while only Now truly knows his own heart, she has absolutely no right to dismiss or deny the genuine feelings he has so bravely with her. She understands that regardless of what those feelings are, nothing is more painful than having the person you care about doubt your sincerity, making a clean rejection feel almost merciful by comparison. Therefore, she resolves that her very first step must be to simply place her full trust in Now and his sincerity. Remembering Ayato's gentle advice to be honest with her own feelings so that things might finally begin to change, Sina quietly resolves to do exactly that. With her mind finally made up, a gentle, genuine smile spreads across Sina's face as she prepares to face the future. As they make their way back, Sina openly admits to Ayato that his words really struck a chord with her, prompting him to playfully brag that his past relationship drama was not for nothing. Their conversation is suddenly cut short when Sina gasps in surprise upon spotting Now nearby, their eyes locking as he quietly takes in her presence. But instead of greeting her, Now simply lets out a quiet huff and abruptly walks away, leaving a completely bewildered Sina trying to stop him as he completely ignores her. Sina runs after Ayato on the street, desperately calling out his name after he walks away, while her companion notes in confusion that there must have been some kind of major misunderstanding between them. Suddenly, another man walking down the street narrows his eyes, his focus locking onto the scene unfolding in front of him. He stands there in silence, a highly intense and disapproving aura settling around him. Sina's companion gasps in surprise, noting the sudden and unexpected tension that has just entered the air. Out of nowhere, the glasses-wearing man stomps right over and forcefully grabs Sina by the wrist, coldly lecturing her that she always ends up getting caught up with troublesome people, while a startled Sina aggressively demands to know what the hell he thinks he is doing. The man coldly assumes that Sina is just another random person who completely misunderstood Ayato's kindness and started pathetically clinging to him, reminding her that Ayato is simply nice to absolutely everyone. He brutally mocks her for thinking she was special before delivering a shocking revelation by declaring that he is Ayato's actual boyfriend, leaving a completely stunned Sina to stammer in absolute disbelief, as he warns her to stay away from Ayato forever. Before the boyfriend can say another word, Now suddenly intervenes, aggressively catching him by his wrist and coldly demanding to know how much longer he plans on holding her hand. now glares back with an intense protective rage, his focus completely locked onto the defensive man. Deeply offended by being called an old man, the boyfriend turns back with an incredibly sour glare, silently demanding to know who on earth this newcomer is. A sudden exasperated voice calls out to the pierced guy, whose name is apparently Ayato, completely shocked to find him there. The newcomer tells Ayato to chill out and demands to know why he is getting all worked up and causing a scene all by himself. Ayato casually explains to the newcomer that he is just listening to Sina's relationship problems, boldly declaring that Sina and Now are basically seconds away from getting together anyway, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. A highly flustered Sina frantically tries to interrupt and address the newcomer. The newcomer simply closes his eyes and lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, muttering a tired complaint at the sheer chaos Ayato always manages to cause. Turning his attention to Sina, the newcomer sincerely apologizes, admitting he jumped to conclusions and said something incredibly rude in the heat of the moment. Sina awkwardly accepts the apology while trying to figure out his relationship with Ayato, who loudly complains in the background that his partner is constantly giving him headaches and demands some sympathy. The man bluntly introduces himself as Kasaka, Ayato's boyfriend, and formally apologizes for the trouble. However, he immediately pivots to angrily scolding Ayato, loudly reminding him of past incidents and yelling that this exact chaos is what happens when he carelessly lets his guard down around strangers. Ayato dramatically whines and hastily apologizes while Sina and Now just stand there in bewildered silence. Ayato turns his attention back to Now, cheerfully confirming his identity and mentioning that Sina told him all about him. Completely overwhelmed by the bizarre encounter, Now dryly admits he has no idea what is going on anymore and just asks if they can finally leave, prompting Ayato to ask him to wait 1 second. Meanwhile, Sina quietly stares at Now, internally marveling at how mature he looks and questioning if he is really just a high schooler. Kasaka calls out for Ayato to hurry up and leave, and Ayato casually agrees to follow. Before walking away, Ayato gives Now a soft, knowing look, noting that just like Sina said, Now really is an incredibly kind kid for jumping in to protect her without a single moment of hesitation. Flashing a warm, encouraging smile, Ayato leaves Sina with one final piece of parting advice. He gently reminds her of what they talked about earlier, telling her that it is perfectly okay to finally be honest with her own feelings. Sina's eyes widen in absolute clarity as Ayato's sincere words deeply resonate within her, finally breaking through her stubborn walls of self-doubt. Sina suddenly snaps out of her daze with a fresh wave of determination. Noticing her flustered reaction, a clearly jealous Now crosses his arms and lets out an annoyed huff, dryly commenting on how incredibly close she and that random guy seem to be. Sina frantically tries to clear the air by explaining her connection to Ayato, blurting out that she only ever discusses her life problems when she drinks with him and her female co-worker from her part-time job. She desperately highlights that her senior co-worker is indeed a woman, only to immediately realize that her rambling makes it sound like she is desperately making up excuses. Now instantly zeroes in on her words, dryly questioning what kind of problems she could possibly be discussing behind his back. Sina completely freezes up in sheer panic, internally sweating, because she absolutely cannot confess that those troublesome problems are entirely about him. Sina's internal monologue drifts back to her earlier resolve, reminding herself that the most crucial thing she needs to do right now is to simply place her full trust in him first. Now remains completely silent, letting the heavy quiet stretch between them as he keeps his intense, unwavering gaze locked directly onto her. As the silence lingers, Sina continues to reflect deeply on their past, questioning what kind of feelings she actually harbored for him every single time he stepped in to save and comfort her. Mustering up her courage, Sina tentatively breaks the silence to bring up how Now previously mentioned hating it whenever she called him her little brother, to which Now calmly asks what about it. Feeling the immense weight of his steady gaze, a highly flustered Sina hesitates, completely struggling to find her voice as she prepares to take a massive leap of faith. Suddenly bursting into a defensive lecture, Sina points out that she has actually been calling him by his proper name ever since then. She loudly complains that Now, on the other hand, still only refers to her with casual words like "hey" or "you," demanding to know if he has ever properly called her by her name even once. now completely turns the tables on her, coolly proposing that she should try calling him by his name as well, leaving Sina completely stunned as she processes the sudden, intimate suggestion. Standing closely together in the quiet street, Sina silently wonders if this tiny, simple step could finally be the breakthrough that changes their entire relationship forever. Sina experiences a massive shift in perspective, suddenly realizing that a single quiet moment between them completely changes how she views everything. The sweet memory of him casually calling out her name echoes in her mind, sending a completely different sensation through her than ever before. Looking at him now, she is forced to admit to herself that she has grown to care for him way more than she ever dared to realize. As now speaks her name once again, Sina finally stops running from the truth and quietly accepts that this guy has officially become incredibly important to her. She recalls how she used to throw a total fit over his complete lack of honorifics, and how he would casually brush off her complaints about being the older one, realizing that his casual attitude was actually a sign of how close they had become. With all of her previous doubts finally cleared away, Sina touches her warm cheek as the beautiful truth of her own feelings becomes completely clear. Now keeps his focus locked entirely on her, quietly waiting to see what she will do next. Sina suddenly pumps herself up and loudly apologizes for making him wait, proudly announcing that she has finally made her decision. A highly amused now points out that she has been running this entire conversation completely by herself, but he still firmly promises that he will make sure to start looking at her as a real romantic partner. Nervously turning back to face him, Sina softly admits that she is still not used to any of this at all, but she is fully prepared to try taking things step by step from now on. Gathering every single ounce of her courage, a heavily blushing Sina looks him straight in the eyes and nervously asks if he would like to go on a date with her. Determined to finally be honest with her feelings, Sina takes a bold leap forward and asks now out on a date, leaving him completely frozen and speechless in absolute shock. Now's stunned silence stretches on for so long that Sina immediately begins to panic, nervously questioning his reaction and wondering if she completely messed things up. The story officially transitions into the 14th chapter as the focus shifts to now and Sina navigating the exciting new boundaries of their relationship. Later now meets up with his best friend Haruto and casually drops the news, completely short-circuiting Haruto's brain as he struggles to comprehend the massive bombshell. While Haruto is left entirely frozen in absolute disbelief, now remains completely calm and nonchalant, acting as if nothing unusual has happened. Haruto frantically questions him about the sudden date, completely unable to process how now managed to make such a major leap forward, while now calmly brushes off his panic. Staring at his best friend in sheer awe, Haruto is overwhelmed by now's incredible progress, feeling deeply moved by how much he is growing up. Haruto suddenly bursts into a tearful frenzy of pure joy, dramatically declaring how incredibly happy he is for him, while now awkwardly tries to calm his emotional friend down. An annoyed now sweat drops at the dramatic display, dryly demanding to know why on earth Haruto is crying over this, only for his deeply emotional friend to sob that he is simply too proud. Now is deep in his thoughts, bitterly acknowledging to himself that he knows she does not see him as a romantic partner. Sitting across from his friend, he gets completely defensive and embarrassed, prompting Haruto to dryly ask if he is acting like his mom. Haruto senses something is off and casually asks if there is something wrong. Now simply mutters a quick refusal and looks away in a gloomy silence, quietly focusing on his drink as he drowns in his own thoughts. Now's mind drifts back to his intense conversation, with Sina remembering how she boldly promised that she would make sure to start seeing him that way, leaving him completely stunned and flustered by her sudden change of heart. The two friends sit in a quiet booth at a family restaurant, with now looking completely exhausted and overwhelmed by the heavy romantic tension he is currently dealing with. Now's thoughts spiral as he tries to picture Sina's thought process, imagining her treating his serious feelings like some kind of joke or sketch, leaving him completely dumbfounded and letting out a confused sigh. Haruto tries to offer his input, but now quickly cuts him off, looking incredibly irritated and telling his friend to wait as he aggressively demands to know what he is implying. Now feels a sudden wave of insecurity, bitterly convincing himself that Sina must be totally messing with his feelings just to tease him. Haruto silently reflects on his own feelings, acknowledging that he is also terrified of how much he likes someone, admitting that if she gives him even a little bit of attention, he is scared that he will just keep wanting more and more. A heavy silence settles between them as Haruto's words hang in the air, leaving Nao completely lost in thought. Nao finally understands the true meaning behind Kasaka's earlier warnings about people being manipulated. Seeing Nao's realization, Haruto points out that Sina has been constantly jerked around by total scumbags, all this time firmly declaring that she deserves to be dating someone who will actually treat her properly. Nao solemnly admits that he is simply not mature enough yet to confidently promise that everything is going to be completely fine. Nao worries that on top of everything, Sina is completely clueless about so many things, while his friend heavily sighs and reminds him that they are both just high schoolers after all, leaving Nao to bitterly realize they really are just kids. His friend warmly reassures him, pointing out that the mere fact Nao is able to think so far ahead actually makes him incredibly mature, which catches Nao completely off guard. Their serious conversation is suddenly interrupted when a super flashy, cheerful guy suddenly waves at them, leaving a completely bewildered Nao to desperately wonder who this stranger even is. The guy enthusiastically cheers over the wild coincidence, explaining that he recognized Nao's voice from the other side of the booth, while Nao and his friend can only sit in absolute stunned silence. Nao's friend turns to him and asks if that flashy guy is actually a friend of his, prompting a completely flustered Nao to quickly whisper back to keep his distance. Ayato cheerfully introduces himself, claiming to be a friend of Sina's, and as of their recent encounter, a friend of Nao's as well, though Nao instantly rejects the idea and mutters that he absolutely does not remember making such a connection. Undeterred, Ayato happily declares that they are officially buddies from this point on, and proposes a toast to their new friendship, leaving Nao completely speechless. Observing how incredibly chaotic and carefree both Sina and Ayato are, Nao's friend watches in silent judgment, internally dryly muttering that the two of them really are birds of a feather. Nao's friend casually drops a massive bombshell, admitting that even though Nao was pretty far away, he still overheard their entire conversation, and bluntly concludes that Nao is basically just terrified of losing control to his own lust, sending a completely shocked Nao into a massive panic. His friend brutally points out that, while letting your raw desires hurt someone else's, total scumbag behavior, constantly bottling everything up and holding back, might actually cause Nao to explode someday and end up hurting Sina even more, leaving Nao and Ayato to silently agree with his incredibly blunt but painfully accurate advice. Ayato offers Nao some genuine wisdom, gently reminding him that he does not have to carry all of his emotional weight completely on his own, and that it is perfectly fine to start unloading some of that heavy baggage. He continues to advise Nao against making a habit of holding back his feelings, warning him that suppressing his emotions will only make him bottle up the things he actually deserves to express. Ayato lays out a remarkably simple guide to romance, telling Nao that all he needs to do is be completely direct and tell Sina whenever he thinks she is cute, wants to hold her hand, or simply likes her. Nao completely catches everyone off guard by casually admitting that he actually does say those exact things to Sina, leaving his companions highly skeptical and completely stunned by his sudden confidence. Ayato notes that while some people might find such blunt honesty incredibly embarrassing, he is entirely confident that Sina is definitely not the type of person who would mind hearing those sincere feelings. Nao remains silent, looking deeply pensive as he silently processes Ayato's advice about how Sina would react if he were to be completely direct and open with his feelings. Their companion casually points out that Nao actually seems to understand Sina incredibly well, which instantly makes Nao react. Seeing this, Ayato bursts out laughing and playfully teases Nao about how serious his expression has suddenly become. Ayato quickly laughs off the teasing, suggesting they should finally get going already. Just then, Kasaka arrives at their table and apologizes to Ayato for keeping him waiting, but he quickly stops when he recognizes Nao from their previous encounter. Kasaka warmly offers to pay for their bill to make up for his earlier rudeness, but Nao declines, explaining that they are already heading home. Instead, Nao suggests that if Kasaka truly wants to make amends, he should treat Sina to something instead. Kasaka agrees that he plans to do something nice for Sina when he sees her next, but insists on doing this for now as well to handle things properly. He then admits that on a personal note, he has also been wanting to have a real conversation with Now at least once, leaving Now completely puzzled. Kasaka casually observes that for some reason he gets the distinct feeling that he and Now would actually get along pretty well. But Now simply responds with a completely blank, speechless silence, showing absolutely zero interest in making any new friends. Now instantly shuts the idea down, dryly telling Kasaka that it is nothing but his imagination, which completely catches the glasses-wearing man off guard. As they prepare to leave, Kasaka sighs and bluntly asks Ayato if he was busy poking his nose into other people's business, yet again knowing his partner's troublesome habits all too well. When Kasaka asks why he is always like this, Ayato sincerely replies that he just can't bring himself to leave people alone when he sees young kids worrying about their problems, quietly admitting that it makes him feel like even someone like him might actually be able to offer them a little bit of help. Ayato continues his explanation, quietly admitting that when he sees people struggling, he simply cannot stop himself from reaching out to help them. Kasaka lets out an exhausted sigh and announces he is starving, declaring that, for once, he is going to eat whatever he wants. When Ayato reminds him that he is supposed to be cutting down on carbs, Kasaka smugly declares that today is his official cheat day, prompting a delighted Ayato to decide he will do the exact same. A voice calls out to Ryo by her nickname Akai, pulling her back to reality as she responds with a quiet sigh of recognition. Her friend apologizes for calling so early in the morning, but Ryo reassures her that it is totally fine and she was completely free anyway. When her friend playfully calls her a liar and points out that she is usually busy doing housework at this hour, Ryo sheepishly admits that while that is normally true, she is actually in the middle of making hotcakes right now. Ryo casually explains that she was just standing there in front of the pan waiting for the hotcakes to cook, prompting her friend to laugh and remark on what absolutely perfect timing the phone call actually was. Ryo is excitedly chatting on the phone with her best friend Sina, gushing over the incredible face mask Sina gave her and mentioning how much better her makeup goes on now that her skin is glowing. Sina is glad to hear it, though she admits she was slightly worried since they have completely different skin types, reminding Ryo to stop using it immediately if her skin reacts badly. Ryo happily adds that the hand cream that came with the mask smells amazing too. Sina laughs and explains that a college friend had recommended it to her, but she thought Ryo might like it as well, prompting Ryo to praise her friend's friend for having such great taste. Sina falls completely silent on the other end of the line as a gentle smile spreads across Ryo's face. Sina is caught completely off guard when Ryo suddenly calls out her name and softly offers a sincere, warm thank you. Confused by the sudden seriousness, Sina insists that she should be the one thanking her, but Ryo gently clarifies that she is referring to something much deeper, warmly confessing that the only reason she was able to make so many great friends is entirely because of Sina. Ryo's mind drifts back to her past, remembering how she used to constantly turn down invitations from her friends, using helping out around the house as an excuse, and slowly isolating herself little by little. She recalls how she kept overthinking and holding herself back, constantly worrying that if she reached out to them again, they would wonder why she was suddenly doing it now. She remembers how Sina never cared about any of her hesitations, stubbornly talking to her anyway, and eventually becoming her best friend. Inspired by Sina's warmth, Ryo wanted to be more like her, taking the initiative to reach out to others, and successfully making many new friends, as a result deeply thanking Sina for always being there. Sina remains completely silent, deeply touched, as her friend's incredibly sincere words wash over her. Ryo's gentle voice continues through the receiver, calling out her name and preparing to another heartfelt thought. Ryo speaks warmly over the line, softly telling Sina that she is incredibly special to her. Hearing those words, completely stunned, Sina holds the phone to her ear, her eyes widening in emotional disbelief. Sina feels a wave of relief wash over her, her posture relaxing as she quietly absorbs her best friend's unexpected reassurance. Sina reflects deeply on the strength of their bond, realizing how much comfort she truly finds in their connection. She listens intently to the other end of the line, her heart swelling with gratitude as she processes the warmth in her friend's voice. Rio sheepishly apologizes for getting so incredibly deep and heavy so early in the morning, but Sina quickly reassures her that it is not a problem at all. Rio explains that since no one ever knows when things might suddenly end, she would rather have a solid concrete bond than a vague label like being friends. Rio confesses that she always wished they could make a lasting promise to never be apart, admitting that is what she used to think, before realizing that maybe they do not even need a formal promise to remain close forever. Sina suddenly calls out to her best friend, catching Rio off guard while she is in the middle of preparing a meal. Sina softly returns the sentiment, confessing that she is incredibly special to her too. But as she struggles to find the right words to continue her confession, her voice begins to trail off in nervous hesitation. Gathering all of her courage, a highly emotional Sina suddenly screams into the receiver, loudly declaring her love for her best friend and shouting that she loves her so much. Sina passionately begs her to stay with her forever, leaving a completely stunned Rio frozen in absolute wide-eyed silence at the sudden, overwhelming declaration. Feeling a mixture of extreme excitement and panic about her upcoming date, Sina calls Rio to the news, dramatically asking her best friend to officially take care of her from now on, while Rio can only laugh in amusement. Rio playfully teases Sina on the phone, but Sina quickly changes the subject to getting ready before confidently declaring that she is officially borrowing Rio's little brother for the day. Rio happily gives them her blessing, smiling as she tells Sina to take good care of now, which Sina warmly promises to do. The scene transitions to the bustling station plaza as the designated meetup spot for their highly anticipated first date. As Now stands waiting at the plaza, he is suddenly approached by a stranger calling out to ask if he has a minute. Two random girls enthusiastically try to hit on Now, gushing over how cool he looks and eagerly asking if they can exchange contact info, leaving him completely deadpan and speechless. Arriving just in time to catch the awkward encounter, Sina immediately teases Now about getting hit on, prompting a desperate Now to quietly beg her to save him from the situation. Stepping in with absolute confidence, Sina boldly declares that Now belongs to her and smoothly asks the flustered girls to give him back. The startled girls quickly apologize and scurry away, leaving Sina to immediately lecture Now for causing a scene when he was already late, though Now dryly reminds her that she was actually late by 4 minutes herself. Sina continues to grumble in frustration about the girls' boldness, prompting an amused Now to tease her about whether she is actually getting jealous. Sina confidently declares that Now is her guy, which completely throws him off, but also gives him a tiny bit of hope that she might finally be starting to see him as a romantic partner. Her boldness is instantly ruined when she panics and backtracks, screaming that she only meant she was in charge of protecting her best friend's precious little brother, leaving a highly disappointed Now to sigh over her real excuse. Now quietly tells himself that he already knew she still viewed him that way, but he firmly resolves that he has to make her see him as a real man by the end of today. Completely oblivious to his inner determination, Sina happily tells him that they should finally get moving. As they start walking, Now suddenly takes her hand, sending Sina's heart into overdrive as she reacts in absolute shock. Sina frantically demands to know what he is doing, but Now calmly turns back to look at her and coolly points out that they are supposed to be on a date anyway. The blunt reminder leaves her completely frozen and blushing furiously as she struggles to process his confidence. Realizing that he actually thoroughly enjoys seeing her get so incredibly flustered, Sina vows to pull herself together and show him what real adult composure looks like. She playfully claims that they have to hold hands because of the massive crowd, so he better not let go, but Now squeezes her hand right back and smoothly tells her that she is the one who better not release him. Locking eyes with her, Now tells her to make sure she keeps a close eye on him so they do not end up getting separated. Sina is absolutely on cloud 9 after finally getting her feelings off her chest and expressing her deep appreciation to her best friend. Haruto continues to reflect on Now's surprising resilience, silently admitting to himself that his best friend is remarkably tough when it comes to handling his complex feelings. The story officially transitions into the 15th chapter, focusing on Now's growing nervousness as he prepares for his very first official date with Sina. Haruto cheerfully congratulates Now as they walk, gushing over how amazing it is that he is actually going on a real date with Sina. An annoyed Now grumbles that they are simply hanging out and tells Haruto to drop the subject already. Haruto is completely baffled by his sour attitude, prompting Now to explain with a tired sigh that spending one-on-one time with Sina does not even feel like anything new to him anymore. Haruto passionately lectures him to prepare himself since this is still their very first official date, but Now dryly asks if Haruto is just trying to flex on him, reminding his friend whose older sister they are talking about anyway. A highly offended Haruto quickly fires back that is absolutely not what he meant. Haruto continues to complain that people with actual relationship experience talk completely differently, but his playful mood quickly shifts into a much more serious tone. He hesitates before deciding to one crucial piece of honest advice with his best friend. Haruto sincerely warns him to be extremely careful, explaining that going on a date with the person you genuinely like is honestly way too much fun, leaving Now completely speechless. Now is left completely bewildered, dryly questioning what on earth his friend is even talking about, while Haruto passionately defends his serious warning. Now's mind drifts back as he remembers Sina's voice ringing in his head, excitedly asking him if something is super cute. Sina is in high spirits while shopping, eagerly looking at different clothes and mentioning she has wanted a shirt of a certain length for a while, though she secretly worries if she should just go ahead and buy it. Sina suggests a unisex top that she thinks would look great on him too, but Now calmly declines, explaining that looser clothes are just much more comfortable for him. Sina notices his slight hesitation and curiously asks if there is something wrong, while Now reflects on how she usually wears oversized clothes anyway. Now points out that tighter clothes would actually look really good on her as well, which Sina completely understands. She quickly shifts his attention to another light summer piece, eagerly asking for his opinion on it. Sina suddenly looks around in absolute confusion, completely bewildered, because Now has mysteriously vanished out of nowhere. After tracking him down, Sina playfully complains about him disappearing on her, but Now casually ignores her whining and asks if she would ever wear the type of clothing he is looking at. The outfit in question is a highly feminine dress, leaving Sina completely shocked and questioning if he is actually suggesting she wear something like that. Sina nervously insists that while she thinks the dress is cute, there is no way it would ever suit her, murmuring that those styles are meant for cute girls like Rio. Now remains completely quiet, letting her ramble in her own insecurity. Sina flatly tries to pass on the dress and move along, but Now smoothly holds it out to her again, completely refusing to let her drop the subject. Sina is left utterly speechless as Now locks eyes with her firmly and coolly telling her to just go ahead and try it on. During their date at a clothing store, Now picks out a dress and insists that Sina tries it on because he genuinely wants to see how it looks on her. Despite her frantic protests that it definitely will not look good on her, Now completely ignores her complaints and eagerly asks the shop clerk to prepare a fitting room. Faced with Now's unexpected assertiveness, Sina is left completely speechless and flustered, her heart racing as she processes his direct words. Once inside the fitting room, a grumbling Sina loudly questions if she seriously has to wear the outfit. Sitting patiently outside, Now calmly tells her that she has already come this far, so she might as well stop being stubborn and just try it on, leaving Sina to bitterly complain about how he forced her into this. Alone with her thoughts in the dressing room, Sina stares at the selected outfit in a nervous daze, struggling with her own deep-seated insecurities about whether she can actually pull off this style. Despite her lingering doubts, she quietly admits to herself that having him pick out clothes for her is actually incredibly fun, before finally gathering her courage and calling out Now's name to let him know she is ready. Sina tentatively peeks out from behind the curtain, nervously checking to see Now's reaction before stepping out. As Now turns his attention toward the fitting room, a highly anxious, Sina softly announces that she has put the outfit on, though she still feels incredibly self-conscious about it. When Sina finally reveals herself in the beautiful dress, Now is left completely breathless and mesmerized by how stunning she looks. However, the intense romantic tension quickly short-circuits Sina's brain, sending her into a massive wave of embarrassment as she frantically hides back behind the curtain while screaming that she cannot handle this. While Now stands there completely dazed and blushing from the sudden reveal, the shop clerk warmly praises Sina for how wonderful she looks, prompting a highly flustered Sina to aggressively close the curtain and declare that he has seen enough, while Now dryly complains that it has not even been 10 seconds. Safe behind the closed curtain once again, Sina loudly yells that 10 seconds is more than enough time, stubbornly insisting that girly outfits like this simply do not suit her at all. Now's gentle confession that he actually likes it when she calls his name continues to echo clearly in Sina's mind, leaving her completely flustered as she struggles to process the sheer warmth of his words. When Sina finally emerges wearing a stunning dress now, is left completely dumbfounded and speechless, before suddenly drawing the curtain back, shut, bluntly muttering that he has seen enough and leaving both Sina and the clerk completely bewildered. Sina nervously lets out a tired sigh, bitterly complaining to herself about how now is always casually pulling off such smooth moves, though she cannot help but admit that this particular moment felt incredibly genuine. Sina gazes softly as she tries to convince herself that she must be imagining things, and should definitely not get her hopes up, while now sits quietly just outside the curtain looking incredibly tense and embarrassed himself. Outside the fitting room now rests his head on his hand in a quiet daze, looking deeply flustered and completely overwhelmed by how incredibly stunning Sina looked in the dress. The scene transitions to a bustling and lively food festival filled with mouth-watering aromas and excited crowds gathering around colorful food trucks. Arriving at the festival, Sina excitedly marvels at how incredibly good everything smells, prompting now to curiously ask how she even knew about the event, and if she really wanted to come that badly, leaving a slightly flustered Sina to awkwardly mutter that she indeed did. Eager to grab some food now, suggests they immediately get in line because he is completely starving, which Sina warmly agrees to as they eagerly head toward one of the popular burger stalls. While out on their date, Sina excitedly points out all the delicious-looking food they should try later, prompting now to complain that he is going to gain a ton of weight. Sina playfully brushes off his concerns, squeezing his arm and teasing him that he actually needs to put on some weight because he is far too skinny. Not about to let her get away with teasing him now, instantly counters her playful jab by taking hold of her hand and turning her exact words right back on her. Now calmly points out that she is actually incredibly skinny herself, completely catching Sina off guard and sending her heart into a sudden flustered panic as she struggles to process his close presence. Sina defensively argues that she is perfectly normal and calls now the weird one for barely eating despite being in high school, but now firmly shoots back that she is the one who needs to eat properly before she completely wrecks her own health. As Sina continues to argue, her case now suddenly softens and quietly offers to make a compromise if that is what she would actually prefer from him. Now delivers a remarkably sincere confession, boldly promising that if it will actually make her like him even more, then he will gladly start eating properly from now on, leaving Sina completely speechless and blushing. As they remain holding hands, now directly asks if she would genuinely like him more if he put on a little extra weight, sending a highly flustered Sina into a massive panic as she desperately tries to backtrack and claim they were only discussing basic health. Now remains completely unfazed by her frantic excuses, dryly asking if that was really the topic of their conversation. Sina's mind completely spirals in embarrassment as she feels the firm warmth of his touch, desperately wondering what on earth has gotten into him to make him act so bold today. Sina finally calls him out for acting completely different than his usual self, but a calm now quickly turns the tables on her by pointing out that she is actually the one who has been teasing him far more than usual today. Now tries to mentally prepare himself for the date, recalling the solid advice he received about how going out with the person you like is supposed to be incredibly fun, and that he should just speak his mind and tell her she is cute whenever he feels like it. The playful voices of his friends continue to echo in his head, constantly teasing him to just go ahead and speak his mind because of how much fun it is. The mental advice and teasing chant repeat over and over in his mind, driving him absolutely crazy as he tries to keep his cool. Letting out an exhausted sigh, now mutters to her that all of this is incredibly annoying and admits that he is actually just desperately excited for their date. Sina completely bursts out laughing at his sudden confession, playfully teasing him and refusing to believe that he is actually excited, leaving a totally flat-faced now staring at her in deadpan silence. Sina jokingly accuses him of finally realizing how much fun it is to mess with her and warns him not to tease his elders too much, leaving now to quietly groan in absolute frustration. now bitterly reflects on how Sina still treats him like a total kid, realizing that her labels for him as her sister's friend and her best friend's little brother are still heavily getting in the way of her seeing him as a real romantic partner. Clenching his hand tightly now makes a quiet but incredibly bold resolution that he might just have to get a little more forceful to finally break through her stubborn walls. As the gentle wind blows now locks his gaze onto her with an incredibly serious and intense expression, fully committing to his new plan. Sitting side by side in a quiet spot, the two of them take in the lively crowd around them with now quietly preparing to make his next major move. As they discuss their plans, Sina suddenly remembers they need to decide where to go. Now asks her if there is anywhere in particular she wants to go, but Sina defers to him, pointing out that since it is so hot outside, somewhere cool would be nice. Now, immediately rattles off several well-thought-out options, suggesting an art aquarium happening nearby or a nice cozy cafe where they could just grab some coffee. Sina is completely taken aback, curiously asking now if he actually went through the trouble of looking up all these different places just for her. Her direct question is met with an incredibly long, awkward silence, as now quietly stares down at his phone, refusing to look her in the eye. Now grumbles in embarrassment under her steady gaze, quietly muttering that she definitely did not have to go and say that out loud. Now's adorable shyness completely melts Sina's heart, and she happily coos in delight, thanking him warmly as she playfully ruffles his hair. Overjoyed by his sweet gesture, Sina excitedly declares that they should just do absolutely everything on his list, since he went through all that trouble for her. Now, immediately shuts down her wild plan, firmly telling her there is no way they can do all of that, before defensively claiming he only happened to see those places on television and social media, anyway, insisting he didn't do any real research. Sina playfully teases him, giggling that she will gladly pretend to believe his excuse, before gushing over how incredibly cute he is. Meanwhile, now remains completely speechless, turning his face away as he struggles to hide his massive blush. Now lets out an embarrassed sigh and tells her to shut up, grumbling that planning this date was simply the only thing he could think of to do. His sudden emotional confession leaves Sina looking up at him in quiet surprise, wondering what could have prompted such a serious reaction. Now gently reminds her that it was her birthday recently, keeping his gaze lowered as he brings up the special occasion. He quietly explains that even though her birthday was actually a while ago, he was completely lost on what kind of present he was supposed to get her, given the complicated nature of their current relationship. He softly admits that because of his confusion, he figured the absolute least he could do for her was to carefully plan out today's perfect date. Now humbly adds that compared to whatever amazing gift his older sister gave her, he knows a simple planned date is nothing special, leaving Sina to quietly take in the sheer depth of his thoughtful sincerity. Sina and now sit quietly side by side, letting the gentle, peaceful silence wrap around them as they take a comfortable break during their date. Looking down softly, now quietly admits that he is genuinely happy to be spending this time with her. Deeply moved by his rare sweet side, Sina flashes an incredibly bright, heartwarming smile and warmly thanks Now is completely captivated by her sudden radiance, staring at her in quiet awe as her beautiful smile instantly melts away all his composure. Sina admits she is pleasantly surprised that now actually remembered her birthday, prompting him to point out that having an older sister who is incredibly close to her makes it hard to forget. A flustered Sina panics at the thought of Rio constantly talking about her at home, but she quickly changes the subject to ask when Now's birthday is so she can return the favor, though he coolly insists she does not have to worry about it. Sina playfully demands that he just tell her already, prompting Now to quietly admit that his birthday is on February 13th. Sina is delighted to learn he was born so early in the year, teasingly noting that his special day happens to be the day right before Valentine's Day. The sudden mention of his birthday triggers a random realization in Sina's head, prompting her to look over at him in confusion and ask exactly how old he actually is right now. The simple math completely short-circuits Sina's brain, leaving her entirely frozen in absolute shock as the single digit of 15 dramatically echoes in her head. Sina frantically stammers in disbelief, questioning why he isn't 16 yet, since high school first years are usually of that age. Now calmly explains that because his early year birthday makes him young for his grade, He still has a little over 6 months left before he officially turns 16. The terrifying reality of the situation completely crashes down on her, leaving Sina in a dazed, speechless silence, as she struggles to process the fact that she is currently on a date with a literal 15-year-old. Sina is left screaming in utter disbelief, completely dumbfounded by how a mere 15-year-old could possibly act with so much confidence, while now merely responds with a dry and unfazed reaction. The story officially transitions into the 16th chapter, highlighting Now as he contemplates his evolving connection with Sina. Sina is completely surprised to hear that Now ran into Ayato, and when Now mentions the middle-aged guy with the glasses who was with him, she quickly clarifies that he must be talking about Kasaka. Sina happily gushes that Ayato might look flashy, but is actually a funny, easygoing, and incredibly nice person. She excitedly suggests grabbing some food together sometime to introduce him to Rio, prompting Now to casually suggest that they should all just go together. Now points out that Sina seems to have gotten pretty attached to her new acquaintances, making Sina wonder if that is really how she is acting. She sheepishly admits that since she never really had any guy friends before, she might just be getting a bit carried away. Sina reassuringly tells Now not to worry because Ayato is strictly a good friend, but Now flatly grumbles that he did not say anything about it anyway. He quickly changes the subject to focus on their date, asking if a mid-afternoon reservation slot at the art aquarium works for her, to which Sina readily agrees. As Now prepares to book 2 adult tickets for them, Sina quickly chimes in and insists that she should pay for her own ticket. Now reasons that since they are going together anyway, they should just purchase the tickets together, but Sina stubbornly refuses to back down. She firmly insists on paying her, leaving Now with no choice but to accept it. Now instantly refuses her money, causing Sina to protest that aquarium tickets are definitely not cheap for a high schooler. Now simply shrugs it off, insisting it really is not a big deal, and before she can argue any further, he smoothly finishes booking the slot in record time, leaving an exasperated Sina completely defeated. Sina playfully complains to Now about him paying for her ticket, teasing him that she is the older one, and he does not have to try so hard to look cool in front of her. She then casually drops some advice, pointing out that there are plenty of other ways he could make a move on the girl he likes if he wanted to. Now simply keeps his eyes locked onto her, remaining completely silent in response. The heavy, loaded silence completely catches Sina off guard, leaving her to shiver in sudden nervousness at his intense gaze as his words sink in. Desperate to break the flustered tension, Sina loudly announces it is time to get moving, quickly thanking him for the meal as she tries to make a hasty escape, while a deadpan Now tells her to wait up. As they walk together, Sina cannot help but smile, realizing that being on this date with Now is genuinely wonderful and incredibly fun. Now quietly looks at her from behind, completely mesmerized and softened by her beautiful, genuine smile. The bright afternoon sun shines down on them as they happily transition to their next exciting destination. Underneath a beautiful clear blue sky filled with fluffy clouds, they finally arrive at their second major stop of the day. Their destination turns out to be a stunning aquarium filled with colorful goldfish, leaving an excited Sina to gush over how incredibly pretty and photogenic everything looks, while a quiet Now patiently watches her joy. Now casually mentions that he completely forgot something before suddenly turning to Sina and asking if she minds if he takes a picture of her. Sina nervously agrees, but she immediately panics when she realizes he is trying to take a solo picture of her. She hilariously screams and demands to know what on earth he plans to do with a picture of her by herself, while a clueless Now wonders what her problem is. Now explains that his sister specifically asked for pictures of her, prompting a smug Sina to tell him to take as many as he wants, though she silently pouts that he completely missed the romantic point. She then suddenly pulls him in close for a quick selfie, catching Now completely off guard. Staring at the photo, Now quietly admits that it actually looks pretty good, though he is left slightly flustered by her sudden closeness, while a cheerful Sina demands that he send it to her phone later. As they continue their walk, Sina sighs and teasingly points out that Now never smiles, realizing that she has actually never seen him crack a genuine smile before. Sina playfully asks if he always looks that grumpy at school and wonders if he even has any real friends other than Haruto, prompting a defensive Now to tell her to mind her own business. Sina dramatically explains that since she has known him since he was tiny, she was naturally worried about whether that prickly, antisocial little kid was actually doing okay, while now just stares back at her with a completely deadpan expression. Sina notes that because he is always teasing her, it actually makes him incredibly easy to read, prompting now to tell her to watch her mouth. Sina suddenly turns back toward him with a gentle, playful smile on her face. Sina playfully squeezes his cheeks to force a smile onto his face, teasingly telling him that he should try smiling a little more just like that. Sina smiles warmly and reassures, now telling him that he would absolutely look cute in whatever he chooses to wear. Following her compliment, Sina playfully coaxes a reaction out of him, leaving now looking back at her with a slightly stunned and soft expression. Sina quietly reflects on the subtle changes between them, admitting to herself that she can actively feel their relationship shifting as they a lingering look. Now directly reiterates his feelings, reminding her once again that he genuinely likes her and asking if she finally understands his sincerity. Sina quietly takes in his straightforward confession, letting the sheer weight of his honest words sink deep into her mind. Sina softly admits that she is fully aware of his feelings, prompting now to intensely remind her that his ultimate goal is for her to start seeing him as a real romantic partner. Now candidly admits that holding back has become incredibly difficult for him, explaining that the more he realizes how deeply she trusts him, the more he struggles against the urge to take advantage of that vulnerability and push things forward. Feeling deeply insecure, now bitterly calls his own feelings pathetic, confessing that, despite wanting to believe he is different from the guys who hurt her in the past, he worries he might not be any different in the end. He earnestly asks her to rely on him, instead promising to do absolutely anything she asks, and telling her to just call him whenever she feels lonely, no matter how unreasonable her request might be. Now explains that he is perfectly fine with being pushed around forever as long as he can stay by her side without crossing any lines, but Sina completely turns the tables by boldly asking when exactly he plans to finally make her his. Sina suddenly initiates some sudden physical contact out of nowhere, catching now completely off guard. The unexpected move leaves now totally shocked and flustered as he struggles to process her sudden boldness in the middle of their conversation. Still rubbing his sore face, now is left utterly bewildered about how their conversation even reached this point. Sina angrily lectures him, passionately insisting that he needs to stop saying such embarrassing things, specifically telling him to quit offering to let her push him around or use him however she wants. Sina gets flustered and boldly asks if he only wants to touch her because he actually likes her, quickly telling him to not even answer that. She then turns away, brushing it off by pointing out that such urges are pretty rough for a teenage guy dealing with puberty, which leaves a completely speechless, now feeling totally misunderstood. As they walk, now silently reflects on her words, quietly reasoning to himself that wanting to touch the person you like is a completely normal and natural feeling. When Sina asks what the realistic chances are that he would actually lose to temptation and make a move on her, now seriously guesses it is about 5%. Sina is completely shocked that the number is that high, while now looks incredibly devastated that the chance is not zero, prompting Sina to yell at him to stop acting so dramatic over a tiny 5%. Sina's tone softens as she admits that the mere fact he worries about making a move only proves how incredibly kind he really is. She gently confesses that hearing someone like him say he likes her actually makes her feel incredibly happy, leaving now completely touched by her sweet words. Blushing and looking away, Sina explains that those feelings are not exactly zero for her either, noting that it is just how most people are and that adults simply learn to hold themselves back. As now watches her, he quietly realizes that every time she makes a brand new expression, it only makes him want to know more about the side of her he still does not understand. Now is completely mesmerized as he realizes that what he truly loves most about Sina is the pure, genuine smile she makes whenever she is simply acting on her raw, unfiltered emotions. Now resolves that he wants to keep seeing that beautiful face, but Sina suddenly drops a reality check by reminding him that she still cannot officially go out with him yet. However, now remains completely undeterred, firmly declaring that they simply cannot date yet, fully believing he will win her over in the end. Sina immediately snaps at him for staring at her so intensely, loudly reminding him that he is only 15 years old. and annoyed now can only sweat drop dryly replying that he is obviously well aware of his own age. Now argues that if they are discussing a proper healthy relationship, then turning 16 seems like a completely fair milestone to set. Sina remains highly skeptical, muttering that even 16 feels a bit borderline from her perspective, and pointing out that he is still just a high schooler anyway. But after a moment of deep thought, she tells him that if he genuinely wants to stand by her side as her boyfriend, then he is just going to have to wait until he officially turns 16. Leaning in close to him, Sina confidently asks if he actually thinks he has what it takes to wait for her. Sina looks back at him with a warm, genuine smile while now can only stare directly back at her in absolute silence as her words sink in. Sina gently tells him that he does not have to constantly force himself to act way more mature than he actually is right now. Now lets out a defeated pout and turns his head away, reluctantly muttering a quiet agreement to her terms. Seeing his cute, boyish reaction, Sina flashes a highly pleased and affectionate smile. Sina cheerfully pats now on the head like a good boy, prompting a quiet hum of agreement from him as he stands there quietly processing the sweet gesture. Now quietly reflects on how much he used to absolutely despise being treated like a child more than anything else in the world. But he realizes that somehow her affectionate teasing doesn't annoy him nearly as much as it used to before, focusing on a far more important thought. Now leans in close and boldly declares that all he has to do now is make absolutely sure she doesn't change her mind before he turns 16, promising to go completely all out to win her over. His sudden intense declaration leaves a highly confused Sina stammering in surprise. Before she can even process his words, now leans forward and swiftly plants a soft, unexpected kiss right on her cheek, leaving Sina completely frozen in stunned, wide-eyed silence. Now takes immediate action to quiet Sina down by leaning in for a sudden kiss on the cheek, catching her completely off guard. A completely stunned Sina is left utterly speechless, as now calmly covers her mouth, bluntly telling her that she is being far too loud and reminding her not to bother the people around them. When a flustered Sina desperately reminds him that they are not supposed to be dating, yet now calmly responds with a deadpan expression, explaining that is exactly why he plans to make full use of his current advantages and keep making his moves on her. Now smoothly throws her own words right back at her coolly, pointing out that she was the one who said there are plenty of ways to make a move on the girl he likes. A defeated Sina can only stammer in response, helplessly admitting that she did indeed say those words while desperately trying to remind herself that he is supposed to be nothing more than her best friend's cute little brother. Before Sina can even fully wrap her head around her own thoughts, she finds herself completely frozen in place as the sudden intense atmosphere catches her entirely off guard. Now leans in close and locks eyes with her, firmly warning her that she had better prepare herself, because he has absolutely no intention of letting anything stop him from pursuing her. The sudden wave of boldness sends Sina into an absolute blushing panic, but her romantic daze is instantly shattered when she hears now quietly snicker at her over-the-top reaction. Now breaks his cool, serious facade and lets out a genuine chuckle, flashing an incredibly warm and happy smile that she has never seen from him before. Staring at his rare, joyful expression, Sina's heart completely skips a beat as she finds herself utterly captivated by the sight of his real smile. Sina's internal thoughts continue to linger, quietly realizing that now is slowly but surely turning into a mature man that she barely even recognizes anymore. The story officially transitions into the 17th chapter, highlighting the intense romantic chemistry between Sina and Nao as they continue to navigate their exciting relationship. Nao's mind drifts back to the very first day they met, recalling how a cheerful Sina warmly introduced herself to him and excitedly gushed about how cute Ryo's little brother was. Even back then, a much younger Nao was left completely speechless in her presence, utterly captivated by her bubbly and energetic personality. Back in the present, Nao's classmate casually drops a teasing accusation, bluntly pointing out that he has been observing him for a while and is fully convinced Nao is a bit of a siskin. Nao is completely baffled by the weird accusation, defending himself by arguing that caring about his sister is totally normal, though his friend points out that most people definitely do not praise their siblings so openly in public. His friend teasingly warns that he would absolutely beat up anyone who tries to get close to Ryo, leaving Nao to let out an exhausted sigh. Nao's internal thoughts drift back to how their relationship first began, reflecting on how he used to view Sina as an annoying enemy who was trying to steal his older sister, and questioning how on earth they ended up in their current dynamic. Breaking the silence, Nao directly asks Sina when the next time she is free is catching her completely off guard. Sina is left looking highly flustered and surprised by his direct question, her heart skipping a beat as she tries to process his words. When Sina drops by Nao's house to bring him some leftovers, she expects a normal greeting, but Nao immediately cuts straight to the chase by thanking her and asking her out on another date the next time she is free. Still flustered by his boldness, Sina is suddenly interrupted when Nao mentions his hands are currently full and asks her to wait for him upstairs, which she cheerfully agrees to as she makes herself at home. Once upstairs, Sina completely makes herself at home, casually pouring herself some tea while lecturing Nao to enjoy his fleeting high school youth and asking how his summer break has been going. When Sina tells him to make the most of high school, Nao dryly points out she was exactly the same way back, then recalling how she stubbornly ignored everyone around her and complaining that digging up those memories is only getting him annoyed all over again. Sina quietly sips her tea and admits that she spent almost all of her own high school years simply working part-time jobs. This sudden detail catches Nao's attention, prompting him to ask for clarification on her past part-time work experience. Sina suggests that since Nao is not in any school clubs, he should try getting a part-time job himself for some solid life experience, warmly noting that he would likely be quite successful at it. After returning home, Sina tiredly flops down onto her couch, letting out an exhausted sigh as she finally gets to relax after a long, emotionally charged day. Sina collapses directly beside him on the couch, completely catching Nao off guard as he lets out a sudden gasp of surprise. When Sina instantly snuggles right up against him, a flustered Nao panic stutters and demands she sit a little farther away because she is sitting far too close for comfort. Sina playfully asks if he doesn't like it, prompting a highly embarrassed Nao to quickly shoot back that it isn't a matter of him not liking it, but rather that the sudden closeness is just incredibly weird. The two of them fall into a deep, silent pause, locking eyes in an incredibly close and quiet stare as the romantic tension instantly builds between them. Nao slowly leans even closer to her, letting his quiet confidence take over as the physical distance between them completely disappears. Sina suddenly panics and yanks herself backward in a massive frenzy of embarrassment, completely breaking the intimate moment as Nao can only blink in absolute bewilderment at her sudden retreat. Panting heavily from sheer embarrassment, a highly flustered Sina complains that he never lets his guard down even for a split second, while a deadpan Nao dryly asks if she completely missed the point of everything he just said. Their awkward standoff is instantly cut short when Rio finally returns home, warmly thanking Sina for waiting and prompting a relieved Sina to quickly welcome her back and pretend nothing happened. Rio casually asks Sina if she happens to be free next weekend, inviting her to check out a new cafe she has been wanting to visit. Sina instantly lights up with absolute excitement, eagerly agreeing to go and cheerfully thinking to herself that there is absolutely no way she would ever say no to her best friend. Just as Sina is basking in the excitement of her upcoming plans with her friend, Nao suddenly closes the distance once again and leans right back into her personal space, leaving her completely startled. Nao boldly demands to know what about him, bluntly declaring that he wants to go out on a date with her as well, leaving a highly startled and blushing Sina completely speechless at his sudden possessiveness. In Sina's wild imagination, Nao and Rio get into a heated sibling squabble over whose turn it is to spend time with her, leaving a highly flustered Sina completely overwhelmed as Nao repeatedly calls out her name to demand her support. Sina's daydreaming is world-shatteringly cut short when her coworker Hiyama stares at her with a completely deadpan expression, dryly asking if a ridiculous sibling rivalry is really what she was just fantasizing about. Sina frantically defends her sanity, loudly begging her friends not to judge her like she is some kind of weirdo, while Ayato and Hiyama tease her about how having siblings fight over her sounds straight out of a romance manga. Ayato casually changes the subject to ask if she and Nao are still not officially dating yet, prompting Sina to confirm the situation and explain their mutual agreement to wait until Nao officially turns 16. Hiyama is highly impressed by her seriousness, noting that Now has basically guaranteed his future spot, though she points out that waiting must be incredibly rough for a teenage boy going through puberty, while Ayato cheerfully insists Now will be perfectly fine. The conversation takes a sudden turn when Hiyama mentions that simply hearing Sina say she likes him must already mean the world to Now, triggering a massive wave of realization for Sina, as she quietly admits to a confused Ayato that she hasn't actually said those words yet. Sina sheepishly confesses that she has not actually told Now that she likes him yet, leaving both Hiyama and Ayato completely frozen in absolute deadpan shock at her unexpected revelation. Ayato stammers in disbelief, while Sina desperately tries to defend herself, arguing that she already promised to view him romantically and agreed to date him eventually, though Hiyama loudly shoots back that those promises are definitely not the same as a real confession. Hiyama sighs and lectures her that Now is a highly emotional high school boy who obviously wants to hear the actual words, while Ayato warmly agrees, pointing out that since Now has been in love with her for so long, he is undoubtedly waiting to hear that one decisive line. Sina is left deeply lost in her own thoughts, quietly questioning if that is truly the case, since Now has never really seemed like the type of person who would care all that much about hearing those specific romantic words. Sina reflects that while Now is incredibly easy to read when he is annoyed or unhappy, he almost never shows it on his face whenever he is actually happy or having a great time. Quietly holding her drink, Sina wonders what would actually happen if she gathered her courage and told him directly that she likes him. She wonders if being completely honest about her feelings would finally let her see that rare, incredibly soft and gentle expression on his face once again. Back at school, Haruto pulls Now out of his quiet daze by curiously asking what on earth he has been staring at on his phone for so long. Haruto is left completely shocked and bewildered when Now casually reveals that he is actually planning on getting a part-time job. Now figures that since he isn't in any school clubs anyway, getting a job might be a good idea. Meanwhile, Haruto asks a classmate about his gas station job, looking over a job ad on his phone and noting that while the pay is great, it sounds incredibly rough. Haruto suggests that a customer service job would perfectly suit their classmate since he is so friendly, before turning his attention to Now to figure out what kind of job would actually fit his prickly personality. Haruto teasingly notes that Now definitely has the glare of someone unfriendly, but he still believes Now could manage a part-time job. Haruto suggests that Now could easily ask to work in the kitchen instead of on the floor, so he would not have to worry about being friendly to customers, but a sighing Now does not think that is true either. Now quietly asks his classmate if he genuinely believes Now could actually handle a job, leaving Haruto temporarily speechless. Haruto completely loses his mind at the uncharacteristic self-doubt, dramatically demanding to know if he is really talking to Now, while Now deadpans that there is absolutely no one else he could possibly be. Haruto is highly amused by Now's rare moment of insecurity, laughing at him, while an annoyed Now can only sit there in irritated silence. Haruto admits that seeing Now doubt himself finally made it hit him that Now is actually just a normal high school guy just like him. Now simply responds to his friend's sudden realization with a totally flat and unamused reaction. Haruto warmly explains that while he has always admired Now for handling everything so efficiently, seeing him get nervous over unfamiliar things and worry so deeply about others actually makes him much more relatable. Haruto confesses that he is glad Now has moments where he gets insecure, playfully advising him to show his vulnerable side more often instead of always acting too cool, though Now immediately denies doing so. Now simply lets out an embarrassed huff, silently processing his classmates' surprisingly sweet reassurance. As memories of Sina's sweet, encouraging smile flood his mind, Now is filled with a sudden wave of determination, deciding that a convenience store job actually sounds nice and resolving to finally give it a try. At school, Haruto notices Now acting a bit off and casually asks him what is up, but Now simply brushes him off with a quiet response that it is absolutely nothing. Now dryly comments that Haruto's facial muscles seem pretty flexible, which instantly prompts their classmate to suggest Now try using one of those weird mouth wiggle training devices if he actually wants to practice smiling better. Later that evening, Rio chats on the phone with her younger relative Kanata, who excitedly boasts about scoring 2 goals in their last game, prompting Rio to praise Kanata's incredible athleticism and bring up how fast they were in the 50-meter dash. Kanata happily confirms the achievements and proudly adds that they even got first place in side-to-side jumps, as well prompting a laughing Rio to cheerfully praise the kids' efforts. The casual sibling chat takes a sudden and highly unexpected turn when Kanata nervously confesses that a classmate named Nee-chan just confessed her love to them. The shocking revelation completely blows Rio's mind, sending her into a massive state of excitement as she loudly demands to know who Nee-chan is and what she is actually like. Kanata softly admits that they were also incredibly surprised, but explains they have actually liked her for a long time too, and were really happy, leaving a quiet Rio to realize their feelings were mutual. Kanata warmly explains how embarrassed they felt when Nee-chan confessed, but adds that once they worked up the courage to confess their own feelings back, she looked incredibly happy, leaving Rio listening in deep, thoughtful silence. Now hangs up his phone as Haruto continues to happily ramble about how seeing his crush smile makes him want to work hard at sports, and studying, prompting Now to dryly warn his friend to do it in moderation, before it turns into a disaster. Haruto's words about his confession making his crush incredibly happy linger in Sina's mind, leaving her to quietly reflect on the simple concept of expressing her feelings. Sina groans in frustration, bitterly thinking about how easily younger kids can declare their love without a single worry in the world, while her own situation remains incredibly complicated. She tries to rationalize her hesitation, telling herself that she is simply waiting for the perfect timing to tell him instead of blurting it out awkwardly at a random moment. As she walks down the street, Sina realizes that her current feelings are completely different from anything she ever experienced with her past boyfriends, especially when it comes to Now. Sina admits that thinking of Now in a romantic way feels incredibly ticklish and awkward, likely because she spent so many years viewing him strictly as her best friend's little brother. But when she actually pauses to look at Now as a mature guy rather than a kid, her entire perspective completely shifts. Recalling their intense, intimate moments together instantly sends Sina into a massive blushing panic, making her realize just how overwhelmingly embarrassing and real her feelings have actually become. Sina arrives at her part-time job trying to calm herself down to focus on her shift, only for her manager to greet her and announce that they have a brand new part-timer starting today. Sina is left entirely frozen in absolute wide-eyed shock when the new hire turns out to be Now, who coolly locks eyes with her and asks his new senpai to take good care of him. Sina stands there completely dumbfounded, blinking in absolute confusion as she tries to process what just happened. The story officially transitions into the 18th chapter as the focus shifts to Now starting his brand new part-time job. A quiet, subtle tension settles between them as they begin working closely together in the same space. During his shift at the busy restaurant, a co-worker calls out to Now by his last name, asking him to carry another dish, which Now calmly and effortlessly agrees to handle. Sina can only stand there in completely flustered silence, as her co-worker Hiyama watches her with a highly amused and knowing smirk. Hiyama dryly comments that high school boys are seriously something else, teasingly calling out the sheer audacity of Now deliberately choosing to work at the exact same place as Sina. Meanwhile, their male co-worker warmly praises Now, admitting he was initially worried since it was the kid's very first job, but proudly declaring that Now is an incredibly efficient and quick-witted lifesaver of a hire. Sina defensively points out that Now has absolutely zero friendliness, but her coworker simply shrugs and replies that a certain amount of friendliness is actually quite essential for customer service anyway. Just then, a customer at one of the tables calls out to Now to apologize, explaining that she accidentally spilled some soy sauce and asking if she could get something to wipe it up. Now flashes a remarkably gentle, dazzling smile and reassures the customer that everything is completely fine, smoothly promising to bring her a towel right away. His unexpected charm and handsome smile instantly send the poor customer's heart into a massive blushing frenzy. The sudden arrival of a mysterious new part-timer completely throws the restaurant staff for a loop, leaving everyone standing in a totally shocked and speechless silence. Sina is left utterly gaping in sheer disbelief when she realizes the new hire is none other than Now, who is already earning massive praise from the boss and coworkers alike for his exceptionally flawless customer service. Now quietly explains that he actually wanted to work in the kitchen, but the boss insists his good looks belong on the floor while the rest of the staff heap endless praise on him for being incredibly attentive and proactive as Sina watches him in complete silence. Now flashes an incredibly smug smile at Sina, quietly apologizing for stepping in and taking her job, leaving her staring back at him completely dumbfounded. As Now is quickly called away by a customer, Sina's mind begins to wander, and she quietly wonders to herself if she will actually get to see that cute, rare side of his face again. Quickly snapping out of her romantic daydream, Sina suddenly yells out a loud denial to clear her head, completely startling Hiyama, who just stares at her in absolute confusion. Prompted by a coworker to get back to work, a highly fired-up Sina fiercely resolves that there is absolutely no way she is going to let herself get outperformed by a rookie part-timer. Sina's competitive spirit quickly turns into mild irritation when she watches a table of female customers specifically call Now over to take their order despite plenty of other staff members being completely free. As Hiyama dryly glares and notes that their restaurant is definitely not that kind of establishment, Sina boils with intense jealousy, silently fuming over how close the customers are trying to get to Now for absolutely no reason. While Now politely confirms the drink order, the female customer coyly stops him to ask for something extra, sliding her contact information over. As a highly stressed, Sina watches the scene unfold. Sina is currently boiling with a terrifying silent rage, prompting her coworker to quietly warn her to pull herself together. The source of her intense glare is a beautiful female customer who is cheerfully asking Sina for some water refills. Sina quickly forces a bright, friendly customer service smile to assure the customer that their water is coming right up. Meanwhile, Now stands completely clueless in the background as Sina rushes off to handle the female customers. Sina's coworker decides to intervene, kindly telling Now to go handle the trash or work in the back while she takes over his tables, which Now calmly accepts. Left behind, an exhausted Sina lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Sina suddenly freezes up while cleaning when she overhears the group of girls gushing over how handsome Now is. She can only listen in absolute silence as they eagerly gossip about his age and wonder if they should ask if he has a girlfriend. Hearing the girls plan their move on, Now instantly sends Sina into a terrifying rage, prompting her coworker to quickly warn her that her facial expression has become completely frightening. The tense situation is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Ayato and Kasaka, with Ayato playfully commenting that the handsome waiter seems to be in serious trouble with all the female attention, leaving Sina completely startled by their sudden appearance. Sina warmly welcomes Ayato and Kasaka to the restaurant, and when Kasaka asks if there is a table available for two, she happily guides them to the counter since those are the only open seats. Once they get settled at the counter, Sina finally vents to them, admitting that she completely understands the situation now. Ayato casually points out that Now is bound to be popular with looks like that, which Sina passionately agrees with. While Kasaka quietly praises the delicious appetizer, Ayato continues to tease Sina, noting how customers constantly call Now over even when the other staff members are completely free. Ayato warmly advises Sina that for now she should simply focus on supporting Now while he gets used to his new job, reassuring her that she does not need to worry so much about anything else. The comforting advice leaves a surprised Sina quietly taking in his words. Ayato adds another playful detail to their conversation as they chat during their break. He smilingly points out that Now only has eyes for her anyway, leaving Sina to quiet down in embarrassment as she focuses on her phone. Sina nervously stammers in agreement while Ayato casually asks her if the two of them have actually started dating yet. Her flustered response is immediately cut short when Now suddenly appears, calling out to his slacking senior and asking where the new trash bags are, prompting a defensive Ayato to loudly insist that he is definitely not slacking off. An amused Ayato quietly tells Kasaka that he really wants to let Now know how incredibly jealous Sina is right now, while a deadpan Kasaka calmly warns Setsu to stop stirring up trouble. The busy restaurant shift officially gets underway as stacks of plates begin to pile up. Both Now and Sina get straight to work, with Sina politely serving customers at their tables while Now keeps busy in the kitchen. Sina flashes a warm, bright smile as she interacts with the guests, completely focusing on her job. Now quietly observes her from across the room, watching how naturally she handles the customers. The manager calls out to Now to let him know he is done for the day, praising his performance as perfect and letting him off an hour early since he is still in training, which Now politely accepts. Now turns to Sina to let her know he is heading out, first quietly bidding her goodbye as he finishes his shift. The clock on the wall ticks away, marking the end of another busy day. Sina lets out a heavy sigh, tiredly admitting to herself that she is absolutely exhausted after a long shift. In the locker room, Hiyama complains about wasting too much energy, though Sina points out it is only because she gets unnecessarily competitive. Hiyama quickly pivots to praising Now, calling him amazing, highly competent, good-looking, and admiring his guts to aggressively chase after the girl he likes, jokingly wondering if he is a romance manga character, which sends Sina into a sudden panic. Sina pouts that as his senior, she actually wants to take care of him more, but grumbles that it is not cute if Now acts too perfect. Hiyama casually drops a reality check, dryly noting that it actually feels far more natural to imagine Sina being the one getting cared for, prompting a highly offended Sina to call her incredibly rude. The blunt comment leaves Sina deeply in her feelings, quietly and insecurely questioning if she truly seems that unreliable to everyone around her. As Hiyama reflects on the situation, she prepares to clarify her thoughts about Sina's dynamic. Hiyama points out that it is actually just hard to watch Now sometimes because of how intense he is, which hits Sina right where it hurts. Sina silently admits to herself that Hiyama is not wrong and can think of a few examples, but reasons that romance is a completely different story, before waving a quick goodbye as Hiyama heads home. Sina quietly processes her own thoughts as she gets ready to leave, beginning to realize a deeper truth about herself. Sina admits to herself that she might actually be the type of person who desperately wants to be spoiled and pampered by her boyfriend, but her thoughts are costly cut short when she slides the door open and freezes in surprise. Waiting right outside for her is Now, looking quiet and steady, leaving Sina to silently realize that she wants to be absolutely deeply spoiled by him. Sina's eyes widen in absolute stunned shock as she stands completely frozen on the street. Running into Now right outside her workplace, Sina frantically demands to know why on earth he is there, only for Now to calmly explain that he was obviously waiting for her to finish her shift. She is left completely speechless, looking at him in utter disbelief, as he patiently stands there in the chilly night air just for her. Sina calls him a total idiot, complaining that she finally got let off work an hour early, and yet he is still hanging around waiting for her. Now calmly ignores her scolding and tells her to just hurry up and go home, reminding her that it is dangerous for a high schooler to be out so late. Now lets out a defeated pout and mutters a quiet apology for waiting, leaving a highly amused Sina to silently note how incredibly easily he gets grumpy over the tiniest things. Sina sighs and wonders who is actually supposed to be the one taking care of whom in this relationship. But when Now suddenly pulls her away from the street to keep her safe, she is forced to admit a sweet truth to herself. She quietly admits to herself that seeing him patiently waiting outside her workplace actually made her feel incredibly happy. Sina playfully asks him how his new job has been going so far, and if he thinks he can keep it up, warmly reassuring him that everyone at the workplace is incredibly nice, and she is sure he will enjoy it. Reflecting on his first day, Sina silently admits that seeing everyone at work praise him and speak so highly of his efforts actually made her feel incredibly proud. She quietly confesses that despite her pride, she was still pretty shocked when Now ended up choosing to work at the exact same place as her. As they walk home together at night, Sina is hit with the sweet realization that they will be walking side by side like this from now on, which instantly sends her heart into a sudden excited flutter. Sina cheerfully mentions that her restaurant is actually quite short-staffed, warmly admitting that she would genuinely appreciate it if Now decided to keep working there with her. Now calmly adds that staying at the job means he gets to spend way more time with her anyway, making it a wonderful idea from his perspective. Now suddenly comes to a complete halt on the quiet street, prompting a highly confused Sina to turn back and ask what could possibly be wrong. now stares directly at her, pointing out that she is completely oblivious to her own effect on him. He candidly confesses that in the past, even when she said things that gave him hope, he tried his absolute best not to take them seriously, because she was constantly leaving him hanging. Now firmly declares that things are completely different between them, now letting the heavy romantic tension settle in the quiet night air. Now delivers a direct jaw-dropping confession admitting that he is deeply in love with her. He explains that hearing her say she might finally start seeing him as a real romantic partner, especially right now, means absolutely everything to him. Now gently takes hold of her hand, firmly squeezing it, as he softly explains that every single tiny thing she does carries a massive, precious meaning to him now. Locking his intense gaze directly onto her, now calls her by her proper name, Sina, and softly asks if she truly understands the absolute depth of his sincerity. Hearing him call her by her proper name with so much intimate intensity completely short-circuits Sina's brain, leaving her entirely frozen and blushing furiously in speechless awe. Sina frantically shouts that she finally gets his point, but now bluntly calls her a liar right to her face. Realizing she has been totally caught in a lie, a heavily blushing Sina tries to casually brush it off and change the subject. Leaning in close enough to make her heart skip a beat, now intensely warns her that she needs to think very carefully before she goes around saying those kinds of things to him. A highly flustered Sina hilariously snaps back, loudly arguing that he is absolutely the last person in the world she wants to hear that from, especially since he is the one who never stops casually dropping major romantic bombshells on her out of nowhere. Now remains completely unfazed by her outburst, quietly locking his eyes onto her as he gently but firmly pulls her hand to guide her forward. Now softly tells her that it is time for them to head out. Sina can only stare at him in a silent blushing daze, completely overwhelmed by his quiet confidence. As now leads the way, a flustered Sina weakly begs him to wait up and hold on, though she silently admits to herself that despite his blunt words, the hand pulling her along feels incredibly warm and gentle. She quietly notes that his grip is remarkably warm, comforting her in the exact same reassuring way it always does. Sina realizes that before she even fully understood her own feelings, simply having now hold her hand has always made her feel incredibly safe and at peace. Sina suddenly gasps as she realizes something is completely wrong, loudly arguing that since she is the older one, she should be the one walking him home, only for now to dryly point out that since her house is actually much closer, her logic makes absolutely zero sense. The scene transitions to a clear afternoon sky as Sina meets up with her best friend Rio to chat about Nao's brand new part-time job. Rio is genuinely relieved and happy to hear that Nao is adjusting well and doing all right at his new workplace. Sina excitedly tells Rio about how surprising it is to see Nao working so quickly and energetically, since she is so used to him being completely lazy, before happily inviting Rio to drop by their shop sometime for a special friend discount. Quietly listening to her best friend, Rio watches her with a gentle, knowing smile, feeling incredibly happy to see Sina looking so lively. Rio softly calls out her name, pulling a relaxed Sina out of her casual daze. Rio earnestly asks Sina to take good care of Nao, showing her quiet support and absolute trust in whatever their future holds. The sudden deep request completely catches Sina off guard, leaving her stuttering in absolute shock. Frantically trying to cover up her massive embarrassment, Sina quickly assumes Rio only meant taking care of him at work, loudly promising to guide Nao well on the job, while Rio simply chuckles at her flustered reaction. Rio playfully imagines Sina's name with Nao's last name, teasingly thinking that Masumi Sina has a nice ring to it, which instantly sends Sina into a blushing panic, as she demands to know what she has been plotting this entire time. Sina sweat drops in defeat, silently concluding that both Rio and Nao are actually a pair of deeply sadistic siblings who thoroughly enjoy teasing her at every single opportunity. The story officially transitions into the 19th chapter as Nao navigates the challenges of balancing school, his friends, and his new job. At school, Nao's quiet thoughts are suddenly interrupted when his classmate calls out his name to catch his attention. His classmate asks if Nao is free to hang out after school, but Nao politely declines by explaining that he has work on Tuesdays and Fridays, which immediately catches the attention of a nearby classmate who overhears his confession in absolute shock. The girls in his class are completely blown away to learn Now got a part-time job, eagerly crowding around to find out where he is working while his friend teases him that working at an izakaya actually suits him perfectly. His classmates excitedly ask if they can drop by to see him at work, but Now coolly shoots the idea down by reminding them that high schoolers are not allowed in the establishment without a guardian. When his persistent classmate loudly asks if it is fine as long as they actually bring a guardian along, Now simply tells them to shut up and bids them a quick goodbye as he walks away. Arriving at his job, Now politely greets his coworkers as he steps inside the break room, and they warmly welcome him back while expressing how much they are looking forward to working together. The older coworkers playfully tease him for arriving in his school uniform, joking about how incredibly young his fresh high school energy makes him look, though they admit he is so exceptionally calm that he does not feel like a typical youngest sibling at all. His coworker remains genuinely intrigued by Now's unusually mature attitude, directly questioning why on earth he always manages to stay so remarkably composed. As he slides the break room door shut, Now quietly reflects on his busy shift and continues to think about how his training is going. Now wonders if he became so incredibly observant purely because he is constantly dealing with a very clumsy person, but his quiet musings are suddenly interrupted by loud frantic stomping down the hallway and a massive door slam. A completely out of breath Sina finally bursts into the room just in the nick of time, letting out a massive sigh of relief and proudly declaring that she successfully made it. Sina gasps that she was almost late because of the summer heat, prompting her coworkers at the table to either celebrate or groan over their bets on her arrival, while Now simply stands by in deadpan silence as a frustrated coworker tells the others to stop betting on her punctuality. Sina cheerfully greets Now and asks if he is getting used to the job yet, but Now dryly reminds her that it is only his second shift, prompting her to laughingly tell him to ask his senior if there is anything he does not understand as she walks away. Sina asks her supervisor if Now is going to be working the floor again today, and the manager explains that because they are short on staff, he plans to have Now mainly cover customer service. Sina is highly pleased to hear the plan while Now silently watches her reaction with his usual quiet expression. The busy kitchen bell rings as a fresh order for table 3 is officially announced as ready to go. Now smoothly delivers the food to the table, prompting an older customer to strike up a friendly chat about his studies and praise him for working hard, which Now politely accepts with a remarkably warm and gentle smile. As Now walks away, the delighted customers cannot help but gush over how hardworking, exceptionally polite, and incredibly handsome the young part-timer is. Sina cannot help but feel incredibly smug after hearing everyone praise Now's efficiency, prompting her coworker to call out her last name to finally get her attention. Her coworker teasingly asks why she looks so proud and tells her to get back to work, while Sina internally admits that hearing Now get praised makes her feel incredibly happy. But her thoughts are cut short when she walks over to the front and hears Now smoothly handling the cash register. At the register, a female customer hands over her card while starting to flirt with Now, curiously asking if he is a new employee since she visits the restaurant often, but has never seen him before. Now neutrally confirms that he just started working there last week, prompting the customer to enthusiastically cheer that her guess was correct. The customer quickly scribbles down her social media ID and phone number, asking Now to wait for a quick second as she finishes writing down her contact information. The customer happily says goodbye, promising to visit again and telling Now to give her a call sometime, leaving Now standing in completely dazed silence. A long, incredibly awkward silence settles over the register as Now processes what just happened. A troubled Now asks his coworker how he is supposed to handle getting handed a customer's contact info, prompting the coworker to advise him to let the regular down gently if he is uncomfortable, promising that the staff will back him up. Meanwhile, Sina walks past with a drink order, acting completely professional despite the tension. As they cross paths in the middle of their shift, Now and Sina lock eyes in a quiet, loaded stare, with both of them remaining completely silent. Now asks which table the drink order is for and insists on taking the load anyway, pointing out that carrying 3 heavy mugs at once is too much, while a stubborn Sina claims she is completely fine and used to the heavy lifting. At the restaurant, Sina stubbornly tries to take over Nao's tasks, telling him that she will handle them and ordering him to go wipe down table 2 instead, but a persistent Nao refuses to back down. Sina completely loses her temper and roars that she has everything under control, before quickly ordering the newbie to go attend to the customers who are calling for him. The loud bickering prompts their male coworker to yell at Sina to stop bullying the new hire, sending a highly flustered Sina into a massive rage as she frantically screams back that she is doing no such thing. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Sina silently pouts over her own insecurity, admitting that even though she already knows the truth, seeing other girls flock to Nao still deeply gets to her, especially when her friends' teasing words about Nao only having eyes for her echo in her mind. Sina begrudgingly admits to herself that Nao honestly likes her way too much, and she is completely fine with it, but she is still bitterly aware of the massive catch holding them back. Blushing heavily, Sina is forced to accept the harsh reality that since they are not actually dating yet, she has absolutely no right to stop other girls from making moves on him. She desperately panics as she remembers that she was the one who set the strict rule that they have to wait until Nao officially turns 16 before they can finally be together. Her playful frustration completely fades as she looks down in quiet, heavy reflection over her own decisions. Sina quietly mutters that waiting until he turns 16 is actually an incredibly long time, leaving her to anxiously count down the remaining months as she slowly walks back to her shift. Ayato cheerfully declares that drinking while watching other people work is the absolute best, earning a disgusted sigh from Hiyama, who calls him the worst. When Nao dryly asks why they chose to drink specifically at their restaurant, Nao jokingly tells Sina that if she has time to stand around then, she has time to work, prompting Sina to reject the idea and mutter that she only works for her own sake. Hiyama bluntly tells Sina to stop trying to act cool when she cannot even manage her own emotions properly. Sina is left completely flustered and offended, especially when Hiyama casually reveals that Ayato was actually the one who said it, prompting a highly panicked Ayato to frantically deny saying anything of the sort. Ayato points out that if Sina is going to overthink things this much, she should just be direct and say it already. Hiyama chimes in, suggesting Sina should just confess that she is super jealous, which instantly sends Sina into a defensive panic, as she loudly declines and demands to know why on earth she would ever say that. Sina's defensive attitude fades as she quietly looks down, softly explaining that if she were to actually say those words out loud, things would change completely. Sina reveals that admitting her jealousy out loud would basically be equivalent to admitting they are already dating. Both Ayato and Hiyama look back at her in quiet, stunned silence as her logic sinks in. Ayato teasingly comments on how surprising it is that Sina is normally so airheaded but suddenly gets incredibly serious about these things. However, their chat is cut short when the front door rattles open, signaling the arrival of new customers and prompting Ayato to note their arrival. Sina quickly puts on her customer service face to warmly welcome the group of 4 new customers and guide them to their seats. But she quickly notices one of the girls curiously whispering to ask if a certain someone is working today. Nao quietly turns around as one of the newly arrived classmates spots him and excitedly calls out his nickname, confirming his presence. The classmates excitedly gush over the fact that Nao is actually working, while Nao dryly reminds them that high schoolers are not supposed to be coming into this kind of establishment. The classmates happily shoot back that they completely anticipated his objection and brought an adult guardian along just to make sure they could get in. One of the girls proudly introduces her older brother as their official college student guardian, making Nao reluctantly admit that they are allowed to stay, though he quickly questions why another one of their male classmates is there too. The classmate cheerfully laughs that he simply wanted to see Nao in action and mentions they even invited Haruto, but got turned down, prompting a deadpan Nao to coldly tell him to go home. Sitting at a table with his high school classmates, Nao's friends discuss ordering soft drinks, while one classmate teasingly compliments how incredibly good Nao looks in his restaurant uniform, prompting an embarrassed Nao to dryly tell them to just hurry up and place their order already. Sina and Hiyama stare over in silent wonder, with Sina quietly grumbling to herself as she watches Nao interact with his classmates. Sina is genuinely surprised to see Nao hanging out with a group, quietly admitting to Hiyama that she always assumed Nao was a total loner whenever Haruto wasn't around. Hiyama dryly asks if that is really what she is focused on right now, just as Now walks over to pass along table 2's order for soft drinks and a lemon sour. Sina casually tells him that she will prepare the lemon sour, asking Now to handle the soft drinks, which he calmly agrees to. A quiet, comfortable silence settles between them as they work closely side by side in the kitchen, amidst the clattering of dishes. Now quietly notes that his classmates call her Miss Human, prompting a warm smile from Sina as she comments that they seem like a bunch of fun kids, and expresses how glad she is to see him actually enjoying his high school life properly. Now dryly asks what is up with her sudden praise, but Sina quickly clarifies that she is definitely not teasing him, gently explaining that she simply has never seen him hang out with anyone besides Haruto before. Stirring the drink in her hand, Sina softly reiterates how genuinely glad she is to see him making other friends. Now's expression softens as he quietly dares her to say those sweet words again while looking him directly in the eyes. His sudden intimate request completely startles Sina, causing her to accidentally drop her spoon with a loud clatter and frantically mutter in panic as she crouches down to retrieve it. Crouching down together in the quiet corner of the kitchen, they both reach for the fallen spoon at the exact same time, their heads gently resting against one another as a sweet, breathless tension completely wraps around them. Sina quietly reflects on her internal dilemma, her gaze dropping as she tries to find the courage to address her feelings. Now keeps his gaze fixed firmly on her, waiting in quiet anticipation for whatever she has to say next. Sina softly catches his attention and admits that no matter how good she is at reading between the lines, she can still get things wrong, sometimes earnestly asking him to tell her directly if there is ever any hidden meaning behind his words. After a brief heavy silence, Now quietly agrees that if she needs him to be absolutely direct, then he is simply going to speak his mind right then and there. Now delivers a blunt, unfiltered complaint, honestly admitting that he hates how every single customer at the restaurant gets far too friendly with her. Having finally let his true raw feelings slip, Now quickly lowers his gaze, looking slightly embarrassed by his own sudden outburst of jealousy. He explains that, while he knows exactly how she feels about him and is not worried about her loyalty being stuck in this awkward waiting phase, and not being able to take their relationship to the next step, is still incredibly frustrating for him. A flustered Sina quietly processes his intense honesty, realizing she cannot exactly act all high and mighty about his jealousy when she has been dealing with her own. Sina delivers an incredibly honest confession of her own, softly admitting that she actually wants to hurry up and finally be able to proudly tell everyone that Now is her boyfriend. Now is completely stunned by her beautiful confession, his face softening into a rare, incredibly happy smile. But before a flustered Sina can escape to go make the drinks, Now quickly reaches out and grabs her arm to stop her. Sina suddenly leans in incredibly close to Now's face, completely catching him off guard as she softly calls out his name. In a quiet whisper close to his ear, Sina beautifully confesses that she wants to hurry up and finally be his too. The sudden honest confession hangs in the quiet air between them, letting the beautiful realization fully settle. Now is left completely dazed and speechless, his mind entirely short-circuiting as her incredibly sweet words echo in his head. Sina instantly pulls back in a massive wave of sheer embarrassment, nervously apologizing for keeping him waiting while her heart races in a total panic. She desperately scolds herself in her mind, completely flustered, because Now always manages to completely disarm her with his smooth confidence. Sina battles her own anxious thoughts, questioning how selfish she is for making him wait, even though his love is so clear, while desperately wanting to keep him entirely to herself. Later at the restaurant, Sina's co-worker, Hiyama, is completely shocked by their ridiculously long receipt, frantically questioning if they were overcharged, while Sina dryly notes that Hiyama orders drink refills as easily as she breathes. Sina lectures Now that he did not have to wait around for her to finish work, but her friends playfully chime in that hanging out and sharing drinks together while waiting was incredibly fun anyway. Hiyama playfully tells Now to let her know if his senpai ever bullies him, so she can deal with her later, prompting Now to coolly agree and leaving a flustered Sina to scream at them for being a highly dangerous combo. Sina receives a text from her aunt, and young relative Kanata asking if she can take the kids to a nearby shopping mall next month, prompting her coworker Hiyama to warn her that babysitting at a limited-time playground event sounds incredibly exhausting. Sina falls into a quiet, pensive silence as she contemplates the request and gets a sudden exciting idea. As they walk together at night, Sina quietly calls out to Nao to get his attention. Sina flashes a lovely bright smile and excitedly asks Nao if he would like to come along with her on the trip to the shopping mall. Nao is left completely frozen and speechless by her sudden, unexpected invitation, staring back at her in a stunned silence. Sina warmly points out that since the young kids will be there, it might not technically count as a real date, though she secretly admits to herself that she desperately wants to hurry up, so she can finally proudly say that he is her boyfriend. Nao lets out a soft sigh and gently asks if she seriously thinks he would ever say no to that, leaving Sina surprised, as Nao quietly realizes that what he thought were one-sided feelings have actually been fully reciprocated this entire time. Sina's heart completely melts at his sweet response, and she beams with an incredibly warm, joyful smile. With their plans officially locked in, Nao tries to maintain his composure while internally admitting that he is acting completely unlike his usual cool self by getting so incredibly excited over their upcoming trip. The story officially transitions into the 20th chapter, featuring now Sina and the other characters dressed up in cute butler and maid-themed outfits. Nao gets ready to head out, putting the finishing touches on his shoes as they prepare for their upcoming plans. Nao looks over to Sina and calmly asks if she is officially ready to go. Sina stands waiting at the doorway, flashing a bright, exceptionally warm smile as she prepares to head out with him. Nao grumbles that he told her he would be the one to come pick her up, but Sina playfully sighs and points out that they were passing by his place anyway. As Rio calls out to let everyone know they are heading out, the household sends them off with warm wishes to have a great time. Sina excitedly declares that it is finally time for them to go pick up Kanata and the rest of their group. Before they can take another step, Nao suddenly reaches out and takes hold of Sina's hand, catching her completely off guard. A flustered Sina protests his sudden move, but Nao calmly reasons that holding hands is perfectly fine, at least until they meet up with the rest of their group, leaving Sina completely silent and blushing in surprise. Sina lets out a soft, defeated sigh at his persistent attitude, but she comfortably walks side by side with him, holding his hand as they make their way down the street. Nao remains completely silent, tightly interlocking his fingers with hers as he keeps a quiet, steady focus on their walk. A cheerful little girl named Hina enthusiastically calls out to Nao as she welcomes him with open arms. Hina eagerly shows off how cute she looks today, and Nao warmly agrees that she indeed does, while her brother whines to eat crepes, and Sina looks through her phone to find if there is a crepe shop nearby. Sina asks Hina what she wants to eat, prompting Hina to enthusiastically declare she wants ice cream, and as Sina cheerfully decides they should all grab food first, Nao quietly sweat drops over how incredibly energetic the extroverted siblings are. While the kids enjoy their treats on a bench, Sina is asked if she has the tickets for the playground and quickly confirms that she does. Looking at her phone, Sina suddenly realizes that instead of using a digital QR code, they actually need to find a place to print out the physical tickets first, so she asks Nao to watch the kids for a moment while she runs off to get them printed. Nao notices Hina's brother complaining about his shoe feeling bumpy inside and kindly tells him he likely has a rock stuck in there, helping him remove it before he trips, which makes the grateful kid happily ask if Nao wants to play a word game with him. Accepting the game, Nao decides to start first and immediately drops a famously long station name, prompting the boy to dryly point out that Nao clearly just wanted to say that out loud. Sina comes dashing back out of breath, proudly holding up the printed tickets and apologizing to Nao for making him wait. From a short distance, Sina stops in her tracks as she watches Nao gently wipe some leftover ice cream off Hina's cheek. Staring at Nao's unexpectedly sweet and caring side with the kids, Sina is left completely quiet, her heart melting as she takes in just how wonderfully gentle he can be. Sina cheerfully asks Nao if he managed to get their tickets printed out, and a quiet Nao calmly confirms that everything is officially ready to go. The children scream in absolute delight and dive straight into the massive ball pit, wildly cheering over the sea of colorful balls. Sina excitedly gushes that the play area is incredibly fun, and that even adults can have a great time prompting Now to dryly remind her that they are supposed to be acting as guardians today, though a laughing Sina still admits she secretly wants to jump in too. Sina watches the kids play with a very soft, happy expression on her face. Now quietly looks over at her, completely softened by her gentle and happy presence. Now calls out her name and guides her over to a nearby bench, suggesting they sit down and relax while keeping an eye on the kids, just like all of the other guardians. Sina agrees they can watch the kids perfectly from there before accepting some water from Now and asking how his new part-time job has been going. When Now calmly mutters that it is just all right, Sina playfully pouts and demands he give her a much more exciting answer. Now coolly turns the tables on her, casually admitting that watching her get so incredibly and obviously jealous of the other customers at the restaurant was actually pretty damn entertaining. Sina completely panics and stammers out a desperate denial, furiously yelling at him to stop bringing up that embarrassing memory on purpose, because it is incredibly annoying, while Now merely watches her dramatic reaction in absolute amusement. Now suddenly leans close to her, boldly pointing out that if she is already this incredibly conscious of him, then they might as well just skip the wait and start dating already. The sudden audacious proposal completely short-circuits Sina's brain, leaving her stuttering in absolute shock and disbelief. Sina frantically rejects the idea, loudly yelling that there is absolutely no way they are dating yet, but Now simply asks why not, since she clearly likes him too. A highly flustered Sina stutteringly objects, desperately arguing that she has not even officially told him that she likes him yet. Now calmly counters her denial by bringing up her own previous emotionally loaded words, reminding her of when she confessed her deep desire to hurry up and finally be able to proudly call him her boyfriend. Now bluntly points out that her heartfelt desire was basically a full confession anyway, leaving a deeply blushing Sina to desperately stammer that regardless of what she said they still absolutely cannot date, yet starting to explain the real reason behind her stubbornness. Sina finally blurts out her deepest worry, blushing furiously as she admits that if they actually start dating they will inevitably end up doing couples things like kissing and other stuff, leaving Now to stare back at her in complete deadpan silence. Completely overwhelmed by her own confession, Sina buries her face in her hands and desperately yells at him for forcing her to say something so incredibly embarrassing out loud, while a slightly flustered Now turns away and dryly mutters that he had absolutely no idea she was thinking about that. Now silently reflects on how, despite her usually being completely airheaded about absolutely everything in life, she suddenly gets incredibly and unexpectedly serious when it comes to physical intimacy. Now quietly realizes that because she views herself as the adult in their relationship, she is desperately trying to protect his youth and innocence, though he pouts, and affectionately labels her an idiot since she is actually not nearly as good at handling things as she thinks she is. Now bitterly concludes that regardless of how maturely he tries to act in her eyes, he is likely still nothing more than a completely clueless kid who needs to be protected. Now quietly reflects on how little he actually knew back then, while a suddenly flustered Sina chimes in as she remembers something important. Now casually drops a massive bombshell by directly admitting that he has never actually kissed anyone, before leaving Sina completely stunned by the unexpected revelation. An incredibly awkward, heavy silence stretches between them as Sina struggles to process his shocking confession, eventually squeaking out a confused reaction. Now reasons that since she is the only person he has ever seen romantically anyway, his lack of experience should be completely obvious. He lists out their milestones from going on dates, holding hands to hugging, softly declaring that she has officially been his very first for every single one of them. Now jokingly points out that while he has technically held hands with his older sister before as normal sibling stuff, he admits it is actually quite annoying that he cannot be her first for everything in return. Now quietly lowers his gaze, letting the heavy, serious atmosphere settle between them once again. Now meets her gaze with intense sincerity, softly declaring that, while he cannot have her past firsts, he is fully prepared to give her every single one of his own. Now leans in close, his focus locked entirely on her as he prepares to make his final, boldest demand. Now intensely tells her that she had better look forward to everything they will together, leaving a heavily blushing Sina completely overwhelmed by the sheer confidence of his words. Sina's brain completely short-circuits from embarrassment, prompting her to aggressively scream at him to stop discussing such intimate things in public. While now simply sighs in confusion and dryly asks what on earth she is imagining. A highly flustered Sina pouts about how inappropriate it is to talk like that when there are kids all over the place. While the children excitedly call out for Now to hurry over and join them, a completely drained Sina sits alone on a bench quietly sighing in disbelief over how chaotic and overwhelming the entire situation has become. Sina's mind completely spirals over Now's smooth and confident words, desperately wondering where on earth he learned to be so smooth, and concluding that he must be saying those things intentionally, knowing exactly how flustered she would get. Sina quietly reflects that while she occasionally still catches herself viewing Now strictly as her best friend's little brother or just a younger boy, there is a massive difference because she can picture a future with him that she could never even imagine with any of her past boyfriends. For some reason, Sina finds herself naturally imagining a future where Now is happily playing with and caring for young kids, showcasing a remarkably sweet and gentle side. Sina watches Now softly interact with the children, admitting to herself that she can picture a clear, beautiful future with him purely because it is Now she is imagining it with. Her quiet thoughts are suddenly broken when the kids cheerfully wave and call out for her to come join the fun, with Now turning to look back at her as well. Now extends his open hand toward her, offering a quiet invitation to join them. Now coolly locks his gaze onto her and softly tells her to come over, completely melting away her remaining hesitation. Sina looks back at Now in quiet emotional awe, realizing that Now might actually be the exact person who can give her absolutely everything she could ever ask for in life. As she keeps her gaze locked onto his, Sina is completely overwhelmed by the warmth of her own feelings, realizing just how deeply important Now has truly become to her. The quiet warmth of their touch lingers, with Sina silently realizing that the only hand she ever truly wants to hold for the rest of her life is Now's. As Sina checks her phone, she notes it is already late afternoon, realizing they still have some time left before their babysitting duties are officially over. Sina suggests they wander around the mall to kill time before the aunt returns, but the two kids suddenly gasp in pure excitement when a giant mascot walks past. Now spots a pet shop nearby and suggests they check it out, which the excited kids enthusiastically agree to. Sina happily turns around to tell little Hina to follow them. Her words instantly trail off as the background chatter of the busy mall fades, and she realizes in absolute panic that little Hina is nowhere to be seen. Now and Kanata turn back in confusion when they realize Sina has stopped, only to fall into a massive panic of their own when Sina frantically gasps that Hina was just standing right beside her a second ago. Now immediately takes charge and tells Sina to search one side of the mall while he and Kanata search the other, leaving a deeply terrified Sina to wander through the massive crowd alone. The mall is completely packed with a massive crowd of noisy strangers, making the search feel incredibly daunting and overwhelming for Sina. Sina runs through the crowds, panting heavily as the terrifying realization begins to sink in that little Hina is absolutely nowhere to be found. At the shopping mall, their group faces a sudden crisis. Sina anxiously sighs as Kanata frantically asks if they have found the young girl, only for Now to solemnly report that they have had no luck yet. Sina's heart begins to pound in absolute panic as the terrifying reality of losing a young child truly starts to sink in. Feeling utterly helpless, Sina desperately blames herself, crying that it was entirely her fault for not watching the girl properly. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she frantically tells herself that she needs to hurry up and find her before anything bad happens. Noticing her spiral, Now steps in and firmly takes her hand, calmly instructing her to stop and calm down. Now gently reminds her that the other kids will only get incredibly anxious if they see her panicking like that, helping her regain her focus. While Kanata watches them in quiet worry, Sina takes a moment to steady her heavy, rapid breathing. Squeezing her hand firmly, Now reassures her that everything will be completely okay, offering a steady and reliable presence that instantly brings her comfort. Now immediately takes charge of the situation, directing a regretful Sina to head straight to the Lost Child Center to report the missing girl. While Now and Kanata team up to search the specific places where she might have wandered off to, Sina determinedly agrees to the plan and heads off to get help. Sina is left quietly reflecting on the situation, a subtle sense of insecurity and self-doubt washing over her. Sina watches Now walk ahead with the kids, and quietly realizes how truly amazing he is, bitterly noting that, while she was completely panicking, Now managed to stay entirely calm and mature. Sina blames herself for once again failing to watch the kids properly and letting her guard down. Spiraling into a deep state of self-pity, Sina bitterly tells herself that she is just stupid, naive, and completely useless, viewing herself as someone who can barely function without constantly depending on others. But just as her negative thoughts begin to take complete control of her mind, a sudden shift cuts through her self-doubt. Sina realizes that whenever she starts spiraling into these deep insecurities, Now always seems to find a way to pull her back. Before she can sink any deeper, Now suddenly moves in close, drawing her full attention back to him. To break her out of her negative thoughts, Now suddenly grabs her cheeks, instantly cutting off her internal spiral and leaving her completely startled. Looking directly at her with a quiet, intense focus, Now directly asks her what on earth she thinks she is doing. Now delivers a remarkably bold, teasing warning, bluntly promising that he is going to kiss her again if she keeps spacing out like that, which instantly leaves a heavily blushing Sina completely flustered. Sina frantically stammers that she was just about to go back to watch the kids, but Kanata suddenly asks if the two of them were actually kissing, prompting a highly panicked Now to instantly deny it. Kanata excitedly spots his sister Hina at the lost child area and calls out her name, while a staff member gently comforts the sniffling little girl by letting her know her family has finally arrived to pick her up. Hina tearfully runs into Kanata's arms as he scolds her for wandering off on her own, while a relieved Sina and Now are incredibly glad they managed to find her much faster than expected. As they stand there, a quiet Hina slowly looks up and softly addresses Sina as her big sister. The little girl nervously fidgets in guilt, fully expecting her big sister to get incredibly angry and yell at her for running off by herself. Instead of getting angry, Sina completely breaks down, her eyes filling with tears as she starts crying in absolute relief. Sina tearfully rubs her eyes and apologizes to Hina, crying over how incredibly sorry she is for being such an unreliable big sister. Hina is left completely wide-eyed and stunned by the emotional outburst, softly apologizing in return as she quietly watches her big sister cry. Both Sina and Hina end up crying in a highly dramatic display of tearful apologies, leaving a completely baffled Now to walk over and dryly ask what on earth is going on between them. After successfully delivering both of the highly energetic kids back to their home and waving them goodbye, Sina lets out a massive sigh of relief that they finally managed to get through the chaotic day safely. Sina warmly apologizes to Now for causing so much trouble today, but Now calmly shrugs it off as no big deal. As they walk together under the afternoon sky, Sina watches him with a soft, affectionate look. Sina suddenly calls out Now's name, warmly inviting him to come over to her place to eat dinner together. A surprised Now asks for clarification, prompting Sina to explain that since he still has some free time, he should think of the meal as her sincere way of saying thank you and apologizing for all the chaos of their day. Sina happily mentions that she already prepared some side dishes this morning anyway, teasingly suggesting he can pack some leftovers to take back home to his family afterward. Sina points out that although it is slightly early for dinner since they skipped lunch during all the playground chaos, the timing is actually absolutely perfect. Once they arrive inside her apartment, Sina immediately gets busy in the kitchen, apologizing that the main dishes are mostly yesterday's leftovers, but promising to quickly heat up some miso soup. Meanwhile, Now's attention is caught by a pamphlet lying on her table. While Sina proudly presents his favorite side dish with a bright, happy smile, Now picks up the pamphlet and discovers that she has been secretly studying for food-related certifications. Realizing that Now has just discovered her secret study materials, Sina completely short-circuits her face, flushing red in a state of absolute wide-eyed panic. Sina completely panics when Now notices her notebook, quickly hiding it away before he can even finish his sentence. Now is completely baffled by her frantic reaction, dryly asking why she is freaking out so much over her book. Sina embarrassedly stammers that she hid it because she was worried Now would laugh at her for doing something so uncharacteristic. but now smoothly opens it anyway, quietly marveling at how seriously she actually thinks about things like recipes, which only causes a screaming Sina to panic further. Now gently assures her that he is absolutely not making fun of her efforts, admitting that if anything it is actually the complete opposite, though he humbly murmurs that his opinion might not carry much weight. After taking a quick bite of her cooking, Now warmly confesses that putting so much care and thought into things is actually very much like her. His sweet, unexpected compliment completely disarms her, leaving Sina completely speechless and blushing furiously. To hide her massive embarrassment, Sina boasts that cooking is basically her one true talent in life, since she is so terrible at studying, and proudly declares she is pretty confident in her kitchen skills. Now calmly accepts her boast, and remembers he has some side dishes and alcohol from the other day, cheerfully deciding that it is the perfect timing for them to a drink. As they eat, Sina starts happily babbling about how incredibly cute Now's older sister was when they were younger, while a quiet Now patiently listens to her walk down memory lane. Sina enthusiastically gushes that at this rate, her entire phone gallery is going to be completely filled with photos of Rio, proudly declaring that she definitely does not mind and wants to fill it up even more. Now quietly watches her, silently wondering to himself if she is always the type who just talks endlessly about his older sister whenever she gets seriously drunk. Sina continues to happily ramble about how insanely cute Rio is and claims she could stare at her forever, prompting Now to smugly ask who she thinks Rio's handsome little brother is anyway. After they finish eating, Sina gathers the dishes to wash them, but Now politely thanks her for the food and firmly insists on doing the dishes himself to treat his guest properly. Sina suddenly slips and loses her balance out of nowhere, desperately reaching out in pure panic as she starts to tumble backward. With a massive dramatic thud, Sina crashes directly on top of Now, sending the two of them collapsing onto the floor together in a tangled heap. Now lets out an exhausted sigh and dryly mutters that drunks should really just sit still, bluntly telling her to move off him, already prompting a sheepish Sina to softly mutter a quiet apology. Now points out that if he lets her up, she is just going to stubbornly insist on washing the dishes, which Sina readily admits is true. Clinging to him, she stubbornly declares that she is absolutely not moving, then leaving a bewildered Now to ask why on earth she is being so difficult. Now gazes up at her and gently tells her that she does not have to worry about doing any chores, promising that he will gladly take care of all the dishes later. Sina quietly objects, softly explaining that she is definitely not rude enough to happily eat someone else's home-cooked meal and then just leave without doing anything to help out in return. Now's eyes widen with a sudden intense determination as he firmly reaches out and pulls her close, refusing to let her keep her distance any longer. The physical distance between them completely vanishes as they lie closely together, locking eyes in a deeply intimate and silent gaze. Now keeps his steady, intense focus entirely on her, letting the heavy silence stretch between them. Sina is left completely breathless and wide-eyed, her heart racing as she takes in his close, overwhelming presence. Now directly challenges Sina, telling her that if she actually has something to say, then she should just come out and say it, calling her out on her bad habit of always doing things in such a roundabout way. Sina quietly mutters back that Now is definitely one to talk when it comes to pointing out bad habits. Sina explains that Now's own bad habit is constantly forcing her to say her feelings out loud, even when he has already perfectly picked up on them anyway. Now silently reflects on how Sina asked him to stay, and even made up an excuse to bring him inside her place, realizing that the frightening incident from earlier today must have left her feeling incredibly lonely and suffocated in her empty apartment. Now gently suggests that instead of always keeping her distance, she can simply reach out and lean on him for comfort. Sina silently processes his sweet words, reflecting on how ridiculous and overwhelming her situation truly is. Things take a highly chaotic turn when a silly tipsy Sina suddenly squishes Now's cheeks, gushing over how incredibly pretty he is up close and slurring that he looks exactly like his handsome father, while an annoyed Now tells her to let him go. Sina continues to laughingly ramble about how his entire family has absolutely god-tier looks, leaving Now to hold his face and tiredly sigh about how incredibly annoying she gets whenever she has had too much to drink. A sudden realization hits a tipsy Sina, and she loudly exclaims that Nao's crush makes absolutely zero sense, pointing out that with a gorgeous face like his he could easily pick literally any cute girl he wants. Nao calmly locks eyes with her and delivers the most straightforward answer possible, simply stating that he only wants her because she is the exact one he likes. Sina's heart completely skips a beat as a sudden wave of intense romantic tension rushes over her, sending her into a massive blushing panic. Sina gets completely flustered by her own reaction, but now calmly asks if there is not something else she wants to say to him right now. Gathering her remaining courage, Sina looks at Nao and softly asks him not to go home yet. Nao quietly accepts her request, softly agreeing to stay by her side. Nao gently asks if there is anything else she wants to get off her chest, since he is willing to listen to absolutely whatever she has to say, prompting a blushing Sina to hesitate before speaking. Sina delivers a deeply emotional and incredibly sweet list of demands, declaring that if she tells him she loves him, he must promise to never look at other girls, never cheat on her love, only her, and stay safe and healthy forever. Sina softly adds her final and most vulnerable demand of all, gently begging him to always make sure he returns back to her, even if he ever has to leave. Nao is left completely speechless and deeply touched by her incredibly pure and caring demands, while a peaceful smile spreads across Sina's face. The heavy emotional release finally lulls her into a deep sleep, leaving a quiet Nao to realize she has drifted off, as he silently wishes for the day when he can stay by her side without anything holding them back. Nao gently holds her close as she sleeps silently, promising to give her all those simple loving things as much as her heart desires, while affectionately thinking that she is actually the one who looks like she would disappear the moment he looks away. Sina quietly reflects that if a beautiful future like that isn't completely guaranteed, she might have to take matters into her own hands. Nao suddenly leans down and kisses her deeply, completely catching her off guard in an incredibly intimate moment. As Nao slowly pulls back, Sina is left staring at him in absolute wide-eyed shock, her heart racing as she struggles to process what just happened. Nao looks down at her with a quiet, calm, yet incredibly intense expression, letting the heavy romantic silence settle between them. Reflecting on his boldness, Nao quietly suggests that at this rate, maybe she should just take what she wants first, as the scene transitions to the morning sky. Sina slowly flutters her eyes open, feeling completely dazed and disoriented as she wakes up. Waking up in her bed, Sina looks up at the ceiling in complete confusion, desperately trying to remember when exactly she fell asleep, before groaning in pain over a sudden pounding headache. Turning her head, Sina freezes in absolute shock when she realizes Nao is sleeping peacefully right beside her futon, her mind completely short-circuiting as she looks down at his hand resting near hers. Sina immediately sits up in her futon in a complete panic, while a groggy Nao slowly starts to wake up from the sudden commotion. While a sleepy Nao groggily complains about her being far too loud so early in the morning, a heavily sweating Sina descends into a state of absolute pure terror, desperately panicking to herself that she has monumentally screwed up. Sina completely collapses on the floor in a dramatic fit of tears, loudly screaming apologies to her best friend Rio, and crying that she can never face her again after getting so flustered by a 15-year-old, while Nao just watches her with a totally deadpan look. Just as Sina begins to panic, Nao calmly tells her to relax, because absolutely nothing inappropriate actually happened, leaving a completely surprised Sina to blink in confusion. Nao slyly clarifies that nothing weird happened from her side, which makes a relieved Sina let out another soft sigh of relief. A heavy, awkward silence suddenly settles over them as the true implication of Nao's sly comment slowly begins to register in Sina's mind. Seeing that she is fully awake and doing fine, Nao casually announces that he should probably head back home now, but as he prepares to leave, Sina frantically stops him and desperately asks for absolute confirmation that they seriously did not do anything while she was asleep. Nao turns back with a smug, teasing grin, directly asking her how it feels to get so completely messed with by her best friend's bratty little brother. Nao smoothly slides the door shut and makes his escape, leaving a completely furious Sina to let out a world-shattering scream of his name, loudly telling that little brat to stop screwing around with his elders. Sina happily embraces the sweet memories of her time spent with Nao, and the kids quietly realizing how deeply she has grown to cherish their special bond. Suddenly, Sina's attention is caught by an unexpected sound, leaving her to blink in surprise. At home, Sina is pleasantly surprised to hear about Ryo's future plans, happily asking if she actually wants to become an elementary school teacher. Sina excitedly gushes that the career suits her perfectly since she is so good at teaching people, prompting a sheepish Ryo to explain that she genuinely enjoys playing with kids and wants to work with children someday, while Sina playfully laughs that Ryo would absolutely win over the students and run the entire school. Sina asks if her friend has already turned in her career survey form, and Ryo happily confirms it, mentioning she is going to discuss specific schools with her teachers while now quietly plays a video game nearby. Admiring her friend's maturity, Sina coos over how exceptionally responsible she is, but she is suddenly left completely stunned and speechless when Ryo turns the question back on her and asks what her own dreams for the future are. Sina weakly hesitates, entirely struggling to find a response as she ponders the heavy question. Getting up to refill her drink at the dispenser, Sina quietly repeats the question to herself, completely lost in her own thoughts. Sina silently admits to herself that she has actually never told anyone, not even Ryo, about her true dream, before reflecting on how since she was little there has only ever been one specific thing that came to mind whenever someone asked about her future. Her deep internal monologue is suddenly shattered when Now appears right beside her, dryly asking how long she plans to take, just pouring a drink and catching a startled Sina completely off guard. Sina awkwardly laughs it off and makes up a quick excuse, sheepishly lying that she simply could not decide which drink she actually wanted. While Now dryly mutters about why on earth she is putting so much ice in her glass when it is already freezing outside, Sina quietly stares at him, deeply reflecting on how bizarre and unique their relationship currently is, since they both fully know they have mutual feelings for each other, but still have to wait to officially date. Sina completely loses her mind in a massive wave of romantic frustration, clutching her head and screaming that she honestly just wants to date Now already, bitterly complaining about how incredibly painful it is to be held back when their feelings are totally mutual. But she quickly tries to soothe her own panic, quietly reminding herself that there are only 2 more months left until his 16th birthday anyway. Now is shown looking back with a quiet, steady gaze, his focus locked onto the unfolding situation. Now suddenly turns around as Sina looks back in quiet surprise, completely caught off guard by an unexpected voice calling out to them. During a lively group gathering at the restaurant, their co-workers warmly encourage Now to order whatever he wants and heap food onto his plate. When a slightly overwhelmed Now quietly notes how incredibly crowded the restaurant feels, his friends laugh it off as his imagination, before calling out for another Cobb salad. Hiyama notices Now barely touching his food and scolds the kid for not eating enough, lecturing him that since he is still growing he really needs to eat more. Sina eagerly supports the nagging, whispering for Hiyama to please keep telling him that, while a highly annoyed Now simply responds with a dry and silent glare. Now grumbles that even if he tries to stuff himself, it will probably just end up making him fat, prompting an amused Sina to quickly fire back that absolutely nobody told him to eat until he gets fat. Hiyama and Kasaka warmly agree that eating properly is crucial, warning Now that pushing himself too hard while he is young will definitely come back to bite him later. Their mature advice about sleeping well, eating well, and playing hard to avoid getting sick deeply resonates with Sina, triggering a sudden wave of realization in her mind. Getting way too enthusiastic, Sina aggressively slides a massive, heavily stacked bowl of steaming hot food in front of him, loudly demanding he eat every single bite of it. Staring at the giant portion, Now sweat drops in absolute horror, weakly begging her to at least give him something a little less brutal on his stomach. The atmosphere turns much more curious when Ayato reminds Sina that she mentioned having a major announcement with the group today. Hiyama eagerly leans in to tease her, jokingly asking if she and Now have finally made their relationship official, only for Sina to gather her courage and announce that she actually has something completely different too. Flashing an incredibly bright, joyful smile and a playful peace sign, Sina proudly announces to the group that she is officially starting school in the spring to study and become a registered dietitian. A heavy, stunned silence settles over the restaurant table as the entire group sits in completely blank and deadpan surprise. Sina's sudden career announcement completely catches the table off guard, prompting a chaotic round of disbelief, But Kasaka quickly breaks the confusion to point out that becoming a registered dietitian means facing a tough national exam offering some warm encouragement which a grateful Sina happily accepts. When Ayato asks now if he already knew about her plans, now admits he had no idea about the school part, prompting a surprised Sina to point out that he saw her study materials the other day. Now dryly shoots back that it was impossible to guess her entire career path from a vague scribble, while Sina excitedly explains that she was simply waiting for her official acceptance results first and is thrilled to finally the good news. Hiyama immediately teases Sina about whether she is even capable of studying, earning a playful complaint from Sina. When now asks what kind of school she is attending, Sina proudly explains it is a nutrition vocational school, and mentions that Rio helped her out a lot, prompting now to quietly realize that her new schedule will still easily allow her to keep working a few days a week. While Sina processes her thoughts, Ayato warmly notes that she has always openly expressed how much she genuinely enjoys cooking. Sina brightly declares that since she is only 21, she is practically still a student herself, encouraging now to go all out and do whatever he wants in his own youth, while now quietly takes in her sweet encouragement. While walking home under the night, Sky now breaks the silence to directly ask her why she decided on becoming a registered dietitian of all things. Sina softly explains that she simply wanted to find a career related to something she genuinely likes, and after looking around with that goal in mind, she naturally landed on becoming a dietitian, quickly dismissing Nao's comment that he had never heard her mention it as a major dream before. Now falls into a quiet, pensive silence before softly preparing to tell her something incredibly sincere. While walking together, Now comments that he always assumed Sina was the type of kid who would blindly say they wanted to be an idol or the prime minister when they grew up, prompting a flustered Sina to accuse him of making fun of her and defensively claim that it is perfectly normal for kids not to think too seriously about their dream jobs. Sina turns the tables on him by revealing she knows Now wanted to be a Pokemon master as a kid, laughing that his sister Rio even told her he wanted to become an actual Pokemon at one point. And embarrassed, Now desperately tells her to shut up as he tries to quiet her down, silently cursing his talkative sister. Sina is pulled out of her playful teasing, looking up with a slightly startled and questioning expression. She falls into a quiet pause, a warm smile slowly spreading across her face. Her gaze shifts slightly as she silently takes in the growing closeness between them. Sina suddenly tries to shake off the awkward tension, prompting a startled Now to call out to her, as she sheepishly prepares to head home, leaving her to silently realize that their dynamic has somehow changed. Sina reflects on how ever since their intensely emotional encounter the other day, a strange and awkward distance seems to have settled between them while they eat dinner in her apartment. Sina tries to piece together what happened, bitterly noting that, although her memories of that night are incredibly fuzzy because she was drunk, she is absolutely positive she blurted out some insanely embarrassing things to him. Sina frantically worries that she might have said something truly terrible, vividly imagining a horrifying scenario where a highly possessive version of herself demanded Now to never look at other girls, never cheat on her, and love only her forever once she finally confesses. The sheer embarrassment of her own thoughts leaves Sina completely frozen, staring forward in a state of absolute wide-eyed shock. The sudden realization of the incredibly dramatic and heavy demands she just dropped on Now finally hits her, and Sina internally screams in absolute blushing panic that literally all of that was completely embarrassing. Sina walks behind him in quiet dread, anxiously convincing herself that he must finally think she is way too intense and completely overwhelming. Now completely shatters her anxious spiral by casually turning back to complain that she is being far too slow, dryly muttering that he is freezing out here, and she needs to hurry up. Now teasingly warns her that he is going to leave her behind if she continues to drag her feet, completely ignoring her internal panic. Sina pouts and calls him a brat, silently noting how hard it is to read him since he is always acting so cool and teasing her, while Now dryly asks what is up with her ridiculous face. As they walk, Now's steady declaration that she is the only one he likes continues to echo clearly in her head, leaving her to silently wonder if he actually took all her dramatic demands seriously. Defensively trying to assert her authority as the older one, Sina suddenly grabs Now's jacket and loudly insists that it is her turn to walk him home today, which only earns an irritated click of the tongue from him. The scene transitions to the quiet neighborhood at night as they finally arrive outside Nao's house. Upon arriving, Sina and Nao are completely startled to find both Ryo and Haruto standing right outside the door waiting to warmly welcome them back. Sina excitedly greets her best friend while Nao dryly reminds Haruto that this is not his house, only for a highly amused Haruto to tease his blushing best friend about returning from an actual date, prompting a flustered Nao to reluctantly admit that they indeed were. While being teased by a friend about Arasawa walking his girlfriend home before curfew, Sina's mind completely drifts away as she gets lost in her memories of Nao's incredibly sweet kiss from the night before. Sina is instantly crushed by a wave of intense self-loathing while Nao remains as cool and deadpan as ever. When a concerned Arasawa notices her dark mood and asks if there is something wrong, Nao calmly tells him not to worry about it, dryly explaining that she is simply getting crushed by her own intense self-loathing right now. Sina warmly thanks Arasawa-kun for spending the day with her, and while Arasawa politely returns the thanks and laments that they could not visit the cafe they wanted, he cheerfully suggests they should definitely try again another time. Sina gently adjusts Arasawa's scarf, warmly reminding him to stay warm since it is incredibly cold outside. Arasawa offers a quiet thank you as he holds the warm scarf close. Watching their sweet interaction from a short distance, Ryo's eyes sparkle with warmth and amusement. Ryo quietly thinks to herself how incredibly sweet and nice their interaction is. Sina suddenly hears her name and turns around to see Ryo, who warmly offers to properly celebrate her getting into school, sometime prompting a modest Sina to sheepishly claim she really does not have to go that far since she did not even take a real exam. Ryo beams with an incredibly warm smile and insists on celebrating anyway, fondly reminding Sina that she is her precious best friend after all. Sina buries her face in her collar, softly letting out a shy chuckle and offering her sincere thanks to Nao for his kindness. Nao calmly announces that it is time for him to head out, and as Sina promises to text him later, he warmly bids her goodbye and tells her he will see her later. Nao walks past her as he makes his way out, leaving a lingering quiet tension in the narrow entryway. Nao turns back in complete surprise as he feels her suddenly stop him from leaving, prompting a quiet, confused reaction from both of them. Sina desperately clings to him, her posture tense, as she struggles to find the words to ask him to wait. Unable to let him go, Sina suddenly wraps her arms around Nao in a tight emotional embrace, catching him completely off guard. Nao is left completely frozen in surprise, his eyes widening in stunned silence, as the quiet sound of the front door closing echoes behind them. Sina looks up at him with immense feeling, letting all of her hidden vulnerability and emotion completely show. Clutching him closely, Sina softly complains and asks why he was trying to leave her so casually, leaving a completely stunned Nao to stare back at her in absolute silence. A slightly flustered Nao asks what she could possibly mean by that, prompting a highly embarrassed Sina to stutteringly try and find her voice. Sina quietly looks down, telling herself that she is definitely not overthinking things. She desperately tries to convince herself that she is not actively expecting Nao to make any kind of romantic move on her or anything like that. Despite her frantic denials, Sina silently admits to herself that she still cannot completely shake her lingering thoughts about him. Sina silently grumbles in pure frustration, finding the idea of Nao just casually leaving her behind after their date to be incredibly annoying and difficult to accept. Finally, giving in to his insistence on heading home, Sina reluctantly mutters that it is fine, turning away with a slight pout. Sina is suddenly caught completely off guard when Nao stops her, looking back at him in mild surprise. Nao looks directly at her with an intense, unwavering focus and bluntly asks what exactly she wants from him. The direct question completely short-circuits Sina's brain, sending a flurry of wild, romantic scenarios running through her head as she struggles to find her words. Sina frantically tries to stammer out a defense, but Nao smoothly leans in close and asks if there is something she wants before suddenly taking her hand and telling her that she clearly has something she wants to get off her chest. Squeezing her hand firmly, Nao looks directly into her eyes and softly demands that she just come out and say it already. Sina's heart beats furiously in a total blushing panic as she tries to process her overwhelming feelings. Sina completely panics and rants about how a precocious teenager like him has no business saying such smooth things, loudly declaring that she could never confess her feelings to a 15-year-old. When now dryly asks if she was simply worried about his wallet, a totally confused Sina is left stammering in absolute silence. Now coolly asks if she was actually just trying to squeeze a school acceptance gift out of him, completely throwing her off. A highly awkward silent pause stretches out between them as Sina struggles to find her voice. Sina feels a sudden wave of irritation as she struggles to hold back her rising anger. Now dryly begs her not to suddenly short-circuit like that, only for an incredibly annoyed Sina to immediately snap back. The story officially transitions into the 23rd chapter, highlighting Nao's cool and confident attitude as he prepares to face the future. The scene transitions to the chilly winter streets of the neighborhood as the cold season officially sets in. Walking home after work, a shivering Sina complains about the freezing weather and regrets not wearing another layer of clothing. Her winter whining is quickly cut short when she spots Nao nearby, who politely greets Hiyama and bids her a good work today, leaving Sina completely surprised. Hiyama notes that Sina has been working a ton of shifts this month, prompting Sina to happily explain that she will have to cut back on work once she starts school in the spring, so she figured she should earn as much money as possible while she still can. When Hiyama realizes Sina isn't actually quitting, she asks how long it has been since Sina first started working at the restaurant. Sina playfully teases her senior, asking if Hiyama is going to miss her if she leaves, earning an annoyed shut up in response. Giggling, Sina answers that it has been about a year and a half, marveling at how she has somehow managed to stick with the same job for this long. Hiyama asks if she has never been able to stick to a job, before noting that balancing work and school is always rough. Sina agrees that is true enough, but she silently reflects on her own past, realizing that the real reason she stuck around was actually someone else. They slide the door open to greet their co-workers, with Sina cheerfully wishing everyone a good morning. Inside, they find Nao already dressed and preparing for his shift, as their co-worker notes that Sina is energetic as always. Sina enthusiastically praises Nao for his hard work and tells him they should do their best again today, but a deadpan Nao can only dryly question how on earth she manages to be this incredibly hyper so early in the morning. Sina mentions that she was planning on bringing some side dishes over tomorrow and asks if Rio is going to be home. Nao mutters that he guesses she will be there, noting she has plans in the afternoon, prompting Sina to happily say she was hoping they could all have some tea together while she is there. As they stand there, a sudden awkward silence stretches out between them, prompting Sina to quietly lean in closer to get a better look at him. Sina asks Nao if he has been acting a bit weird lately, but Nao dryly shoots back that it is actually his line. Feeling concerned, Sina asks what is up and reaches out to check if he is feeling sick or running a fever. But Nao swiftly leans back and dodges her touch, entirely leaving her hand swatting empty air. The smooth dodge gives Sina a massive wave of déjà vu, vividly recalling how he used to coldly tell her not to touch him back when they first met. As a quivering, flustered Sina angrily yells that his attitude is absolutely not the problem here, Nao quietly locks his eyes onto her and mutters that he has actually been thinking about something since the other day. Sina panics internally, desperately wondering if she actually did something bad to Nao while she was drunk. But her nervous spiraling is suddenly interrupted when Rio pops in to loudly tell Sina to hurry up and get changed already. As Sina desperately worries over her lack of memory, Nao turns and makes a quick, awkward exit, leaving both of them feeling incredibly frustrated and completely embarrassed by the lingering tension. Nao is left standing alone, casting a quiet, intense stare as he continues to struggle with his overwhelming feelings and the chaotic events of the previous night. In the school locker room, Nao desperately tries to calm his racing thoughts, bitterly sighing over how Sina's complete lack of personal space is thoroughly messing with his head, while beating himself up for acting so incredibly lame after he was the one who initiated things in the first place. Nao receives a sudden text message from his best friend Haruto, who casually asks if he ever managed to solve that insanely difficult math problem from the other day. Realizing he completely forgot about the difficult homework assignment, Nao initially considers asking Sina for help, but quickly remembers she is far more suited for humanities and terrible at math, ultimately deciding his best bet is to ask his older sister Rio when he gets home. While walking outside under the clear sky now suddenly stops in his tracks as he spots a local restaurant prompting him to make a quick decision. Ayato is absolutely thrilled when Now reaches out brightly laughing that he never expected Now to be the one to actually contact him first for a change. At the cafe, Now apologizes for calling them out when they are busy, but Ayato warmly assures him it is no big deal since he is always happy to help study. However, Now bluntly admits he actually wanted to ask the studious Kasaka for math help instead of him prompting Kasaka to push up his glasses, while a rejected Ayato tearfully tells Now he definitely did not need to say that part out loud. During their study session, Kasaka proudly boasts that he went to a pretty decent university himself, but as he patiently explains a formula to Now, he bluntly tells Setsu to shut up for a second, earning a loud and dramatic protest from his friend. Kasaka continues his explanation of a specific formula, helping Now easily piece together the solution. Now is genuinely grateful and offers a warm thank you, but when Kasaka modestly asks if there was anything he failed to explain properly, Now reassuringly tells him that his explanation was actually incredibly easy to understand. Staring at Kasaka's impressive teaching skills, Now softly admits to himself that the man really is amazing while a smug Setsu simply watches them with an amused smile. Kasaka eagerly asks Now if he is hungry and offers to treat him to whatever he wants from the menu, prompting Now to politely decline, and silently complain to himself that this guy simply refuses to stop trying to feed him. Noticing Now has finished his drink, Kasaka immediately offers to go order him another one, brushing off Now's polite protests and firmly telling him to focus on reviewing the formulas before he completely forgets them. Watching the dynamic, Now dryly notes how much the man genuinely loves taking care of people, while a laughing Setsu playfully declares that Kuhei-kun has officially entered his full caretaker mode. Now quietly shifts his gaze over to Setsu, who falls into a thoughtful silence. Breaking the silence, Now curiously asks how long the two of them have actually been together, prompting a relaxed Setsu to explain that they met about 4 years ago and officially started dating 3 years ago, leaving Now completely surprised. Now dryly notes that they started dating after just a year and comments on how fast that was, which Setsu happily confirms by proudly declaring that is simply how adults do things, casually explaining that they first met at a bar he used to frequent back then. Ayato cheerfully tells Now about his initial attraction to Kasaka, laughingly admitting that Kasaka was completely his type, even though he already had absolutely no sense of personal space to begin with. Now quietly reflects on their bond, noting that being together now is mostly thanks to luck, timing, and having good people around them, while Ayato adds that people like them have definitely gone through their share of struggles. Now quietly takes in his explanation, but Ayato quickly brushes it off as no big deal and dryly asks if Now wants to hear his bittersweet childhood love story, completely catching a bewildered Now off guard. Ayato begins his story by recalling his childhood, explaining that he grew up with a close-knit trio of friends and always hoped they could stay together like that forever, because he genuinely loved being around both of them. He explains that everything remained perfectly peaceful among them until they eventually reached upper elementary school age. It was during those school years that Ayato finally realized his feelings had shifted, quietly accepting that he had fallen romantically in love with his male childhood friend. Ayato explains that admitting same-sex attraction felt far too difficult back then, so he planned to wait for the perfect moment to confess, only to quickly discover that his friend was actually in love with the girl in their trio. Now listens in quiet surprise as Ayato calmly notes that once you find out your crush loves someone else, the only real choice you have left is to support and cheer them on. A puzzled Now directly asks why he gave up so incredibly fast without even trying, prompting Ayato to gently explain that it was simply because he wanted the person he loved to be happy. Ayato confesses that he simply could not picture his friend being happy with him and worried about becoming a burden, so he ultimately resolved to keep his deep feelings a secret to protect their precious friendship. Kasaka explains that during high school, his other childhood friend, a girl, suddenly confessed her feelings to him. He diagrams the highly complicated love triangle between the three of them, leaving a completely puzzled, Now trying to wrap his head around the complex relationship web. Kasaka admits that since he only cared for her as a friend, he could not return her feelings, and instead confessed that he actually liked their mutual male friend. The rejection shocked the girl so deeply that she stopped coming to school, causing rumors to spread until the male friend eventually heard them too. The dramatic revelation completely shattered the bond they had spent their entire childhood building together. Kasaka solemnly concludes that the fallout marked the permanent and tragic end of their childhood friendship. Kasaka apologizes for sharing such a depressing backstory, but now gently reassures him that it is perfectly fine. Now quietly tells Kasaka that he is genuinely glad he did the story, which catches Kasaka slightly off guard. Kasaka smiles warmly, explaining that regardless of how painfully things turned out in the past, he has absolutely no regrets about his sexual orientation, because it ultimately led him to be with Kuhei-kun. Kasaka confesses that, when he is with Kuhei-kun, even the simplest, tiniest things can make him feel incredibly happy, which leaves Now quietly watching him in thoughtful admiration. Now quietly comments that it is genuinely good to hear that, teasingly noting that Kasaka found someone who will actually put up with his partner's clingy personality. Now quietly reflects on his thoughts, silently realizing that he finally understands the true reason behind everything. At the restaurant, Now takes a quiet sip of his drink, but he is instantly sent into a massive coughing fit when Ayato cheerfully asks how things have been going lately between him and Sina-chan. A highly flustered Now tries to play it cool, dryly demanding to know what exactly Ayato means by that, but Ayato simply chuckles and points out that Nao's reaction is way too obvious to hide. Ayato explains that, while Sina always tells him all kinds of things about Nao, he rarely ever gets to hear Nao's side of the story. This instantly catches Nao's attention, prompting him to eagerly ask what exactly she says about him, only for a playful Ayato to tease him by claiming it is a secret. Ayato quickly reassures Nao that Sina definitely doesn't say anything bad about him, while a deadpan Kasaka tells Setsu to stop messing around. Ayato softly explains that everything Sina says simply makes it incredibly obvious just how overwhelmingly important Nao is to her, leaving Nao to take in his words in quiet, thoughtful silence. Ayato immediately pivots to ask Nao what exactly he likes about Sina-chan, prompting a sighing Kasaka to once again warn Setsu not to tease the kid too much. Nao quietly reveals that Sina actually asked him that exact question once before, leaving Ayato highly impressed by her confidence, while Nao silently recalls that back then he couldn't find the right words to answer her very well. But after listening to Ayato's stories, Nao silently reflects on his feelings, realizing he finally understands the true depth of his own heart. Nao realizes that what he truly loves most about Sina is seeing how she finds absolute happiness in the smallest things, and how she gets ridiculously excited over the kind of stuff most normal people would just take for granted. Nao quietly admits to himself that despite all of her chaotic moments, he simply cannot help but find Sina completely endearing. Meanwhile, his companions look on in utter confusion, with the cafe manager suddenly feeling like he just got hit by a massive stray bullet from Nao's incredibly intense romantic energy. Regardless of their reaction, Nao remains deep in thought, quietly recognizing that the bright, sparkling energy Sina always radiates is purely the result of her own constant hard work. He secretly hopes that if there ever comes a day when she pushes herself too hard, gets exhausted, and finally feels like leaning on someone for comfort, he wants that reliable person she turns to be absolutely no one else but him. Having listened to his incredibly deep declaration, Setsu is left completely floored by the kid's romantic maturity, directly asking Nao if he is actually a real high schooler. The intense mood is suddenly broken when Nao's phone buzzes with a call from his sister, prompting him to politely apologize, grab the manager's business card, and take his leave for the day. Once he is gone, the two older guys are left staring in absolute disbelief, deeply questioning if all teenagers these days are somehow this insanely mature. Setsu casually shrugs off the shock, simply noting that Nao is a completely unique case and is just an exceptionally special kid. But the manager's suspicion quickly flares up as he demands to know exactly what Setsu told Nao to trigger such a deep speech, prompting a highly sheepish Setsu to admit he might have gossiped about a little story from their past. The scene transitions to the glittering city streets under the cold night sky as crowds of people bundle up against the winter weather. now quietly walks through the bustling crowd, deeply lost in his own thoughts, as he silently resolves that the next time they are together things will be completely different. Now breaks the quiet by mentioning that Hiyama, Ayato, and the others from work are planning to grab some food, warmly suggesting that she should join them too. Sina hesitantly declines, pointing out that since she cannot drink, their options for places to go would be pretty limited anyway, but now firmly tells her not to worry about those details. Sina flashes an incredibly bright, heartwarming smile, gently telling him to just come along with them anyway. Now is completely captivated by her sudden warmth, silently reflecting on how her sweet, inclusive nature is yet another major thing he has grown to love about her. He admits to himself that the list of things he loves about her is not even something that is hard to define, but rather that there are simply far too many reasons to ever count. While now readily acknowledges that he can be loud, annoying, and that his attitude often sucks, he admits that he is being completely selfish. Despite all his prickly flaws, his only true desire is to simply do whatever it takes to keep her smiling happily. Now lets the simple, incredibly heavy truth wash over him as he quietly accepts just how deeply he loves Sina. Now lets out a soft, pensive sigh, his mind completely focused on his romantic goals. Walking through the bustling crowd under the starry night sky, now's internal longing peaks, and he quietly confesses to himself that he desperately wants to finally start dating her already. As he drifts in a deep sleep, now experiences a beautiful and romantic dream of him, and Sina sharing a gentle kiss surrounded by blooming flowers. Now is suddenly jolted out of his beautiful dream by Sina's loud voice telling him to wake up, already leaving a groggy now to check his phone and realize it is already late Saturday morning. Still dazed from the sudden wake-up call, now quietly lies on his side, the lingering feelings of his romantic dream still fresh in his mind. When now finally wanders into the room, Sina happily notes that he is finally awake and playfully accuses him of staying up late gaming again last night. Now's morning grogginess is instantly broken when he loudly trips over a box on the floor, prompting a startled Sina to apologize and explain that a package from their parents had arrived earlier. They both eagerly unpack the box of local snacks and rare foreign spices, though Sina admits she has absolutely no idea how to use them, while now agrees as he struggles to read the unfamiliar labels. Now calmly suggests that whenever he is lost, he simply asks Sina anyway, confidently declaring that she will always know exactly what delicious dishes they can use them in. As now continues to think about how much their relationship has evolved, he quietly reflects on the shifting boundaries of their connection. Sina quietly calls out to Now, pulling him out of his deep thoughts as he softly speaks her name. Now hesitates before asking a highly specific question, quietly wondering if Sina ever discusses him when they are not together. Kanata completely denies it, leaving a flustered Now to instantly regret asking such an awkward question, before Sina interrupts them to ask Now to help her with some grocery shopping before his shift. As they make their way through the neighborhood, Now silently observes the festive Christmas spirit spreading across the town, wondering if she has any special holiday plans. He silently questions what exactly they are to each other right now, letting the heavy, complicated question weigh on his mind. He bitterly realizes that they are currently caught in a frustrating gray area, acting like close friends, but still not officially dating. Now quietly sighs to himself, finding this entire waiting phase to be an absolute pain to deal with. He complains in frustration, resolving that it does not even matter if they are officially together yet, because he will use any excuse to invite her over for Christmas and New Year's anyway. Now silently tells himself that as long as Sina is the one choosing him in the end, he honestly does not care how long he has to wait. Sina excitedly gushes to Now about how incredible their manager is thrilled to the news that they are getting a temporary raise in their hourly pay from Christmas all the way through New Year's. Now just stares back at her with a completely quiet and unenthusiastic expression. Sina is completely baffled by his lack of enthusiasm and asks what is up with his quiet reaction, but Now explains that even for high schoolers, getting a pay raise during this busy time of the year is actually a massive deal. When Sina scolds him for letting out an exhausted sigh, the moment he looks at her, Now honestly confesses that he simply cannot help it, admitting that he was actually hoping to ask her out on a romantic Christmas date. The unexpected confession leaves a heavily blushing Sina completely flustered, stuttering that she had absolutely no idea he was planning a Christmas date, while now secretly looks at her, and thinks to himself how much he desperately wants to kiss her. Their conversation is suddenly cut short when Hiyama enters the room and asks Sina if she warned now about what the manager discussed yesterday. A panicked Sina frantically replies that she only mentioned the pay raise, prompting Hiyama to explain that the restaurant is undergoing major upstairs renovations and warning them to be extremely careful around the cramped storage materials near the staff entrance. Hiyama curiously asks why Sina's face is so red, leaving a flustered Sina to desperately pretend nothing is wrong and question what on earth she could possibly mean. Hiyama directly asks now what exactly he likes about Sina, leaving him looking back at her in a quiet, thoughtful silence. Now silently admits to himself that how easily Sina gets completely flustered over the absolute smallest things is honestly one of his favorite things about her, even if it can occasionally make him worry about her. Hiyama teases now about what he did to make Sina so red, but now bluntly reveals that he simply told her he wanted to ask her out on a Christmas date. Hearing this, his co-workers excitedly cheer, while Hiyama humorously scolds Sina for scheduling a work shift on Christmas, instead of keeping the day open for now, leaving a completely flustered Sina to scream and demand to know why she is suddenly being treated as the bad guy. Hiyama happily declares they should get to work full of energy since they got to see something fun, leaving now to casually walk past, while a heavily blushing Sina is left completely speechless. During their shift, Sina softly calls out to Now to get his attention, catching him completely off guard. Sina nervously admits to him that she has already picked up a shift for Christmas, but she still has something else on her mind. Blushing and looking down, Sina shyly asks if Now wants to grab something nice to eat after their shift and take a little detour together before heading home. Without waiting for his response, Sina quickly turns away and runs off to get back to work, leaving Now standing in completely dazed and speechless silence. Now quietly pouts to himself, affectionately labeling her a total idiot for leaving so fast. Shaking off her embarrassment, Sina puts on a bright smile to welcome a regular customer, who cheerfully remarks that it has been a long time since they last saw her. The friendly, regular customer chuckles and tells her she should definitely stop by for a drink sometime, which Now quietly watches from a short distance with his usual silent glare. Another customer calls out for Sina to take her order, prompting Sina to immediately answer and rush over to assist them. Now comments on how the restaurant seems to have a ton of regulars, prompting his coworker to agree and explain that since they are located in the shopping district, they operate as a cozy neighborhood spot that naturally gets a lot of older folks from around the area. His coworker admits that the real reason they have so many loyal customers is actually all thanks to Sina warmly explaining that because she is not just cute, but also incredibly friendly and kind, the older crowd absolutely adores her. She points out that Sina is also fantastic with kids and gets along effortlessly with families and younger customers, asking Now if he does not think she is absolutely amazing. Now remains completely quiet, staring thoughtfully as he takes in his coworker's words. His coworker suddenly points out a major downside, warning him that when someone is that friendly with everyone, they unfortunately tend to attract some real pains in the ass, prompting a quiet realization from Now. Now falls into a dark and incredibly intense mood, muttering that he completely understands, leaving his coworker utterly baffled by his sudden dark aura. Now dryly notes to himself that attracting unwanted attention is exactly why he personally keeps his own customer service interactions to the absolute bare minimum, as loud construction noises begin to drown out the restaurant. Now grumbles that the nearby construction is so incredibly loud he can barely hear anyone talking, while Sina tries to say something to him through the noise. The restaurant descends into complete chaos from the deafening construction noise, leaving everyone to shout at the top of their lungs just to communicate simple drink and food orders. The manager quickly hands Now an order for table 3, before calling out to Sina to ask if she can take the empty bottles out back while she has a free moment, which a bright and cheerful Sina happily agrees to do. Sina finishes taking out the empty bottles and breathes a sigh of relief, though she immediately complains about the incredibly loud construction noise and wonders how long it is going to keep up. As she stands there, her mind drifts right back to Now's earlier words, recalling how he mentioned He was finally thinking about asking her out on a Christmas date. Sina silently reflects on his confession, still completely shocked and struggling to believe that he actually had something like that on his mind. She playfully muses that he actually has a romantic side after all, rationalizing that he is still just a high schooler, and those kinds of seasonal events naturally matter a lot at that age. Getting a bit self-conscious, she quietly wonders why he cares about her so much, and what she even looks like through his eyes, but her thoughts are suddenly cut short when someone approaches. A sleazy guy suddenly appears and casually greets her, cheerfully noting that it has been a long time since they last saw each other, which instantly earns a completely disgusted reaction from Sina. Sina internally groans, remembering that he used to be a regular who constantly hit on her, until he ultimately got banned from the restaurant for his creepy behavior, completely baffled that he is actually showing his face here again. Trying to keep up a polite facade, Sina nervously laughs it off, while the guy arrogantly teases that she must have been incredibly lonely without him around, prompting her to violently reject the idea in her head. The guy immediately demands her contact information, and when Sina tries to brush him off by explaining that she is working and does not have her phone on her, he persistently tells her to just go get it, leaving her thoroughly annoyed by his aggressive pushiness. Sina firmly tells him that she is seriously busy right now and attempts to excuse herself to get away from the uncomfortable situation, but the guy immediately tries to stop her from walking away. Her task is abruptly cut short when someone aggressively stops her and demands that she wait a second. The voice belongs to a creepy customer who corners her in the back, aggressively pressing her to tell him when her shift ends and slimily suggesting that she seems exactly like the type of girl who loves to have a good time. The customer continues his incredibly gross harassment, insisting that he absolutely loves girls like her, and suggesting that since they are exactly the same, they should definitely get along. Completely repulsed, Sina struggles to pull away and desperately demands that the creep let her go. Now suddenly intervenes to shut the harassment down, stepping right into the middle of the confrontation and coldly asking the customer if there happens to be a problem here. Sina is left completely shocked and speechless as she stares at Now swooping in to rescue her. Keeping his professional retail persona intact, Now politely requests that the customer refrain from touching the staff, which only earns a defensive scoff from the creep. Now then turns to Sina, awkwardly calling her his senior to maintain appearances, and firmly instructs her to head back inside the restaurant. Sina hesitates and frantically tries to argue that he should be the one to retreat instead, but Now completely cuts her off and seriously orders her to just go. As a highly worried Sina pauses to look back, the agitated customer furiously declares that they are definitely not done talking yet. The situation violently escalates as the enraged customer screams at Now to let him go, forcefully shoving the teenager hard enough to send him slamming heavily into the nearby wall. Sina is suddenly stopped dead in her tracks when a massive, deafening crash violently echoes from the back area. She frantically screams Now's name in pure panic the second she spots him crumpled on the ground, tightly gripping his injured arm. The horrible noise instantly sends Hiyama and the rest of the staff sprinting outside to frantically see what happened, desperately checking on the groaning teenager. Realizing he took a heavy hit from the dangerous construction materials, a struggling Now tries to stubbornly brush it off as a minor scrape, but a terrified Sina firmly orders him to stay absolutely still, while they immediately call for an ambulance. Now breathes heavily and grits his teeth, barely managing to hold back a grimace as he pushes through the intense pain. Seeing him so badly hurt completely shatters Sina's composure, leaving her trembling in absolute dread. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden and horrific accident, Sina stands completely paralyzed in wide-eyed shock as the heavy gravity of the situation fully crashes down on her.